Okay, it's 6:30, so we are going to start the meeting. We are here at 46 Park Road at 6:30 p.m. on Wednesday, August 6th, and this is a regular town council meeting for the Fairfax Town Council. So we are going to start this meeting out by call to order and pledge of allegiance if you'd like to join us.
United States of the Republic stand.
Thank you. All right, so we're going to do the roll call first and then approve the agenda.
Councilmember Ager.
Here.
Councilmember Garanghelli.
Here.
Councilmember Kohler.
Here.
Vice Mayor Hellman.
I'm here.
Mayor Blash.
Here. Okay, so now we would like to move on to approval of the agenda.
I'll make a motion to approve the agenda.
So that's a motion by Councilmember Kohler, second by Councilmember Garanghelli. Councilmember Ager.
Aye.
Councilmember Garanghelli.
Aye.
Councilmember Kohler.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Hellman.
Yes.
Mayor Blash.
Yes. Great. So I'm going to read the land acknowledgement and then the meeting protocol. The Fairfax Town Council acknowledges that we are located on the unceded ancestral lands of the Coast Miwok people of present-day Marin County. We honor with gratitude the land itself and all the ancestors past, present, and emerging. Meeting protocol. So the mayor shall maintain order at the meetings. The council and the audience are expected to refrain from using profane language and or ridiculing the character or motives of council members, staff, or members of the public, and to maintain the standards of tolerance and civility. Please turn off cellular phones or place them in silent mode. I just wanted to kind of repeat that we need to provide a respectful and comfortable environment for all of our residents to express their point of view. So, please refrain from yelling, hissing, clapping, or whatever other speakers. We just want to make sure that everybody in our community has the right to freedom of speech. The town council will review the agenda at 10 p.m. to ascertain which items, if any, will be continued to another meeting. Any matter not started by 11:30 p.m. will be continued to an adjourned or regular council meeting unless the council votes to suspend this rule. We're going to move on to a report out on closed session.
There were 3 items on the closed session. The first item, Town of Fairfax versus Durham, that direction was given to staff by the council. The third item is Delta Grinding Company versus Town of Fairfax. Direction was given to staff by the council, and the council authorized up to $40,000 for a cross complaint. The second item is Shores versus Town of Fairfax. It's the new federal district court lawsuit about the encampment, and I'd like to read a brief statement about that. Today, on August 6th, there was a hearing on the temporary restraining order, which is also called a TRO, preventing the town from enforcing its anti-camping ordinance. The judge did not lift the TRO. The council unanimously agreed that Fairfax will abide by the court's ruling and will not be enforcing the ordinance until allowed by law. The judge ruled that the TRO will be in place through August 20th, 2025, and there will be another hearing on August 19th regarding the preliminary injunction. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to move on to open time for public expression. So again, this is time for the public to address the council on matters not listed on the agenda. Each speaker is limited to 2 minutes, and I want to note, people, that we will do 15 minutes in the room and 15 minutes on Zoom. So if you would like to speak, you need to be in the queue. And any open time that is left at the end of that 30 minutes speakers will be moved to the end of the agenda. And again, that has been our rule for a couple of years now. We have a really packed agenda. We have a lot to get done. And, want to remind people the primary purpose of this meeting is to conduct the business on the agenda, although public comment is also very important. I also want to encourage people to reach out to the council in different ways, which include emails, attending mayor-manager meetings that we hold monthly, or by arranging time to talk with individual council members. All of us are, live in town and are willing to talk to you, of course. Okay, so let's move on to open time. This is for a time to address the council on matters not on the agenda. So all comments are limited to 2 minutes. The council is not permitted to take action, and state law strictly limits the right of the council to discuss any agendized item. If there, as I said before, are still raised hands after 30 minutes, open time will be continued to the end of the agenda. So let's get started. Great, thank you.
Good evening. My name is Dan Mahoney, Fire Chief of the Ross Valley Fire Department. I'm a lifelong resident, born and raised in Fairfax. In fact, next month will mark my 50th year living in town. I'm here on behalf of the department to speak on accusations suggesting that the department is targeting businesses by means of fire inspections based on political beliefs. I want to clearly and firmly state that these allegations are completely false. The department is committed to serving every community member fairly, equally, and without bias. Fire inspections are conducted solely on established schedules, legal requirements, and safety regulations, never on political views, affiliations, or any other unrelated factors. Firefighters, like citizens, have lives outside of work. It is their right to participate in or support organizations such as the IAFF Local 1775 or other personal affiliations. It's important to understand two things. The International Association of Firefighters is an independent labor organization. The organization and its members have First Amendment rights to express the opinions on political matters. Number two, the fire department is a public agency and remains politically neutral. When firefighters serve the community, it's expected that political affiliations and beliefs will not interfere with their duty to serve all residents and businesses impartially and with integrity. Recently, I met with business owners who have been highlighted in these false accusations. I explained that I requested a fire inspection on one business due to access issues that firefighters had encountered during a fire incident. This is standard operating procedure. If we encounter an issue, we follow up for everybody's safety. I explained to another business owner that along with other businesses in Fairfax, their business was inspected. It was simply a matter of timing and scheduling, not targeting on political events that were held at that location. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please.
Good evening, Council. Sean Fitzgerald, Fairfax Park. In January, I emailed the council and the DPW director at the time and the town manager, urging you to fence off the area around the Bay Laurels that 6 volunteers from the community had cleared in Perry Park. After Bob, the main camper, left, we removed truckloads of garbage, leaving just a few tents and no mess whatsoever. You could sit in the tree again. I even pleaded at the skate park with the then acting Lauren Umbertus to put up a fence as had been done to protect a previously occupied encampment area at the corporate yard, which the town is still paying for, by the way. But the request was ignored. Now, due to the inaction, the trash and the sprawl just 100 feet away from where you sit is beyond comprehension. Time and again, I advised enforcing our ordinances elsewhere in Fairfax and posting signs to deter newcomers. The town manager stonewalled me, claiming litigation prevented comment. Mayor, you have repeatedly stated publicly that a federal case blocked enforcement, but that's untrue. There was no judge's order or judgment stopping the town. The town won the TRO and the prelim injunction. Let me prove it to you with our own BBK attorney's statement from a March court filing against Kuntz. And I quote, defendants do not oppose extending plaintiff's deadline. However, due to ongoing public health and safety concerns, defendants wish to clarify that the town's informal agreement to forbear enforcement of the ordinance applies only to the plaintiff and her personal property, not to other individuals in Perry Park encampment or to other encampments within the town's jurisdiction. Why did we not heed our very expensive attorney's clear message? Or was this argument never even presented to the council? You could have posted signs and enforced outside that one litigant space at any time. This second litigation was entirely avoidable, a direct result of the paralysis to act. Now we're facing tens of thousands of costs defending against Cecil, which isn't her real name, who has an affected British accent, who claims to be 3,000 years old and screams at our parkade.
Thank you. Next, please.
Hello, council. The Wall property was sold to Marshall Rothman for approximately $1.7 million. Marshall Rothman lost the property to foreclosure. The property was bought back by the financial lender for $1 million. No other offers were made. Shortly afterwards, Fairfax told us they went out and procured a single appraisal for $2.3 million. I spoke at the open space meeting and pointed out the conflicts with only one appraisal that was more than double the recent sales price. I went on to ask if the deal was for the seller wanting to keep a $700,000 short-term gain by offsetting with a $600,000 donation for the purchase. The chair said it was something like that. Chance Catrano was at the meeting and tried to shut down the dialogue about why the single appraisal was more than double the purchase price was legitimate. Then we hear that Most was taking over the deal. Further, we're told that Most is exempt from answering our PRAs. What are they doing? Then we hear the Coastal Conservancy is donating $500,000 towards the purchase price, bringing the sales price up to 2.8. Then we're told Fairfax donates $100,000 towards the purchase, bringing the purchase price up to 2.9. Why is the price going up? Then we're told that Most is giving Fairfax $500,000 for future maintenance. Ted Bright's wife passes away and bequeaths $1 million towards the purchase. Jessica Green passes away and bequeaths $40,000 towards the purchase. Frank Egger asks for an accounting and gets nowhere. He's refused. Then imagine, to my surprise, I find a Marin County Board of Supervisors meeting January 9th, 2024 agenda covering their consent calendar that states conference with real property negotiators, Government Code 54956, agency negotiator Eric Luder, chief real property agent, real property owner Miranda Heights LLC, owner representative Gregory Brojveg, under negotiation price and terms of acquisition. We need to have answers to the real price. Where did our money go and who owns that
Great,
property?
thank you.
You're not exempt from our PRAs.
Okay, thank you so much. Next, please.
Yeah, good evening, council members. My name is Bill Long. I'm chair of Marin Open Space Trust. I want to read a section out of a letter that I've sent in to the council today. And I'm reading it just to be precise. So last October, with strong support from the Fairfax community, Most completed the campaign to acquire the 100-acre Wall property, which was already transferred to the town of Fairfax. This purchase was funded by grants from Marin County, the California Coastal Conservancy, and the town of Fairfax and San Anselmo, totaling $1,612,000, and over 270 individual donations totaling $1,342,713, including an unexpected bequest of $40,000 from the estate of Jessica Green, which we recently learned about from Malt in mid-June. Outlays for the purchase of the property, the stewardship grant to the town of Fairfax, and the due diligence and transaction expenses such as appraisal, realtor and legal fees, geotech, environmental evaluations, and transaction cost totaled $2,888,529. If you've been following the math, that will leave an expected surplus of the campaign of about $66,000, including $40,000 from the Green bequest. Most recognizes the town's considerable responsibilities and costs for managing this large property and wishes to donate the final surplus to the town. And the number is
Please.
$66,183, and we'll have a check for you at the next meeting if we
Thank
can
you.
arrange an appropriate
Okay.
resolution.
Thank you. Next, please.
Hi, Cindy. Hi, Cindy Swift, Fairfax. I wanted to remind the community of upcoming training, sidewalk CPR, It's free training Saturday, August 16th from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. The training is in hands-only CPR, stop the bleed, administration of Narcan, and how to use an AED. This is great training. It's provided annually in the county. One of the locations this year is our own Fairfax Fire Station. So I encourage everyone to attend the training between 10 and 2, and it's open to ages 8 and up. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please.
Good evening, Marlene Rogo, longtime Fairfax resident. Thank you to the council members for your service and for being here tonight. I want to start by telling a short story about when I was pouring a cup of tea from my pot the other morning, and it got really full, and I just kept pouring, and I realized I have to stop. It's going to overflow. It's not all going to fit. I realized this is magical thinking, and it's dangerous, and I'm going to make a mess. And I'm afraid that's where Fairfax is heading with the magical thinking of pursuing the replacement of council members.
We can't talk about the recall right now. Thank you.
With pursuing things like lawsuits and charter cities. And I want to go back to a lawsuit against the town. Why is it okay that one of our council members can hold a fundraiser at his place of business for an organization for a member of the town who is suing the town that this council member is supposed to be serving? I don't understand this. I don't know why it's okay. And I'm also very upset still about the bogus town hall at Deer Park Villa, another business by one of the council members. And this was supposed to be open to all. And my husband was personally sought out and threatened by someone at the meeting. And I just hope people are aware and will pay attention to what's going on. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next, please.
Mallory Geithheim, Willow Avenue. It's not relevant to anything we're talking about, but we used to have a video of people who were talking on this, and we don't have that anymore. And the reason that I was told, after I was told that we could have it by one of the older council members who's no longer on the council, we can have people who are showing up online, and we can have what they look like and their names and faces. And the reason that I was given was that it was too much work now. But we used to do it. So I would like that to be done again. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please.
Good evening. Good evening, Mayor and Council. I was going to say a whole bunch of other stuff, but what I really keep saying, and I want to drive home, is I don't see why there's only 2 minutes of open time and public comment. I know the lawsuit said reasonable time, which could be 3 minutes, right? And that has been reduced, but the meetings are still going to midnight. So something else has got to be causing this. The 3-minute limitation and the split open time is not working. I try very hard to get my open time comments done before the split, because after the split, there's 3 people left in the room. It doesn't make the same impact. I want to say something before you decide. And from what I've been hearing, I think I'm not the only one who thinks this. I think we should bring back the 3-minute rule, and if that makes the meeting go later, then the meeting goes later. If it goes late, then we have another meeting. But 3 minutes. It's really hard to get an idea in only 2 minutes, please. Thank you.
Thank you. And we're going to, not do the clapping during this part, but I know people appreciate that. So we're hearing you and listening to you and considering. I think at this point, we've done 15 minutes. We need to move to Zoom. People on Zoom.
Mayor, say something.
So like right now wouldn't be the time. What is it? Like, go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's very important. I think we need to start extending the amount of people that get to speak at these council meetings that arrive here to speak. I don't care what's on their mind. I want to know what's on their mind. I do care actually what's on their mind, but that's not working for me either. We used to allow people to speak that were standing in that line. So once again, I like to extend that, and I like to hear from the council what
Right,
they
okay.
think about letting people speak
Okay.
that are standing there.
I think what we need to do is put that on a future agenda item about how long we want to let people, so let's put that on the future agenda item about the council discussing how long we want people to be able to speak for and the rules around this, because we haven't agendized that discussion for tonight, but I think that we could agendize it for the future. So if you could put like a pin in that and like bring it up tonight.
I've seen the
I think
rule-
that
I've
would
seen the
be
rule broken.
So I think that we need to, discuss how we want to conduct meetings. So I think that would be a really good thing to discuss.
There's
in the
been many
future.
cases.
And we're not going to
these
be,
meetings
it's
where
not
people are smoking
agendized.
Longer, depending
okay.
on what this.
Yeah,
what-
I get, no, I get this. This is the issue is it's not agendized right now, so we can't go into deliberation about it, but I think it's a point well taken. I'd like to see it brought up as a future agenda item about how we want to conduct meetings. So I think that would be great. We do need to move on to the people on Zoom, and if I could get an idea of how many people have their hands up, and if there's time left after that, then we will go back to the people in the room. So don't run away yet. Thanks.
We have 4 raised hands on Zoom right now. So the first speaker is Cindy, followed by Jane. Cindy, you can hit. Oh, you are now unmuted. You can unmute yourself.
Good evening. I'm Cindy Ross here. And I wanted to start off by saying I also support, I would like a little bit more time to speak. But anyway, about 5 or 6 months ago, my son and I circulated a petition asking the town to regulate emissions from the laundromat at Fairfax Plaza in accordance with Town Ordinance 1.12.010, emission of noxious fumes or odors. The problem that we've experienced from, fragranced chemical products that emanate into the neighborhood, it's not a matter of not liking the fumes, but of them causing health problems for many of us, including myself and 36 people that signed the petition. For a town that prides itself on green, works on issues like climate change, it's hypocritical that those of us who can't tolerate chemical scents, whether due to allergy, asthma, or like myself, multiple chemical intolerance, in the air for blocks around, in our creek, and literally invading our homes and local businesses, affecting customers, including at Good Earth. We'd like something done. And we brought this to the attention of 2 town council members and a couple of other officials. I'm not even sure right now if all of them are on speaking terms. I understand maybe why with other issues it's been hard to address it, but I really would like to see the council coming together and actually listening to people like myself. It's a bit of a tangent, but even regarding School Street Plaza and potential for lots of construction, there are lots of people that can't tolerate lots of chemicals and lots of things that are making us sick in the environment. So I'd like for you to come together and start doing something about that. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'm wondering if I could ask staff before we move on, if there's any follow-up on what was happening with that. I know we met a couple of times about this particular issue.
I don't have follow-up today, and since it's not agendized, I would like to reach out to Ms. Ross and talk with her directly, if that's okay.
Yeah, that would be great, because I know we had a couple of meetings and it would be good to get to wherever it was we were going with that. Okay, so I pause the time for a minute. Now we're going to go back to the next person on Zoom, please. Thank you.
The next speaker is Jane, followed by PJ. Jane, you are unmuted. You may now unmute yourself.
You hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. First of all, I would like to respectfully ask that you do, in fact, verify the election result, the signatures.
That's on the agenda tonight,
Oh,
so.
all right, then
yeah,
I back
yeah.
off, not that. I would like to speak about the trees. Last time Ray Moritz spoke about the redwoods roots having a problem with street work. I think that should be, haven't heard anything since then. If that is in fact the truth, were they damaged? Will they be damaged? Why wasn't he consulted first? Even the tree committee should be notified. I'm a member of the tree committee. It was a total surprise to us. And there's also a big problem in the encampment. There's a dangerous bay there that Ray talked about, Ray Moritz, the town arborist, years ago. It's in danger of falling down. And if you think we've had lawsuits so far, that's nothing compared to if a bay branch falls on one of them and hurts them, God forbid, kills somebody. That needs to be addressed. It's like everything else, that can has been kicked down the road year after year after year. And there really is no excuse for that. There has to be a way to mitigate a dangerous situation, whether there's a, whatever you want to call it, protection for the people who are encamping there illegally or not. If it's a danger to them and the public, by our certified town arborists, it needs to be addressed. And I furthermore would like you to address it and let the public know, let the tree committee know, and let's not just. This is what happens. People bring up important subjects and they disappear into a black hole. Nobody ever hears about them again. And that is one of my biggest beefs about this current town council and the past town council. I'm hoping that it will become different and you will listen to what people are saying and you will somehow respond. So it's not just gone. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next person online, please.
Next person online.
The next speaker is PJ, followed by Mina. PJ, you are unmuted. You may now unmute yourself.
Thank you. This is PJ, Pepper Town resident. I am calling to ask this council to take back up the issue, which it has bizarrely rejected on a rental registry. I know some of the comments that were made were things like, this is sensitive information that we're not supposed to disclose. But again, all information required to be disclosed to somebody, the IRS or whomever, to the county for the tax assessor's office to revalue the property. And I think it will help identify people who are cheating their fair share to the revenue or anything else. I know Councilmember Egger has stated multiple times in comments pre and post becoming a council member again that he knows of 300 at least rental units in the town, and I'm just wondering why those rental units are allowed to take off of the rest of the town who's paying for things like road maintenance and upkeep and salaries, from our proportion. And those people get to skate scot-free both on the value of their property, not reflecting the actual value of the rental and the incremental income. I understand people have many reasons to rent out their units, but they are asking the town to subsidize their business. They're asking the rest of us to subsidize their business, getting extra use of all the town's resources, and we are not. Thanks.
Great, thank you. And if you wanted to follow up on that further, it was extremely hard to hear you. So if you want to send us a letter, that would be great. Thank you. Next speaker online, please.
Hi, can you hear me? This is Mina with the
Mina, we
Fairfax
can hear
Chamber.
you.
Oh, great. Thank you. I'm with the Fairfax Chamber of Commerce. I just want to make a couple announcements and welcome a few new businesses to town and encourage everyone to shop and dine and enjoy live music locally. This Sunday at noon, if you could join us for a ribbon cutting at 69 Bolinas for the Sugar Shack. We also have two new exciting additions, Practical Magic, which is a new shop on Bolinas, and Clean Happy Dogs, a full service dog grooming studio located upstairs in the Fair and Sound Plaza from the nail salon. And then I'd also like to thank Fire Chief Dan Mahoney for his comments and clarifying that there's no targeting of any businesses in town and that fire inspections are part of our regular safety protocols to help keep everyone in our community safe, and that we, the businesses, appreciate the department's ongoing work and commitment to public safety. Thanks.
Thank you. Next person online, please.
Stop. The next speaker is Joe. Joe, you are unmuted. You may now unmute yourself.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Good evening, Council. My name is Joe McGarry. 14 months ago to this day, the Fairfax Town Council passed a peace proclamation that was centered in what has clearly become a genocide of Palestinian people in Gaza, and now increased violence against Palestinians in the West Bank. At that time, it is a very both sides proclamation, but it was significant as it was the only elected body in the county of Marin to recognize, to even say the word Palestinian. And so I applauded you for that effort. But now, 16 months later, as what is very clearly a targeted genocide and ethnic cleansing by the state of Israel, I'd ask that you revisit that proclamation and that you put something on the books that speaks more accurately. This is something that's going to live on in history. This moment, what we're seeing, is one of the true horrors. I think of anybody in this room who's living. The targeted attack of women and children using a campaign of starvation, snipers, and bombs. Over 70%, which are funded by our tax dollars, are here in the United States. So I ask that you revisit that proclamation and pass something that is more appropriate. It pains me so much that this county, there is nothing being said about this ongoing genocide, and we need to speak up and say something. This is your legacy. This is all of our legacies. It's just...
Great, thank you. Next person online?
There are no more speakers online.
Okay, then let's have the next person in the room.
Good evening. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you for the opportunity to introduce myself as part of my consideration for the Bicycle and Pedestrian Committee. My name is Mark Vendetti. I'm a Fairfax resident.
So if you're, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. If you're going to speak on the BPAC, we have to wait until the BPAC item for you to speak. Is that okay?
Sure.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Great. Okay. Next person, please.
Hi, good evening, Larry Bragman, Hickory Road. I want to just make a comment about the encampment. Sorry about that. I visited an alternative site today, and I want to bring it back. I had some communication with Mayor Blash a few months ago, about 6-7 months ago. I visited the site again today with a county official, and I think it's viable. It's going to take working together, which I know is very difficult at this point in time because of the recall and everything else that's led up to it. But I think looking at the situation as a human situation, which no amount of ridicule and sarcasm is going to abate, I think the town needs to take a human approach and provide and at least investigate alternatives. We all agree it's not a good location. I think there's a consensus on both sides. And so what I'm looking for and what I think we have available to us is an opportunity to create a supported small camp in the alternative location. And I'm just asking for the council's cooperation, perhaps designating a subcommittee to work with me. I've already worked with Mayor Blash. Perhaps Mike or Frank could be on that conversation, so that I could help move it forward in a practical way. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Next person, please.
Good evening. Good evening. Ricky Hertz at 1591 Sir Francis Drake, who's being evicted even though the town council said I could stay with the dispensary moving over to that building. And I have the prescriptive rights to the whole building, I believe. And recently they've been sending people over to my home address, 1591, not 1593, to buy weed. And I even filed a report with the town asking them to stop all these people coming over and harassing me. And there have been a lot of other issues. I helped them many times. I signed contracts to help to facilitate them getting this. And they've completely, used it against me to kick me out of the property. I don't have anywhere to go, veteran, 78, leg problems. But besides that, it's been completely, if there's compassionate, it's not in the definition from what we hear. It's just not part of their program. So they're gonna, whatever is else expressed, it's a complete facade. And when they wanna, something I learned is that when you keep changing contracts, watch out. Because especially if you have a person that's helping facilitate something, and on the other side is just gonna use that against them, which has happened. And again, I did sign contracts. I have no problem with that because I'm a person that if I'm going to go for something to help somebody out, I do. I don't need to lie and cheat about anything. So this is why I'm here tonight. I'd like to stay in Fairfax, a long-term resident, many years in West Marin. And I've been treated very unfairly. And again, the council said they could move their license if I could stay. And people are going to come up and say, oh, I signed contracts, blah, blah, blah. And it was only, again, to facilitate and help them out. I took the for sale sign down.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. So we have, I think, only 2 people left in line. So I'm going to say the last 2 people should speak, and then we're going to have to cut it off. So if you want to go ahead, Mr. Greenberg.
Good evening, Todd Greenberg, downtown Fairfax. I hope I'm not interrupted this evening, as I so frequently am, and that other people are allowed their measly 2 minutes to speak. So I would ask you to please cease and desist from further Brown Act violations, which you've been advised of previously, as taking that to court will cost the town unnecessary funds. So please let me speak. That being said, whoever is involved on town council and in staff, I want to congratulate some progress that is apparent in that there is more transparency now to the many legal cases that are going on in Fairfax, and even more transparency to the billing. That's refreshing. That being said, there's still a lot of transparency that is not happening here in Fairfax, and that's why people are quite concerned. At the last town council meeting, prior to the town council meeting, well in advance of the meeting, I asked for documentation that I now hold in my hand about a $210,000 loan that went unrecorded for 5 years. Turns out, only a few people know, I just learned that that loan was interest-free. I understand it was meant for a public good, to provide senior housing. But I got to ask, if that's the case, if there's fair housing laws, why shouldn't other seniors be entitled to similar no interest loans? I got to ask, why wasn't this provided at the town council meeting where this came up in the audit? Why weren't those documents provided to the public? The public deserves to see this. There's a clock ticking for when things aren't done properly. Please provide the transparency that is supposed to happen under the Sunshine Act.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you.
Next, please.
I'm Thomas Boyd. I'm appearing in public time to answer some falsehoods fueled by defamatory statements made by Richard Hertz about 1591, 1593 Sir Francis Drake Boulevard, which I now own. When I was here last time, Hertz had the building himself, he owned it, and I had signed a lease to own option in good faith. My contract was intended to prove his ability to resume payments to his creditors, to whom he was deeply in arrears. A 5-year leasehold at no cost was negotiated, not a life estate. Richard Hertz repudiated that agreement shortly after, and he was foreclosed upon. I visited or called 20 times offering free assistance in selling his inventory. He refused but made no progress liquidating. The auction was postponed no less than 10 times. His creditors refused my short sale offer. Finally, the afternoon of March 27th, the auction proceeded without enough notice for me to appear with the check in time, so the creditors got the property. I had one chance left as an eligible bidder to purchase the property as my primary residence. As a condition of my loan, I signed a second contract with Hertz to vacate in 30 days, but in good faith, I offered he remain as my roommate after renovations. He accepted and signed. I purchased the property on this basis. Though he hadn't any legal standing for months, I had offered Hertz a free round-trip ticket to Thailand, $1,000 monthly during renovations, a year free rent, and $1,250 a month for rent for 4 years thereafter. He repudiated this agreement days after signing it. Once I owned the building, he demanded $50,000 in cash for keys, or he wouldn't admit us to do the necessary work. He stopped responding. If anyone feels strongly about what's happening now, please offer Mr. Hertz a year of free rent and 4 years at $12,050 and a free paid trip like I did. Else give him $50,000. I cannot.
Great, thank you. Thank you. I'm going to, and if you wouldn't mind turning the speaker off, that would be great. Thank you, Chief Mahoney. All right, so we're going to move on to the regular agenda. And so Councilmember or Vice Mayor Hellman and I are going to recuse ourselves, but I'm just going to read the title, and then we're going to have somebody else moderate the meeting. So we're going to receive and file certificate of sufficiency of local recall petitions seeking removal of Councilmembers Blash and Hellman and approve setting the special municipal election date for the recall. I would like to delegate this to Councilmember Kohler, unless there's any other strong feelings, and we are going to leave the room and someone will let us know when this discussion is over. So thank you very much.
We're just going to wait till they leave the room and then we'll get started. And I'm hoping when we're finished, someone can let them know to come back. That would be
I
great.
can do that.
Okay, so I'm assuming our attorney, Janet Colson, will do the staff report.
We have before you tonight 2 resolutions. There is the first action, receive and file the certificate of sufficiency of local recall petitions seeking the removal of council members Blash and Hellman. And then we have 2 resolutions to discuss an appropriate special municipal election date for the recall. And you're either going to approve those 2 resolutions after you've selected a date, or you will open the discussion, continue the item until no later than August 20th, at which point you'll need to select an election date, or after that point in time, the election will be set by the County Board of Supervisors. So tonight, we have the two resolutions in front of you. They have only a date to be filled in. And there are a number of dates that are possible. Those are listed in the staff report. The first one is November 4th, a regularly established election date under the Elections Code. There's also November 18th, technically November 25th, although that's 2 days before Thanksgiving, December 2nd, and December 9th. If you delay the decision and you don't make a decision tonight, then your dates move down and they run from November 18th through December 23rd, again, 2 days before Christmas. So we have had conversation with the Registrar of Voters. They are interested only in holding an election on the November 4th, 2025 date. They already have an election that they're doing, nothing related to Fairfax, but they wish to only hold an election on November 4th. They require a resolution calling the election and asking to render the services for a special municipal election. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. Do any council members have questions for staff? This is just time for questions.
I don't.
Do you have a question, Councilmember Egger?
Oh, just a quick question. As far as the costs of an election, have you received any figures? Have we received any figures from the county elections department as to what the various costs might be? I understand the state of California wants to run a November 4th statewide election, which would reduce our costs. Do we have any more information on that?
Councilmember Egger, it's not a reduction of cost. It's simply that the Registrar of Voters strongly prefers the November 4th date.
I think maybe I just want to clarify, it is in the staff report, under fiscal impact, it says the special election is therefore estimated to cost between $53,000 and $59,000 based on the number of registered voters.
And the number of registered voters listed in the staff report,
wrong.
the numbers were transposed. There's, at the date that we pulled these, we got these estimates from the registrar. There were 5,906 registered voters, and the estimated cost is between $9 and $10 per registered voter to have the special election.
Okay, and I will just answer, since this is, the governor is interested in potentially running an election for redistricting on November 4th. And whether or not the legislature agrees to that is questionable, but it also has a trigger that it only would happen if Texas goes ahead and does their redistricting. So that's an unknown, I would think, and I don't know, perhaps the town clerk or attorney knows, but I would think the town clerk, if there is another election by the governor, a statewide election on November 4th, I would think that would reduce our costs potentially, but we don't know. We won't know for a while.
Yeah, I did contact county elections department today, and they said if it was coincided with a state election, November 4th, but they don't know whether or not it's going to happen.
Right.
It could be as low as $2.75 per voter, the cost would run around $16,000.
That would be welcome news.
That's just a rough estimate, but they don't know because the governor hasn't somehow triggered the November 4th election.
Well, it's only,
You're right.
He's moving forward in that direction, as you know, and it also has a trigger that it wouldn't happen unless Texas goes ahead. And we think it's probably true that Texas will go ahead. Town Clerk Foster, what were you going to say? I mean, he's right, but we don't have those numbers. So for right now, we have these numbers, which are based on, 5,906 voters, and we'll see what happens. So we won't have certainty, as you know, Councilmember Egger, for quite a while. So with that, unless there are further questions, I'd like to move to public comment. And we are going to stay with 2 minutes. And let's hope that we can move this along. Thank you. And we're really talking about, just to be clear before anyone starts, we're talking about the date for the recall election. We're not questioning whether or not we have to call for it. And it's not about pros or cons on a recall. It's really just the date. So I would just urge folks to keep your comments focused on specifically your thoughts about the date. Thank you. With that, Mr. Greenberg.
Good evening, remaining council members. Todd Greenberg speaking from downtown Fairfax. I have had extensive conversations with Dan Miller and other people, including the Registrar of Voters at Marin County Elections Office. And there's some granularity that some of you who have just represented what the situation is may or may not know. Perhaps I've had a more detailed conversation or conversations with Dan Miller, but let me share this with you. Dan Miller indicates that depending on how many other items are on the election, on the ballot, that it typically ranges between $2 and $12 per registered voter for each election. He's also shared that the town of San Anselmo, city of Sausalito is going to be on the ballot, and there will be some cost savings on November 4th because of that. That is now confirmed. Pending, but not yet received, is the school district, the Lagunitas School District, which may also be on the ballot. That may help a little bit. There is shared staffing that helps reduce the actual cost. November 4th, if the governor has an election, we'll bring it down towards the low end of that. If these council members are concerned about how much the town is spending, and we all should be, given the number of potholes, given that the town's legal bills were close to $1 million this year, 244% over budget, with 6+ lawsuits that I know about that the town was defending. I urge you to choose November 4th based on cost savings. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Hello, Council. I believe Todd meant to say the Ross Valley Elementary School for this coming November. Yes, there will be additional things that will continue to reduce the cost of our election. I think the question should be, why don't we prepare for that election, make a joint decision right now that it is held no later than, and we move forward. I've seen as council certainly spend and waste a lot of money on a lot of things. This isn't an expenditure nor waste. This is something that represents the will of the people, by the people, for the people. It is their resolve to bring forth this issue to say they would like to have council members that hear them. And with that, they're asking for this item to be heard in a public format, just like we've asked about the rent control and everything else. Let the public speak. Let the public decide. I would like to be part of a town that the town is truly represented by the constituents, for the constituents, and they're the ones that direct how we move forward. This is a small expense for our freedom. Thanks.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, everyone, council members, and everyone present. My name is Candace Neal Ricker, and I am the head of this recall pack. I believe I've spoken to a few of you throughout town regarding this process in the last few years, and none of this came out of the blue. I'm grateful to all of you here that have had to handle this, deal with this, the trouble of this, the stress of this, the divisiveness of this, and I understand it has not been easy for anyone. On the county's website, it is listed that the decision that the validation of signatures was made July 11th. And on it, it was stated that the county informed the Fairfax clerk of that on a Friday, whether we have business going on Fridays or not, or open hours. On the town website, it states that the town received it on July 14th, thus making it not acceptable under the Brown Act to process within 3 days of the last council meeting. The county's website states July 11th. We are now X amount of weeks past that. I don't know how any of you like your Band-Aids ripped off, but I like mine done quickly. And I would ask all of you to look at the cost of a special election, the options that are in front of us, the voter turnouts, everything. And I would implore all of you to go for the November 4th election for multiple reasons, and I think all of you know them. I appreciate you all considering them, and I'd like to get this done as soon as possible, as I'm sure all of you would as well. Again, thank you, and I would ask all of you to move forward with the November 4th election in congruence with the rest of the county and possibly the state, not only to save costs, but to end the divisiveness in our town. And
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Please. Okay. We're going to stop the clapping. We need to get through this. We have a lot of business. And go ahead. Next speaker, Sean.
Thank you, Councilmember Kohler. Sean Fitzgerald, Fairfax Park. Keep it short. Candace summed that up perfectly. I just want to encourage that the council move to adopt a November 4th. Much ado was made about the cost, which was really obscuring the reasons behind this recall. The cost is way down the list as to the importance of why this needs to get done. But yeah, it does coincide. Dan Miller has also been extremely transparent about the possibility, and now we know there are additional elections that will be happening November 4th, so we're going to cost share for that. Also, considerations are holidays for folks, and the fact that 1,800 people signed and are really ready to have their voices be heard for the first time in a long time. And we just really encourage you to do that. Another important distinction is that Dan has let us know that they need to have the adoption certificate here from this council no later than August 8th. So it's important not only that you select a date today, but if we're going to get to November 4th, that their office needs it by August 8th, no later than, or we will miss that date. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Rick.
Hello, Council. In February, I was reminded I don't have an unbiased bone in my body. By people in this room. Okay, I cannot look at this dais and not think there is too much bias to make a determination in the council, the staff. I think that the town council should punt and let the county decide when the election date will be, because I don't think that this town council can make that decision without bias. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Ms. Flores.
Hi, Kathy Flores. It's pretty much I agree with Sean and what Candace said, but since I wrote something. Good evening. I'm here tonight asking the town council to accept the county's verified petitions and set an election date for November 4th. It is my understanding that Sausalito and possibly 2 school districts, along with the state of California, will also be on the November 4th ballot. Many have been concerned about the cost of a special election, but now is your opportunity to reduce this cost. Please don't stall the inevitable election and pass this resolution so that it could be on the November 4th ballot. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Mr. Tremaine.
That would be me.
Happy birthday yesterday.
Well, thank you. How'd you know that?
It's called Facebook.
Oh, okay. Anyway, November 4th, obviously, that's the obvious choice. There's no question about that. The sooner the better. Let's get this past us. But if it must go to an election, I have to point out that it could be avoided. And it could be avoided if the mayor and the vice mayor simply resigned. And they ought to do that.
Please stop clapping.
Ought to do that. The tens of thousands of dollars that could be saved, the magnanimity of their decision to save the town that money would be a saving grace for them politically. And so I just have to say, they really ought to step aside and let the town move forward. Going through a bloody election is not what this town needs, and it will be it'll be a brawl, and nobody wants it. If only they would do the responsible thing. Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to clarify that both Vice Mayor Hellman and Mayor Blash's names stay on the ballot. You still have to run an election, even if they were to do so. I will also just clarify that there were a number of people who didn't sign those petitions, so people have the opportunity to vote, which I think is what you're asking for. Next speaker, please. Mallory Geitham.
Mallory Geitham. Definitely November 4th. Historically, this council has dragged things on for a really long time that could have been answered in a shorter amount of time. So yes, November 4th, and I would like to see this process done as opposed to keep asking and talking and making more time for people to lose whatever it is, the momentum or the votes. As far as if this were $60,000, which it's not going to be, we have spent more than $1.3 million on consultants for one issue. So 60,000 is not a big deal, but I don't even think it's going to be that much. I really think we don't need to wait. There's no reason to wait. A lot of people here want to have a different 3-2 than we have now, so we could get more things done rather than keeping up with what we've had and how frustrating it is for the new people who join the council. So I'm definitely for doing this quickly. I'm definitely for saving money rather than 1.3 million. And this is going to be a lot less than that, especially if Sausalito steps up. And when Candace was leaving, she was walking. Nobody was at the podium. So that clapping wasn't going to affect anything. So please stop calling that.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Mr. Bell.
Mark Bell, Fairfax. I also recommend the November 4th date. And I'd also like to know if there would be any impediment by the town to having this filed with the Marin County office by August 8th or on August 8th. We don't want to delay the vote. A lot of people signed the petitions. A lot of people want their voices heard. November 4th, I think it's a slam dunk as far as a date. And my question is there anything preventing this decision from reaching the elector's office in the time period needed to have this happen on November 4th? Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to clarify that the intention is there's two resolutions. Once a date is selected, the plan is to turn it around tomorrow. And since I'm acting right now, I would come in to sign those resolutions as soon as possible tomorrow. So the plan is nobody's going to delay. It's going to get there by August 8th. Thank you. Next speaker, please, Ms. London.
Thank you, Barbara, for saying that. I think that relieves a lot of people. Deb London, Fairfax. I do also support November 4th and getting it to the proper authorities by the 8th. I support everything that Todd Greenberg said, and Candace, and Michael Mack, and almost everyone that spoke here. This needs to, like Candace said, let's rip off the Band-Aid. Of course, what the right thing to do would be for Hellman and Blash to resign, save a lot of money, and let this town move forward. And I highly encourage that because it's going to be a knockdown, drag out, bloody fight. And like many people said, we don't need any more of this derision. We need peace in the land. So let's do tomorrow, let's do November 4th. Let's get that to the registrar, and friends, family, Barbara, I think it would be great if you encourage them to resign. Save us a lot of money.
Okay, just want to clarify, Ms. London, as I said, even if they were to do so, their names stay on the ballot. We still have to run an election.
It's okay.
And the second
Let
thing
them be
is,
on the ballot.
not everybody signed those petitions. People want an opportunity to vote. Thank you
Well,
very much. Next speaker,
There's a
please.
groundswell.
Next
Thank
speaker,
you.
please. Ms. Botwin.
Hi, I'm Wendy and I used to live in Fairfax. I wasn't planning on saying anything, but it's deeply disturbing to me to hear people asking for Stephanie and Liesel to resign. It makes no sense to assume that that's the will of the people when the will of the people have not necessarily spoken. A chunk of people have spoken and signed things, but that doesn't represent the entire town. And if you're asking for free and fair elections or free and fair anything democracy in this town, it's so deeply disturbing to me to ask them to resign. It's so unfair, and honestly, it feels quite embarrassing and disgusting to me. Thanks.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, Ed Tilton, Fairfax. I'd like to recommend that the town clerk position and the town treasurer position be put on the November 4th ballot as well.
Okay, that's a separate item. That's not agendized. Please stop with the clapping. Next speaker, please. Mr. Kenton.
Chris Kenton, Cascade. I think it's great that you're moving forward on the.
Please stop speaking. Thank you. Go ahead.
I think it's great that it sounds that you're going to move forward on November 4th. I think we do need to move this forward as quickly as possible. But I also don't think that anybody should be resigning. Nobody likes a quitter. They have their support.
Mr. Kenton, you need
Yes.
to speak to the council.
Okay. They have their voters. And there's obviously a lot that needs to be litigated in this town. And there are a lot of us that are going to stand up to that fight.
Thank you. Are there any more speakers in the room? Otherwise, I'd like to go to Zoom.
There are two speakers on Zoom. The first speaker is Cindy, followed by Mimi. Cindy, you are unmuted. You may now unmute yourself.
Nice to see Ross again. I hope this is the right time to ask these questions, but I've been trying to follow some of the issues around the recall online, and there's a lot of chatter and a lot of things that are really confusing to me. So I was just wondering if I could ask, if the recall were to be successful, it's my understanding that we can't have the issue of adding candidates to the same election. So does that mean that we're going to need to have a second election? Is my first question. And then also, I guess somebody tried to bring it up just a minute ago before, but I'm just wondering if we do go forward with the election, say on November 4th, does that mean that additional issues can be added to that election? Because I'm just really confused. There's lots of people saying different things online. So I want to know if we're facing two possible elections and then how some of the other issues are also going to be addressed. Thank you.
Okay, well, we're really just looking at the date. When I close public comment, we'll answer those questions briefly. We're not having a discussion. Who else on Zoom?
The next speaker is Mimi, followed by Jane. Mimi, you are unmuted. You may now unmute yourself.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, it's Mimi Newton, Mono Avenue. I'm calling on behalf of myself as a resident. The idea that those instigating this recall have the nerve to suggest that it's a done deal, or that the fault should be laid at the feet of the mayor and the vice mayor with respect to the costs is absurd and an insult to our intelligence. It's offensive. Their assumption that there will be a new council is offensive and presumptuous. And I urge the mayor and the vice mayor not to resign because there is a large contingent of townspeople that support them. And I also want to say, as to the date, I trust this council, these 3 council members, to deliberate and make a decision as to the date that is in the best interests of this town. And I really have faith that you guys could do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
The next speaker is Jane, followed by Joe. Jane, you are unmuted. You may now unmute yourself.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Great, thank you. I would also like to encourage you, please, go for the election on November 4th. Let's do this and get it over with so we can move on and hopefully recover from the dreadful acrimony that's come of it. And it's unfortunate that it had to come to this, but it did. And the best way to do it is to have the vote. Let the people speak. That's all that this has ever been about, is let the people speak. So I beg you, let the people speak. Join forces. Let's do it. And please make your decision, make everything happen instantaneously. Barbara Kohler, I have to thank you for saying that if the decision is to go forward, you will be there tomorrow morning. I find that extremely respectful. I salute you. Thank you for that. And all I can do is hope that you council will make that decision, and let's do this. Let's get it over with. Let's hear the people. Let's put it to a vote. And whatever it is, let everybody join forces and go with what the public voted for. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
The next speaker is Joe. Joe, you are unmuted. You may now unmute yourself.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, I too, I'll echo the sentiment that I trust the 3 up on the dais to pick the appropriate date. I personally think November 4th makes a lot of sense just in terms of turnout. But my hope is that by putting this date to bed, that we could, return to a certain level of civility in town and kind of recalibrate our priorities as a town and kind of right size this issue, frankly, in terms of what we're witnessing in our news feeds daily of the starvation and murdering of Palestinians at the hands of Israel with our tax dollars. I
That's
think
a separate issue. Please stick on topic.
well, it's related in terms of, I appreciate the sentiment, Councilmember Kohler, but in terms of capacity, there's been a lot of capacity to bring this forward, and I would call it activism. That's what's been done by the recall campaign. And my hope is that throughout this election, we can kind of recalibrate that activism to include some more pressing issues. This recall was kind of, it hurts to hear it happening because to me, it's based in, it's kind of a vengeful, selfish, kind of to rent control that's what started it all. And I'm hoping we can push that all aside and turn some of this amazing. It is amazing. I'll say it's amazing. Anytime people put activism out there, I think it's something. And if we could turn that energy towards the crisis in Gaza, I think that would do well for the town. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there more speakers on Zoom? Okay, I want to bring it back. There were a few questions that Ms. Ross asked. There was one about So in 2023, the law changed. So when a recall is done, you can't add other candidates. So that's different than what people saw with the potential recall of the governor a few years ago. The second thing is, she had a question about would there be a second election? And based on our code, it's my understanding that even if there were appointments, there would still have to be a second election. So that's why we put money into the budget for that. Is that correct, Ms. Colson?
That is correct, and the law changed for local jurisdictions.
Okay, and I believe there was one more question that I don't remember.
I don't either.
Okay, well, let's move on. But I want to also ask our clerk something, and I would wish that folks in the audience take your conversations outside. Town clerk, just a question. It's my understanding that even if other cities have elections, it doesn't change our costs because it would be for anything that's on our ballot, and then if the statewide ballot. But if there is something else that would be on the Fairfax ballot, is that correct?
That's correct.
Yeah, so I think there's kind of a misunderstanding, and there may be misunderstandings coming out of the Civic Center. But if I understand that Ross Valley School District is not interested in doing a bond at this time, so that probably won't be on there. So I think our one bit of potential is the statewide if that happens. But I want to bring it back and just say, are there deliberative comments, or are we ready to make a motion?
A comment or question I might ask. It's my understanding that if there should be a successful recall, that there's then a vacancy and the remaining council members would fill that vacancy and that person would serve until that term is up.
No, there's a provision in our own code that says you can make an interim appointment, but you have to call a special election.
So how long is the interim appointment good for?
Well, you have to call a special election when there's a vacancy, and I believe that's within 60 days.
That's not what this staff report says at all. How come it doesn't say it in the staff report?
Because we haven't had an election yet. We're just talking about the first election, Frank, not the second one. Right?
So there would be another
There'd have to.
special election?
Yes, there would
So
definitely.
why would the council fill a vacancy? Why not just put it up for election? Why
Well, you can do
bother
that.
filling it?
You can do that. You don't have to fill it. But in our own code, there's a provision that say you may make an interim appointment.
Okay, can you provide that to the council so we can understand?
Yes, if we get there. We're not there yet. I mean, we're at the first election right now, right? I'm happy to talk with you about this offline. Absolutely. I'll show you in the code where it is.
Okay, please stop. I don't want to encourage anybody yelling from the audience. Okay, so other questions of staff? Are we ready for a motion? Let's go for it, Councilmember Giangelli.
Oh, really? Okay.
We just need a date.
Right. Tuesday, November 4th.
Okay, is that enough, or do we have to read out number 2, select an election date this evening and adopt the following resolutions? Does he have to read each one of those, or?
Well, let me do it for you then.
Okay, let's go
Okay,
ahead.
I'm assuming the motion would be to receive and file the certificate of sufficiency and to adopt resolution of the town council, the town of Fairfax, calling for the holding of a special municipal election on Tuesday, November 4th, 2025, for the submission of the question of the recall of certain officers, and a second resolution, a resolution of the town council of the town of Fairfax requesting the Board of Supervisors of the County of Marin to render full services to the town relating to the conduct of a special municipal election to be held on Tuesday, November 4th, 2025, for the submission of the question of the recall of certain officers.
Council, is that good for you, Councilmember Giangelli?
Yes.
Okay, would you like to second? Councilmember?
So I do have a question. In the past 40 years that I had served, whenever we adopted an ordinance or approved a resolution, the town clerk had the corresponding proper number that went with it. And what I've noticed since I've been on the council, we adopt an ordinance or approve a resolution, and there's never a number on that document. The fact is, the previous town clerk would hold the last approved resolution or last approved ordinance, and we'd have that number right on the resolution so everyone knows what number that is. But now no one knows what the number is.
The practice is to add the resolution after the resolution number after it's been officially adopted by the council. Because if we place a resolution number on a resolution that's being considered by the council and it doesn't get adopted and there's 8 more resolutions following that one and those all get adopted, it interrupts the sequencing of the resolution numbers, which is why they're not administered until after the resolution is officially adopted by the council.
How long would that take to put a number on?
It'll be tomorrow.
It'll be tomorrow after the council considers the agenda that's in front of you tonight.
So I will go into town hall. I have a meeting, so I'll be there at 11:30 tomorrow after my meeting. But once she adds the numbers once they're signed. So did you want to second that motion, Councilmember Egger?
Well, I'm going to second it. That's incorrect information we're being given, that we don't have to have a resolution number when we approve it, or an ordinance number when we approve it. I'm sorry, the town attorney is wrong. Thank you.
Okay, so we have first Councilmember Giancarlo, second Councilmember Egger. He did say that. He said he seconded it. All right, roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Egger.
Aye.
Councilmember Garangelli.
Aye.
Councilmember Kohler.
Aye, that matter passes unanimously, and we will move on to the next item. But I think our chief of police will go get our 2 folks that are missing. Thank you, everyone.
Okay, we're going to resume the meeting and moving on to the rest of the regular agenda. We are going to have a public hearing, which is cannabis business permit for a cannabis storefront retailer, adult use retail delivery only business at 1601 Sir Francis Drake Boulevard. So I'd like to open the public hearing now.
Okay, I want to start by saying again for people who may have come late that this is for 1601 Sir Francis Drake Boulevard, not 1593 Sir Francis Drake Boulevard. Apparently, there's some misinformation going around. This application is for the old Moro's Pizzeria location, half of the building. It will share.
Linda, could you...
Can't hear me?
No, you're kind of... Could you go more into the mic?
Okay.
Because I think
this happened last time.
This is very important.
Okay.
We need to hear your wonderful...
Can you hear me now? Can everybody hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, that's better. I can tell myself. Okay. This is for the half of the building by Top Hat Cleaners where Moro's Pizza was located. That's where this application is being filed for. And the applicant is applying for a business permit to operate a medical use cannabis storefront retail business along with an adult use cannabis delivery only service from that storefront. And I want to give you a little background. In October of 2019, after holding 23 public hearings on the matter, the town council adopted 2 ordinances in response to California's legalization of cannabis. The ordinances put in place regulations that may allow cannabis business permits to be issued for both cannabis retailers to operate, medical use cannabis storefronts, and cannabis delivery only retailers in both the highway commercial zone and the central commercial zones throughout town. Medical use cannabis retailers may be allowed as long as they are at least 600 feet or more from schools or youth centers, and at least 300 feet or more from any daycare center or tutoring center. Delivery-only adult use businesses may operate in those zones if they are at least 250 feet or more from a school or youth center. And there's no circumference around daycares or tutoring centers that they have to maintain for delivery only. This proposed site is over 498 feet from the Caterpillar Academy Daycare Center and about 53 feet from what used to be the active TLC Tutoring Center. We've made the determination that the TLC Tutoring Center is no longer in operation and hasn't been for some time. They have not obtained a business license since 2021. They have not responded to hand-delivered or mailed messages to the tutoring site. They finally responded signing for a registered copy of a notification letter mailed to one of the operators at the current residence in Nicasio, California. That operator ran into town a couple of weeks later, indicated that they plan to start operating again, but we have not received any of the requested evidence demonstrating that they are currently operating and have been operating in compliance with the definition of what a tutoring center is. In order to be a legally operating tutoring center that cannabis operations cannot locate within the circumference of, you have to be serving at least 10 students on a regular basis for at least 37 weeks a year. They also have not applied for a business license. So this application requires no discretionary permits from the Planning Commission. Therefore, the Town Council is not reviewing any discretionary planning permits as part of this process. They're only refreshing the exterior materials and paints on the building. They're using exterior light fixtures to light a proposed projecting sign that complies with the sign ordinance and can be issued a ministerial sign permit by staff. They have provided a traffic analysis by a licensed traffic engineer, demonstrating that the proposed use will not increase traffic trips to that site to hit the limit that makes them have to get a traffic impact study and get a TIP permit. They have to generate 100 average daily traffic trips more than the previous use in order to be required to get a discretionary traffic impact permit. The site requires the required number of parking spaces that the town code requires for cannabis medical storefront and adult delivery use. At their meeting on July 16, 2025, and in compliance with the ordinance and resolution passed by the Town Council in October of 2019, the Fairfax Planning Commission voted and gave this proposed applicant a cannabis business score of 92.6 points, qualifying the business to appear before the council for a final decision of whether to give the applicant approval to obtain the required cannabis business permit. There are three different categories that make up the final score. The commission gave the business qualifications and business plan 34.4 points out of the 35 points possible. The quality of the operating plan the applicant put forth, they gave 33.6 points out of the 35 points possible. And for the public benefits category, the commission gave this applicant 24.6 points out of the 30 points for the public benefits category. The Town Council resolution only requires a total score of 80 to qualify to be considered by the Town Council to be issued one of the two available business permits that the town codes allow. Did I already say currently we have no legal operating medical or delivery businesses in town because Marin Alliance spoke with the property owners. They were required to leave, along with all the other businesses at School Street, their location on the 31st of July, and they have not turned in their required conditional use permit yet, although they have made contact with staff and they're expected to submit it shortly. So we're recommending that that the council open the public hearing, ask any questions you need of staff, hear from the applicant, take public comment, close the public hearing, bring the matter back to the Town Council for discussion and deliberation on the application before it, and then give direction to staff to bring back a resolution at the next meeting consistent with the desired action of the council on the cannabis business permit application being applied for by Martin Kaufman at 1601 Sir Francis Drake Boulevard. And that would conclude my report.
Okay, are there any questions from council members? Okay, and is it typical for us to have the applicant speak, or is that only if there are questions?
Yeah, at the Planning Commission, we let the applicant speak. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
I have a question.
Great, Councilmember Hellman.
Thank you, Linda. Could you just for the public just go over the methodology of how the incremental traffic was arrived at?
Yes. So the the consulting traffic engineer for the applicant puts forth a methodology to and we take it in and we send it to the town traffic engineer. And they review the method that's going to be used, and the two traffic engineers determine what is an appropriate way to determine, as accurately as possible, how much traffic a new use is going to generate based on other similar businesses. What other similar businesses generate in similar sized spaces.
Applying the type of industry, right? I mean, do they use the actual traffic that Morrow sees today, or they just use industry data?
So they use industry data when it's available. So sometimes if they have an industry where isn't data available, they will actually require traffic counts. Like I think we may have had to have traffic counts done for Victory Village. And I can't remember if they did actual traffic counts for Element 7, but.
Okay, thank you.
This one didn't require it, at least the two traffic engineers, the town traffic engineer and the applicants. It's basically a retail use, and they didn't think that there was any kind of special counts that had to be done. So
thank you.
Other council members? If not, I'll ask a question. So the criteria on which we can judge the eligibility or the appropriateness of this application is strictly based on the application and the grading that the Planning Commission provided us, right?
I think I'll let the attorney address that.
And the presentation here tonight, when you have the applicant speak.
Okay. The second question I just have is, this business will be on the edge of a residential community. Well, it's mostly, on the street. And in terms of, we have a lot of things in the code that talk about compliance and how a person can comply. And, if there are resident complaints, like how much, what does someone have to do to disqualify themselves from being a business? I just want to make sure that we understand, how it works if residents have complaints about the way things are being operated, because I've just heard so much from people with kids that they're concerned about, there possibly being some non-compliance issues and what have you. Can you
So
talk?
the applicant gave rather detailed information about how he plans to handle complaints. People can also file complaints with the town. It's we are limited because we don't have a code enforcement department or anyone really dedicated to doing that. But and some of this stuff, when allegations are made, like surveillance has to occur. And some of the complaints we get, we don't have a staff person that can literally sit here 24 hours a day to see if someone's breaking the law. But in this case, I almost think that the location works in favor of stopping that kind of thing. And I want to say again, the council had 23 meetings before they adopted these ordinances. There's nowhere in the town's commercial zones that isn't near residential businesses. And so it's what the town decided previously. And I personally think that this location with the parking lot open, the building backs right up to another building. There's no way to there's a fence. It's I think it's actually better than when it's set back from the main streets, maybe with its own parking lot or, where it can be, nobody can see what's going on.
Great, thank you. And my question is not to cast aspersions on this applicant, it's just to clarify, because I know sometimes residents say, well, complain about X, Y, or Z, and there doesn't seem to be any way to enforce. So
and he's going to have, I'll let him talk more about it, but he's going to have like a 24-hour phone that he will respond within a certain amount of time to complaints, which is a big thing. So.
I just want to add one thing is that depending on the kind of complaint, not neighborhood complaints, but somebody doing something illegal, there is a complaint online form on the Bureau of Cannabis Control. If there was something illegal happening in a business. And I also want to say that I'm the council person still standing from those 23 meetings. So been there, many meetings, looking forward to more.
Thank you. Other council members have questions before we move to public comment? Okay, seeing none. Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Are you going to let the applicant?
Oh, yes, I will. Yeah, great. Let's have the applicant speak. Thank you.
You need to press the button.
Oh, sorry. I'm Martin Kaufman, the applicant for 1601 for Marin Retail Ventures LLC, which I've deviated to do business as LaFleur.
Could you get closer to the mic?
Is that better?
Yeah.
I just first wanted to express my gratitude that you guys opened up this process transparently and allowed me this opportunity. If you're familiar with any of that material, it's obviously information heavy, and I'm grateful for the time that anyone that's read it took to go through my work. And I'm very grateful for like the encouragement I've received just from the community. I've gone out of my way to speak with as many neighbors as possible. I think pretty much every business on the street as possible, and I can't count how many people in the community, and just even also the people that voiced very legitimate concerns, whether it be about product safety, public safety, access by youth, traffic was a big one, right? And I'm of the opinion that I appreciate the engagement, and it allowed me an opportunity to go in further depth with my proposal. And I'm of the opinion I'm highly qualified for this, and took all those things into account as best as possible. I wanted to pursue this last time it was open, maybe about 5 years ago. And at the time, I looked at pretty much every available property in town, and there were none, in my opinion, that were a good fit. And so I abstained from that process, and I'm very eager to, present what I've put forward. And thank you. And I'd gladly respond to any questions or concerns anyone has.
Vice Mayor.
Yeah. Thank you for being here, and thank you for what I can't believe what you've submitted. I've never seen anything like it in my tenure on the council, and it just shows a lot of respect for the process. And the Planning Commission gave you an A.
Thank you.
It's pretty remarkable. So thank you for that. I have several questions.
Of course.
Are you planning to sell the fruity candy flavored vape or other products? I don't really know what they are, but they are marketed to kids. I know in your experience in the industry, you had an affiliation with, or you founded Cookies, which has gotten some. There's perception that that whole branding markets specifically to kids just based on the icon and the animated style of the brand. Can you answer both of those questions? Are you still going to be Cookies branded, and will that be?
So not at all.
Okay.
With respect to flavored products and fruity, child appearing products, the state has very strict regulations about what they determine is appealing to children, and it's completely disallowed. I don't have the legal right to, under this license, to create my own products or anything like that. They have to come from licensed producers and go through a licensed distributor. They all have to be tested. And, so there's no opportunity for heavy metals or pesticides or anything like that. For any product I'd have the right to purchase from.
My question is, will you be selling those products that are flavored, fruit flavored, and that kind of thing?
I mean, there are fruit flavored gummies, there's a lot.
The vape products in particular, I'm concerned about, given what we know about vape being
Yeah, of course.
dangerous.
So it's my understanding that California has, I don't produce vape products. California, to my knowledge, has banned even the nicotine products like flavorings and adulterants, especially those that would appeal to children. And that has translated largely into cannabis as well. So
Okay.
those wouldn't be available for me to even purchase to then resell from this location. And with respect to Cookies, I've known the breeder of that. I studied botany and a lot of other stuff. And he's someone I've known as a close friend from a long time ago. So when their company started doing well, I helped them sort of professionalize it, I guess, to the extent possible. They have a big company and a big team. I'm not an owner of it. I did own and co-operate Cookies Oakland, which was under their branding. It was, you think of it almost like a franchisee, I
Okay.
guess. I don't own that brand. It has nothing to do with the store. There's no incentive for me to sell any of their products over any other products. To my knowledge, they have licensed products that are legal in California currently, but they're like other products that could be purchased that are available from legal distributors.
So Cookies is both a franchise opportunity, if you will. And they also have their own products. Is that right?
So they I guess you could think of it as they license out their brand, and then
Yeah.
separately they do cultivation.
Just speak a little closer to the mic because
Yeah, I'm
it's
sorry.
really hard to hear you.
I'm sorry, I can't
Sorry.
hear myself or how loud I'm being.
Make it closer to your face and kind of bite it, please. No, you don't have to rip it out.
What is,
There you go. There you go.
I want to hunch over.
If you want to.
Yeah, so I'm unfamiliar with how they currently operate their company. They are like a multi-state operator, I guess you could say. But again, I don't work with them. I don't have any interest in that company that would affect this business whatsoever. And nor do they in this. I have no like veiled partnerships or investors or anything of that sort. I appreciate that question's come up. I think it's an important one. I want to just be unambiguous that this is like my personal savings. I live in town. I've been here a very long time. I think I'm highly qualified to do this, and it's just myself. If for some reason there were, if the chief wanted to be an investor, that his information would have to be presented to the town. You all would have a right to approve or disapprove him, and the state also has a secondary screening process. And then also there's a very stringent FBI background check. So it's not for me to like show up with someone, but there is absolutely no one else involved.
I have
No, I have two more questions. Sorry. Almost done. Almost done. So several members of the community sent us the Chronicle article about Operation Limelight, and I just wanted to confirm my understanding of your involvement with that. So my understanding is that you did not receive a non-prosecution agreement. Rather, the FBI stated it had no intention of prosecuting you because you were acting in compliance with California state laws, and that it was also deemed that the authorities determined that you complied with state and federal cannabis law. Is that
That's
correct?
absolutely correct.
Okay.
I was never like investigated or charged or assumed. My involvement stemmed from an ethics violation complaint I lodged with the city administrator's office in Oakland approximately in 2010. And it later came to light that I guess they were coordinating with the FBI unbeknownst to me due to serious allegations of political corruption and impropriety, and also some inappropriate activity with the UFCW. Only one member of the UFCW who was kind of perverting, I guess, the union's power at the time for the Proposition 13, I think it was, to legalize recreational cannabis. This is around 2012, 2000.
Okay, so your involvement with Operation Limelight was essentially you cooperated and helped the prosecution of Mr. Rush. Is that right?
I was not that involved, but yes, there was some efforts to shake down, if you want to call it that, operators in the cannabis industry who, unlike myself, weren't necessarily following every rule, and they didn't have the privilege to maybe come forth cleanly and say, hey, I'm potentially being a victim here. And a lot of that was brought to my attention. There was a serious effort to do so to myself and a business partner I had at the time. We were awarded the first like merit-based application in Oakland around that same time, and sort of like on a reputation that was very strong at the time. Unbeknownst to myself, they were trying to use proximity to myself almost as a currency to go to other people and say, hey, did you see what we did for so-and-so? Do you want us to do that for you as well? You just need to give us all this money, which that was absolutely not the case. I mean, that application process is publicly available. It's a similar size binder. I proudly stand behind the work I did there over 12 years ago. And the incident was 14, 15 years ago. And the articles came out years later, I think, when the affidavit came to light. So there were some quickly written articles that kind of took a little creative liberty with how the affidavit presented the case. And I didn't have the luxury of speaking for myself at the time because it was an ongoing investigation. So I couldn't clarify, my lack of involvement, I guess, if you want to say it. Unfortunately, I suffered quite some reputational damage because of it, which sucked. But you weren't
charged, you weren't prosecuted, you weren't indicted, you weren't punished.
No, and certainly, to be very clear, not in exchange for information or anything of that sort. I was never even suspected of any wrongdoing.
Okay. So we got a lot of letters of support for you as a community member and as a neighbor. And I grew up in Marin, and weed has been something that's been in the community, and I was exposed to it as a young person, and it's prevalent in our community. I have a teenage son. I have 2 young adult children. I noted that, you have, commitment to give back to the community, to the Ross Valley Schools District. I would encourage you to think about the older kids as well. A lot of them are self-medicating, and there's a wellness center at the Archie Williams High School that I'm sure would love to, partner with you, receive funds, what have you. So I would just encourage you to think about the high school level as well, because that's where the usage is.
Of course, and I gladly would.
I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
Great. Councilmember Gargelli.
Yes, okay. First of all, thanks for being here. Wouldn't you rather open up an Italian restaurant?
I do love cooking.
Well, and the reason why I say that is because in all of Marin, there's no dispensaries. Is that correct?
That's my understanding. No
11
legal
cities
ones.
and towns, and the only one, I should say, the only one is in Fairfax. Right? Well, they're in limbo. Yes. Okay. Well, my time for questions. Okay. My time. I'm talking to Martin. And so, it blows up the decision making. It's not just like, oh, it's another restaurant in town. It's going to be potentially 2 places in Fairfax, which we won't go the whole route on what happened to the other dispensary, but we know what happened, right? So now we're going to go from having the only one in Marin now to having potentially 2 in Marin. Of all Marin, it would be both in Fairfax, and both pretty close to each other if all was turning out the way things were going. So I have a couple questions. First of all, this book's amazing, but I don't think it was it written just for this one store, or
Yeah.
do you have other stores?
Yeah. No, I don't have any stores currently.
You don't have any other stores?
No, but I do have extensive experience with process similar to this. So I've never had the opportunity to
So
go
is the
into
name
my home.
LaFleur a common name in the business? Because I think
there's like Floras. There are some others that have no affiliation with this whatsoever. I originally went with the Marin Cannabis Company. We have the Marin Brew Co., Fairfax Brew Co. We have a lot of companies like that. And the initial feedback I got mostly last year, people didn't like cannabis in the name, or marijuana in the name, or anything like that. And
so
I went through Great Lakes to try to come up.
So
with
you
something
don't
that I
own
liked.
other dispensaries in California
I own none in California or elsewhere currently.
or other states?
Correct.
And on your product list, it was alluded to before. I went on to one of the sites of LaFleur. It's not yours.
It's possible. That wouldn't surprise me if there's other brands.
It's yours or not yours?
It's certainly not mine. The
yours.
LaFleur
Okay.
Fairfax website is mine for this business.
Same name. Is it like a what do they call it, a franchise or something?
No, not at all. And I filed a mark with California. I haven't heard back yet, but it was available when I researched it a few months back.
Okay. And when you go online, and I've never been online to look for these products before, but it looked like it was geared, a lot of that flavored stuff and all that. So how many products do you think you'll be offering? And will they be also offered on a website? Do you sell online as well?
Online, yes, like as far as the website for the company goes, but it's more of a menu for like the delivery service. It's not like a mail order thing like that whatsoever. So it's mainly to provide information on products that would be available at the retail, at the medical storefront, and then all the products that are available for delivery for
and so
valid ID adults.
Okay. And how many products are offered?
I'd probably, if I were to be able to get close to opening late this year or early next year, I would look at the products on the market, maybe 60 roughly on the high end, including lotions and balms and a lot of stuff like that. There's a pretty diverse offering of products available these days.
All right. And these stores, I have a business in Vallejo, and there's a lot of these stores, by the way, in Vallejo. And they all come with pretty high security, armed guards and things like that. Is that what's going to happen at that location, I imagine?
That wasn't my intention for this business. In my opinion, it's not necessary. I had some very qualified security consultants I hired to opine too, because they're more qualified than I am. And they felt that the high visibility corner would be a huge deterrent to, criminal attempts. I would have extensive, camera systems. They're all state compliant, so it's very high resolution. They're logged and remotely accessible by the state as well for 90 days. The layout of the facility is such that it's like say you consider the storefront sort of like a soft perimeter that someone could get into if they really were hell bent on it, right? To get to where there's actually value in product, it's almost like you could think of it as a 3-hour vault. So the likelihood that someone would be able to penetrate that space prior to Fairfax PD or the sheriffs or whomever else addressing the issue, as they would if it was any business or any home in the community, is extremely unlikely. And I'm of the opinion that having like the presence of uniformed security, whether they're armed or unarmed, would be intimidating and in my opinion not a good look for our town. And it's not necessary for public safety in professional people's opinion here.
It was brought up by the council talking about some past things that happened, and in that business, that's kind of what a lot of things happened right before it was legalized and whatnot.
Yeah, of course.
But one of the things that were out there, and I don't know if it's necessarily alarming, maybe it's just the way business is done. And maybe you can put it to rest, and that was in that whole thing that happened with Rush, right? Rush, Mr. Rush. Was there some major loans to Rush from you? That's the claim. And you said you didn't have a chance to speak for yourself, so maybe you can clear that up.
Sure. So there was a trustee account I had with an attorney at the time who, unbeknownst to me, I later found out he was kind of operating in a conspiracy with Rush, who I was not involved with at that time. He then paid off, I guess, a hard money loan to a big developer in Oakland for a property owned on MacArthur, which was maybe 5 blocks from a dispensary I operated at the time that was legal in downtown Oakland, or right on the outskirts of downtown Oakland on West Grand. And they effectively embezzled that capital. And it was kind of in parallel to that I'd made an ethics violation complaint.
How much was the amount of money that was involved?
It was $500,000.
Thank you. That's all the questions I
Okay,
have.
great.
Yeah.
Councilmember Kohler.
Yeah, thank you. And I did read everything and appreciate all that you had, and appreciate that you responded to some comments I sent to staff earlier about insurance, et cetera. I do have a question. Since cannabis is still a Schedule I drug, it's my understanding it's still a cash business. Is that correct?
And that's not entirely true. There are a lot of credit card processors now. Some of them, in my opinion, are usury in the fees they charge, but having a good track record and having good credit brings it down into a more reasonable rate of closer to 3%. Some of them want 5%. There's a lot more options recently than there were even 2 years ago, and certainly a decade ago. Maybe 10 years ago, it would be pretty much, you could think of it as an all cash business. If you weren't taking debit or credit, you were probably taking some creative liberties.
So is it, since there still is cash involved, is there a concept that there would be significant cash on hand, which to me does argue for the need for a security guard, particularly when you're closing up at night. So would there be significant cash on hand?
No, there's not. So again, these days, it's very common to be able to use a variety of debit and credit payments that are legit. People even can use Apple Pay. It's dependent upon the operator to typically negotiate those rates with a third-party card processor. And, I've used those services at other stores. So in my experience over the last 5 years, the prevalence of cash also in this business has declined significantly. Where you do see a large concentration of cash is if you were, for example, a large cultivator selling to a distributor where you're perhaps doing, huge transactions. Those are very commonly done in cash, and they're typically done with a Garda type armored service. Like my business, for example, we would have an armored cash pickup that's done very discreetly by a licensed armored pickup at, scheduled but, randomly appearing intervals to avoid patterns.
Okay, well, that's helpful because having sat through 23 meetings, I've been here in the days when
You're a veteran.
it was all a lot of money, like back when you had that $500,000. Okay, well, thank you so much I might have a few more after we.
Can I just tack onto the POS question? So
Yes.
what ratio would you say is cash to card or Apple Pay, any digital form of payment?
It's probably 40 cash, 60 card. And with delivery, it's almost more commonly, it's trending towards electronic payments in my experience.
Right. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, other questions? Okay, Then if there are no more questions, I would like to move to public comment.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So it seems that my name's Todd Greenberg, downtown Fairfax. It seems that most of these comments from the public were at the last Planning Commission meeting, and there were both sides represented. The applicant is clearly very professional. There are some concerns, though, as to what has been presented this evening. Out in the public and arriving midday today at the public hall there in the folder on public comments is a letter from the owner of the tutoring center, which she represents to actually be in business. And I think you need to pay some attention to that. In addition, I could urge you all to read it before you make this decision if you haven't read it yet, because she says that she is in business, that students are protected. She cannot release that information. They have privacy rights, that she operates a hybrid business there, and that therefore this wouldn't qualify. Now, there is also a extant filing with the state of California for Tutoring and Learning Center, LLC, document number 1998302100080, if I've read that correctly. Company age 26 years, 9 months. This is in Fairfax, California. It's a LLC filing. They probably pay over $800 per year, and it shows active. You're well aware from numerous comments to this council that the town of Fairfax has not done a very good job, if at all, on sending out business licenses to people. So there's a real excuse that they have for not having filed their business license, as many others haven't, as parklets have not paid their fees. I spoke to one parklet owner yesterday. He said he was never notified. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. So I am Bonnie Zaleski. I'm owner of TLC Tutoring and Learning Center. And there were definitely some things mentioned today that need clarification. And I sent a letter, so I'm going to read from here. So I wrote this to the town council. I'm writing to you because I've been made aware that the town council is considering waiving a current ordinance requiring a cannabis store to be more than 300 feet from, I said school, preschool, or tutoring center. I heard earlier maybe school is 600 feet. I own the building that TLC is in. TLC is going on 30 years. Yes, the LLC is current, and I have had students coming and working with them all along, and there'll be clarification coming up. For the past few years, COVID and other circumstances required our students to work remotely, and since then, we have maintained a hybrid offering of in-person or online options. TLC qualifies as a tutoring center, and every student has the option of in-person or online, and those online can change to in-person at any time and vice versa. Hang on one second. TLC does not feel comfortable sharing with you personal information about the students, as this is confidential. TLC services the proper number of students, 10 or more per month, for 37 plus weeks per year, which is what the town of Fairfax has determined to be the definition of a tutoring center. The town of Fairfax ordinance in place to not allow a cannabis shop within 300 feet of a tutoring center apparently was voted 4-1 back in December 2024.
Thank you.
To wait. Okay.
Next speaker, please.
Hello, I appeared earlier. It's Richard Hertz on 1591 Sir Francis Drake. This is such a better location, 1601 Moro's Pizza. I've had pizza there. And a long-term resident in that area, of course, being like 50 feet away. And it's pretty inconceivable to have two within so close. So I think that might be a national record or world record. But anyway, I also have been informed through Nextdoor because I posted about them trying to sell the weed in 1591, which is an apartment and never been commercial. And I think they're going to try and do that. And anyway, this fella it's like night and day. I mean, the council knows what's been going on with this other dispensary for years. And the applicant, this fella is so good to hear. I'm so happy. I hope it happens for him. The tutoring center, if it fails, delivery only. But we don't have to have cannabis retail in Fairfax. People have survived in Marin and elsewhere. It's not necessary, especially to have to kick somebody out who's a veteran after they promised that I could stay. But besides that, we're talking about 1601. And I did check out Moro's as in case I was going to get kicked out, at 1591. And I looked in there and it's not big, but they can do that in that space. And it won't be a bad requirement. And the parking is like a much better thing. There's no parking in front of 1591, 1593. There's on the street, 20 minutes, and they want to do parking diagonally in the back, which is, I don't know if it's possible. I don't know if there's been a traffic study, but obviously they haven't completed their whole application and then sending over people to buy pot at 1591. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Next, please.
Yeah, my name is Charlie, and I live on Marin Avenue. Apparently, you're talking about somebody who want to open a pot dispensary. And personally, I don't agree with it being around kids or anything else like that, and I don't smoke pot, at least not for many years. But other than that, if it's away from all that, I don't really care. I just don't. Right? You got liquor stores all over the place. You got people selling tobacco all over the place. And anybody who says it's bad to have a pot dispensary or somebody smoking pot is a hypocrite. Excuse me, because I wanted to cuss. And that's how it is, plain and simple. Right? They are hypocrites. And that's pretty much all I got to say, because I know if I try to talk to you about my streets, you're going to cut me off. And if you talk about your recall, you're going to cut me off as well. So I'm going to stick to the pot thing. And if this guy wants to open a pot store, if it ain't next to a school, so be it. Who cares? Thank you.
Great. Thanks so much. Next speaker, please.
Hi there, Jeremy Knudsen. I was born and raised here in Fairfax. I know the owner of TLC. I also know Martin Kaufman very well. Growing up here, and similar to this guy, it's in a perfect.
Please be quiet in the back.
It's in a perfect location for safety reasons. And when I used to smoke pot and go to the plaza, school plaza over there, it's behind closed doors, and that parking lot is not watched, not surveillance. This would be absolutely the perfect place for it. And also on behalf of, being an advocate for kids and education and everything all the same, if it's been successful through these recent COVID experiences and she could do a lot of online tutoring, have the parents be aware that there's a dispensary close by and they can make a choice for their kid and how they want to have their education, whether it's face-to-face. And if she goes to houses and educates the kids in person, then that's great too. But I know Martin Kaufman for a long time, very compassionate man. And by all means, there's people with chronic pain, veterans, a lot of people in this town that need it. And a lot of my friends' parents that I grew up with around here are in need of this medicine. So long story short, that's it. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Sean Fitzgerald, Fairfax Park. I don't smoke weed, and I personally don't have any
problem with dispensaries. One has operated by Lynette for 30 years successfully in this town, and it was just right down the street from us. And frankly, it brings revenue to Fairfax. But as far as having two within a block of one another, I find that curious. I'm not for or against pot, but I am for fairness. And it's interesting today that there's not a single Hill Street resident here that I've seen come up to podium to speak out against this dispensary that's on the exact same street as where Lynette proposed to go. And there's a slew of residents. And had I not just finished going door to door gathering signatures, I wouldn't know the reason why. But the reason why is that a meeting was held at a residence on Hill Street, attended by several members of this council. Curious. And those folks showed up, spoke out against. They were reluctant to even sign the recall, but after I enlightened them on everything, despite having hosted the meeting at their place, they did sign. When Lynette potentially proposed to move onto and purchase her general store, suddenly an email goes out from our Chamber of Commerce with a whole bunch of fear of the residents speaking out about her potentially buying that location as well. It just seems there's a tremendous amount of fear that gets drummed up by Lynette, who's been in this community for 30 years, operating legally. And yet there seems to be no speaking out against this new gentleman who I have nothing against. I just find that the two processes very, very curious.
Great. Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, Deb London. I completely agree with what Sean Fitzpatrick just said. Lynette has faced just relentless opposition. And it sounds like TLC is still in operation. And I found, I'm sorry, Mr. Kaufman, I found it difficult to understand him. And if it also seems like it's a little bit of a cutthroat maneuver and not very community minded for Mr. Kaufman to attempt to move so close to Lynette's new proposed location. So I stand here before you, Mayor, council members, to ask that we prioritize continuity, trust, and proven stewardship in granting dispensary permits. Lynette Shaw has been a pioneering and reliable presence, first in the nation with Marin Alliance. Despite being displaced from her longstanding location due to circumstances beyond her control. And she's working diligently to secure a new site and maintain compliance. I think you need to wait for her. Mr. Kaufman is entirely new to the process. Unlike Lynette Shaw, he has no recorded history of community engagement or responsible operation in our town. I respectfully urge you to allow Marin Alliance the opportunity to finalize her new permit in her new location and resolve any tenant situation that she unfortunately has going on and challenges, and let her submit a full workable permit application before moving on to consider any new tenants. We have no idea what this is going to bring. And I tried to look him up online and I didn't see any kind of profile. Maybe I just don't know where to look, but I say no, please refuse his application. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Larry Bragman for the Marine Alliance. I'm surprised that staff has said there's no need for a variance, especially in light of Bonnie Zaleski's testimony tonight. Here you have the operator of the business that's claimed to be out of business giving you a statement saying that she's in business and deserves the safety zone that she's entitled to under town code. And that's just going to get brushed aside for this applicant. Lynette and Marin Alliance went through a transparent process which took into account the operation of that tutoring center. Her proposed site is 295 feet away, 5 feet short, and the council, in its discretion, gave her that 5-foot variance. And now we have an applicant coming in who's virtually next door to the tutoring center, and that just gets brushed aside when the operator is in here and testifies or states that she's still operating? No, does not square. And I would also urge you to take a look at the federal complaint in the Dan Rush case, because it tells a way different story than we heard from Mr. Kaufman tonight. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Next speaker, please. And yeah, we're not going to do the clap thing. Thank you. But we appreciate your comments. Ms. Shaw.
Good evening, Council. I'm Lynette Shaw, the owner of the Marin Alliance, even though we're temporarily closed due to circumstances that were beyond my control and absolute resistance by the former owner of the building that I've been allowed to move to. I have not been able to complete my application because of absolute resistance from the former owner who no longer owns the building. And it has not been very fair to me at all. I've worked very hard in our community for 30 years. I've helped thousands and thousands of families and people. We have a wonderfully trained staff that people know and love and trust. And it's been very agonizing for me to go through all this, lose my location, and then be lied about and defamed when all we're trying to do is the right thing for the community that we love. There was also some, just to let you know that under this California cannabis laws, you're required to have a licensed security guard every minute that you're open. This is the law. We have never had any incidents with any children. We always pass out literature for contact information for the health, for information about teenage use and drugs, battered women, suicide prevention hotline, other health missives. We are a contact center to help people, and we always have been. We've had piles of literature in our waiting room. This is what we do, is we help our community. I've been doing this for 30 years. So we are submitting and resubmitting our application because we haven't had access to the building that was bought for the purpose of moving the Marin Alliance there because of the obstruction from Mr. Hertz, who's been unwilling to do anything but just stay there. And it hasn't been fair.
Okay, thank you so much. Next, please.
Lou Tremaine. Full disclosure, I have worked with and for Lynette for many years. I think you heard everything you needed to hear about the tutoring center. It is operational, and you can't move a cannabis location next door to it. You just can't. And, Lynette has been a contributing member of this community for a long time. Mr. Kaufman has not. And I think that you should simply turn down his application. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Next speaker, please.
Mark Bell, Fairfax. I haven't read enough to have an opinion on this, but what I am concerned about and surprised about is that no one within 300 feet of the proposed dispensary is here. So if you could delineate how much contact was given to the people, because every other time there's been a dispensary issue that's come up, we see at least 5, if not 10, if not more people from the community, from the nearby community, voicing their opinion. And I'm just kind of surprised that no one is here. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Just want to add my voice. I think Lynette has done a great job, and she has been one of the forefront people in this community. And I think we don't need 2. And if somebody wants to build another one, do it in San Anselmo, do it in someplace else. But we don't need another one here. She's been a viable community member, and I think she needs more respect than what has been given. So I am really against having another new place that might be more slick or more something else, but we don't need it.
Okay, thank you. Are there any speakers? Okay, we've got one more speaker in the room, and then we're going to move to speakers online. Thank you.
Thank you. I agree Mr. Kaufman made a nice presentation. I think he gave you guys an incredible written description. But my concern is, and I apply this to how I've interacted with the town for 23 years, I'm disappointed how the town treats people differently. And in fairness, I have seen over the 23 meetings, well, I was here way before, in fact, let's see, 11 years before Barbara. So I've been here for all these meetings. And I've seen Lynette routinely just get skewered. And that's okay if that's someone's opinion for the subject matter or the practice. But what does bother me is when the town so capriciously treats different people and then they have selective enforcement for the next step. This is not a good path for anybody. And I think there should be some consistency that if the council does or doesn't want a certain type of business, if it's the will of the people, that's what should be supported. But I think that everybody should be very much treated the same within the domain of that business that they're bringing forth. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Do we have speakers online?
We have 5 raised hands on Zoom at the moment.
Thank you.
The first speaker is Laura, followed by Danielle. Laura, you are unmuted. You may now unmute yourself.
Hi there. I want to thank you for considering my extremely strong objections to LaFleur Medical Marijuana Dispensary at 1601 Sir Francis Drake. I live just down the street from there. So I am one of the people, I'm not within 300 feet, but I'm very nearby. This has all been very opaque, and the Marin Alliance will be going in 2 doors down, and I think it's extremely relevant. There is exactly 1 building between those 2 pot dispensary sites, and it's a hot mess. There's also a tutoring and learning center, as you know, just on the other side of the Morrow's Pizza site, separated by the proposed site by 1 building. This is well inside the 300-foot radius that's required for a cannabis storefront. It's the law. It's not discretionary. And as you just heard, the tutoring center did get back to the town council. They are viable and haven't been in business the whole time. So it's completely illegal to have a marijuana dispensary 1 door away. And I don't even know why we are discussing this. I walk to downtown Fairfax all the time, and there are plenty of open storefronts that aren't anywhere near a daycare center or a tutoring center. And I don't buy for a second that this is the only spot available. There's the old cottage that sells the outdoor furniture that's right next to the post office. That's a great site. Look into that. Linda Neal's concerns that people can see what's going on in the parking lot confirms that we're all concerned with the marijuana dispensary and the safety and the possible additional crime that it brings to our neighborhood. This is a neighborhood. It's not in the middle of downtown. There are only storefronts along Sir Francis Drake. It's a very inappropriate place for a marijuana dispensary. And there are so many reasons to not allow another marijuana dispensary there. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
The next speaker is Cindy, followed by Danielle. Cindy, you are unmuted. You may now unmute yourself.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, this is Cindy Ross again. And like a few other people have expressed, I am a little concerned about having 2 dispensaries a couple of doors apart, although I want to give each applicant, we're only talking about 1 applicant right now, and of course I want to give him a fair shot. But I feel like I was at the Planning Commission meeting around this a few weeks ago, and one of the concerns that I have is that, and I don't know that much about marijuana businesses or different types of products, but I know somebody at the Planning Commission meeting had brought up the issue of high THC level products like for vaping or maybe flavored products. And I'm under the impression that those would be available recreationally for delivery. Now, it's my understanding that with medical pot, if you have a pot card, you can, at 18, you can get medically prescribed marijuana. So I'm just wondering for recreational products, is it 21 like with alcohol or is it 18? And the reason why I'm concerned is because somebody at the planning or a number of people at the planning commission meeting had brought up the issue about kids at Archie Williams, getting one kid that had a legal card basically buying stuff for his friends. And I just want to make sure that there are proper protections for, younger people buying high THC level products inappropriately, maybe even just getting them delivered. So thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
The next speaker is Danielle, followed by Kelsey.
Okay, so let's go to Danielle, please.
Danielle, you're unmuted now.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Dan Eckhard. I attended and spoke at the last meeting regarding the necessary presence of security guards outside the dispensaries in Berkeley, which was my former home of 30 years. What I failed to mention at that time was that the very visible CBCB dispensary on Shattuck Avenue in Berkeley was robbed twice in 2023. One of the robberies, which involved carjacking a security guard and using his car to ram into the dispensary. So I am obviously concerned about crime in dispensaries. Since the last meeting, I did a little bit of internet research on dispensaries and neighborhood crime rates. There hasn't been there have been few long-term studies for obvious reasons, but in Denver, there has been an association between dispensaries and increased neighborhood crime rates, including assaults and robberies. I therefore think that Fairfax should think very carefully before bringing one or even more dispensaries into town. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. And I'm sorry, Mr. Tremaine, you already spoke. Oh, no, you're not. I'm sorry. Okay, we'll do to the next person.
The next speaker is Kelsey, followed by Richard. Kelsey, you are unmuted. You may now unmute yourself.
Hi, this is Kelsey. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. I just wanted to comment because I can only speak for myself, but as this counselor, at least some of them know very well, I'm one of those people that is in line whenever the cannabis topic is on the agenda in opposition because of my concern for local youth. And the reason I'm not there tonight is because I did speak at the Planning Commission meeting about my concern about high THC products. I also wrote into the town council, submitted my comments saying the same, just about the products, concern about not having high THC products because it increases ease of access for youth when there is a storefront. But I also did talk to the owner, and I do understand that there is just a respect and a regard for that. And there just doesn't seem to be anything else. Sorry, I was ready to go to bed. There just doesn't seem to be, anything else legally standing in the way based on Fairfax regulations for this dispensary other than just hearing from Bonnie. But I do want to address this no special treatment comment, and I absolutely agree with that. And I would just really love to see this town not give people special treatment. I believe that Lynette Shaw has been given really special treatment. She has admitted that she's not complying with the town regulations when she was operating her dispensary on School Street. And I just think it would be really refreshing to have somebody come in that's actually obeying the local and state laws. Thank you.
Thank you. Hitting the wrong button, sorry. Are there more speakers online?
The next speaker is Richard, followed by PJ.
Okay,
Richard,
great.
you are unmuted. You may now unmute yourself.
Thank you. Good evening, Council. Cannabis is not my personal top issue, as it's not something that is personally relevant for me, but I've been at a lot of those 23 meetings as well. And I do believe in fairness and I believe in consistency. And, we have 3 Italian restaurants and a pizza parlor within 2 blocks of each other. So to me, it's a little bit of a non-issue. I also hear a lot of the same folks that don't want this gentleman to be able to open up his shop talk about how we need more business and support for businesses and we need the tax base and the revenue. And so I'm not entirely sure why the 2 different things are relevant to each other than people are saying they don't want 2 in town, but didn't you pass all these ordinances after these many meetings saying that this is a possibility and we want that. So if the public spoke at all those meetings, we heard everybody, the little leagues, everything was coming out. There was a lot of opinions, and yet you passed ordinances in a certain way that allow this. And so you're praising this gentleman for excellent preparation, credibility. He's not an outsider. He lives in the town. And so I just, I don't have a personal care whether he opens or doesn't open, but I'd like him to be treated fairly. And I would like Lynette and whatever's going on over there to be treated fairly as well. But I'm not sure how the 2 things associate. And I'm a little troubled that all the people that were speaking against this applicant were citing the other business as somehow it's a threat to that. And they also seem to be a large percentage of those folks are the recall folks. So it's a kind of cherry pick and, who we like and what we don't like. And I find there's some hypocrisy and inconsistency. So I would just ask the council to be fair and consistent and think about the ordinances that you already passed on this subject matter. And is this applicant qualified and presented enough to be?
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
The next speaker is PJ.
Can we wait for just a second? Somebody turn off whatever music, our little music box. Okay, thank you.
The next speaker is PJ, followed by Holly. PJ, you're unmuted.
Hi, thank you. This is PJ just speaking on my own behalf as an individual, and I will still yet try to refrain from making an opinion on this particular application. The prior speaker actually addressed a lot of the comments I wanted to make. I agree with him. There's a lot of concern in this town with having enough revenue for roads and potholes and infrastructure and things like that. And, you would think that we'd want vacant commercial real estate to be occupied. It's not like where the town is considering one business or another for this space. It's whether or not there's a business here bringing revenue or not. And I don't think Fairfax is currently in the position to be that eager to discard what otherwise seem to be qualified businesses. And then just on the point of crime, the National Association of Realtors has an extremely large survey that they put out to their members, residential and commercial. These are folks that are otherwise incentivized to encourage reports that would increase the amount of police presence protecting properties. And yet in their responses, they show no increase in crime. The more than half don't even have a perception of increase in crime. And the effect on property values is really evenly split, with almost no change is the vast majority, and then the same amount, some positive change, some negative change. So I don't think really we can make there's nothing specific about this business being a pot business that should have any real effect, as opposed to like someone's at a liquor store or a smoke shop or what have you for tobacco.
Thank you. Are there other speakers online?
There is one more speaker online. Holly, you are unmuted. You may now unmute yourself.
Thank you. I actually agree with many of Richard and PJ's comments regarding Fairfax business. And I came here to say that I believe the applicant has demonstrated both preparedness and a very strong understanding of what it takes to operate this business responsibly. He appears to have done the necessary due diligence. I think he meets the qualifications that are expected for this type of business. I do think it's important to note that the town has already approved 2 permits. So it's not really a question of should a permit be approved. There's already been 2 permits for this type of business approved. And I do believe that back in 2016, that approximately 76% of the residents of this town voted in favor of legalization of recreational marijuana. So I think these decisions do reflect a clear indication of what the town is interested in. I do think it's also worth clarifying that neither the nearby tutoring center nor any existing dispensaries currently hold a business license. And so I don't believe it's appropriate to evaluate this application in contrast to operations that are not formally established and in business under the town's current framework. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else online?
There are no more speakers on Zoom.
All right. Can we take the one last person in the room that wanted to speak? Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mayor, Honorable Town Council, staff of Fairfax, my fellow Fairfaxians. I'm Christopher Lang. I'm not here to debate the use permit for another pot business. I'm reiterating my testimony of several years ago when there was a proposal to open a pot business right across the street from the tutoring center on Sir Francis Drake, which was my wife's grandmother's house that she and her mother and brother lived in. And so the reason I'm speaking to you tonight is because there was concern voiced about a bad influence of a marijuana dispensary on local youth. And my testimony several years ago was that cleaning up on Merwin Street for Fairfax Lumber, the Fairfax boys, teenagers, skylarking down the street, dropped a baggie of weed, and it was the strongest, most powerful weed I've ever smelled. So I have to tell you, first person, that the teenage boys of Fairfax have better weed than you could ever imagine. So the whole point of the tutoring center across the street from a nearby dispensary, I think, is a red herring and a moot point, because Katie barred the door, the horses have already got out, the teenagers of Fairfax have access to better weed than you or I will ever smoke, just so you know. And so I just want to reiterate my testimony of years ago that the tutoring center is not a local school. And my understanding is the Marin Alliance has 85 conditions on a use permit. And if no one has called in the violations and there has been no abatement, then evidently the conditions are working. So I would respectfully suggest, as an ex-planning commissioner, that the new business have similar conditions. That's all I'm suggesting. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much. Okay. We're going to bring it back to the council for deliberation. And I already see Councilmember Kohler has her hand up. So let's go there first.
I have a couple of questions, but I want to make a couple of comments first. Something I said years ago: I don't smoke pot, I don't use drugs, I don't drink alcohol, I don't smoke tobacco. I have no personal interest in any of these products, but I still remember that Fairfax, I believe, had the highest voter turnout in support of Prop 64. And I have been trying for all these years to support what the voters asked for. I also am very concerned. Chris, would you mind turning the mic off up here? Or somebody else? Thank you, Chris.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. And I also sat through many, many meetings before we got to Prop 64 on medical cannabis. So there may have been even more if we go back and really count. But I also know that we went through a lot of discussions, and I'm not here to relitigate those locations. That was hard fought. I was somebody who voted no on certain things. The council kept ratcheting down and ratcheting down. So somebody who called in said, there's plenty of locations. No, there isn't. There's almost nowhere that you can do this. And this location in particular has a lot of parking. It's very open. And I was at the Planning Commission meeting. I also went home and watched it afterwards because I'd had a several-hour meeting before that. But I heard Mr. Kaufman say at the time that he looked and he was looking for a location that would be away from just right downtown. So, and as far as people talking about special treatment, and this isn't about Lynette Shaw's business, but we gave Ms. Shaw incredible special treatment in November and December, where we created a very unique process wherein Ms. Shaw could submit a conditional use permit, not having to go through this application process. And conditional use permit is not easy either, but none of this is easy. So we gave Ms. Shaw some very special treatment and have done so over the years. And in fact, several years back, when Ms. Shaw was just a medical cannabis dispensary and financially it was very difficult, I brought to this council to allow her to do recreational delivery. Because as we know, when Prop 64 passed, many medical cannabis dispensaries switched to recreational where they could.
Can I interrupt for a minute? I need to close the public hearing. Sorry about that.
Okay.
Now we're moving on.
So we've done a lot to help Ms. Shaw, and I think what we're looking at now is really a level playing field. We also voted at that time to allow as many as 2 locations. So I'm not here to say, should there be 1 only? Been there, done that. And there could be as many as 2 locations, and there could be recreational delivery or medical cannabis. We didn't talk about recreational storefronts. That's not an option. And so, but it could be that there could be up to 2 locations, and there could be combinations similar to what Ms. Shaw had with recreational and a medical cannabis dispensary. So that's been done. I have a couple, I'm just sort of frustrated sitting here with people pitting one against the other. That's not what we're here for. What we're here for is to give Mr. Kaufman's application a fair treatment. And when Ms. Shaw is able to submit her conditional use permit application to the Planning Commission, I'm sure they will give her a fair hearing, which is what we've been doing to help her out over the years. So I have a couple of questions. I want to go back to the tutoring center. And, we've heard from Ms. Zaleski, and also I heard you, Principal Planner Neal, talk about what you tried to do to reach out and get more information. I would also like to hear specifically the definition of a tutoring center. And I want to say one thing. I'm a business owner in this town. And I pay for my business license every year, even if for some reason I don't get a notice, which has happened to some folks, including one of our council members. But I go in and I know that every year around January, I have to pay, and I'm usually one of the first. So just because someone didn't get around to it, it's on us as business owners. So Principal Planner Neal, would you go over again what you did? And I want to also say a hybrid option doesn't mean that there's 10 students on site at any time for 37 weeks of the year, but go ahead, Ms. Shaw.
So in addition to hand delivering a note, which I hung on the door asking someone to call me, right? I mailed 2 registered letters, one to the site. I also called their address from their website and left messages on the answering machine indicating why I needed them to call me. I got nothing. If I haven't taken any vacations, I'm at work every day. There was no attempt made to really communicate with me. If she had told me that she feels uncomfortable, we could have come up with some alternatives. But I'm not ready to just, believe that this is meeting the definition without some
evidence. You know, we could have arranged for a teacher she trusts to look at her evidence and come and relay it to me. We could have had them talk to the police. You know, there would have been alternatives.
Or what about parent? Like the parents could
contact us. Yeah.
And I think the other thing is I just want to interrupt briefly is we're used to dealing with confidential information.
That's right.
So even if we got information that redacted, I think
that's right.
We're asking for contracts, right?
Anything. We were asking for anything that she could give us that was objective, not her just saying she's been operating, that would provide evidence to us, like from the students or from a school, that she was serving enough students and often enough, you know, for an extent enough period of time to meet the definition of a tutoring center.
Could you read the definition again?
Yes. Tutoring center is a place that provides instruction supplemental to that provided by a school, requires compensation, and offers such instruction to at least 10 clients who do not reside on the premises for at least 37 weeks a year. A tutoring center may be located in a residence as long as the residence is in a commercial zone.
And we understand that, at least from Ms. Zalewski's comment, that they have a hybrid option. So some is done on Zoom. We have no confirmation of how many students may actually be there in person. And I want to reiterate at the time that the council decided to add the tutoring center at the last minute. Not that it matters because we're not relitigating this, but I was opposed to that because kids would only be there a short time. I have a question for the applicant, and that is, you're going to have to come up and you got to speak right close to that mic because press the button and you bite that mic, please. But I have a question, and that is, since I was in person as well as watched the Planning Commission after. I think there was a question, and I saw it in your application as well. You know, one of the things that people are worried about is kids getting in with fake IDs. Could you speak to that and how, I know it's in your application, but just speak to how you would deal with that.
Yeah, so we in my practice we would scan the ID, and there's like modern companies that have technology. Especially with the real IDs that have been implemented now. They're, to my knowledge, like kids aren't getting fake IDs with these new RFID IDs that are coming out. If they are, like Homeland Security is going to descend on them for having a device that could even make an ID like that.
Do you have a special scanner or something? I saw something in your application. Could you explain what that is?
Yeah, it's a relatively simple device. You know, a lot of nightclubs even would use them. Banks have started to implement them as well, and it just effectively scans the technology that's now been implemented into those IDs. And if anyone has a newer passport that's got the kind of almost credit card style first page, that's even a more robust version of that technology, which I just want to point out again. So, for example, a kid could even steal their older cousin's ID. And I just want to make very clear, like, it's not my first rodeo. It's not the first time I would have encountered a minor trying to pass themselves off as a facial haired older brother. And there's no, reputational benefit. There's no financial benefit. There's no benefit whatsoever for myself or any staff to allow that. I mean, to make we'd make more money recycling cans that we'd pick up doing neighborhood cleanup than we would off a transaction of some child or a minor trying to come in with a fake ID. It's no tolerance for that.
If for some reason one of your staff let in kids and it was found out, wouldn't you lose your licenses from the state?
You can. It does depend on the details of the incident, but absolutely. And the footage, which does contain audio, we're mandated to retain it for like 3 months. So it's available for investigation and scrutiny by the state. There is a complaints process that the state can instigate. There are probationary situations you can have your license put in. It's similar to an alcohol license.
Okay, and I'm not done. I guess the other thing is I heard from Kelsey Fernandez, who is quite an expert in this area as far as kids, and I know she raised the issue of high potency products, and I think Vice Mayor Hellman already asked you about candy type products, but could you speak to the high potency products? I think she was asking about, I don't know the potency. So she was asking about, is recreational higher? And it's my understanding you have to be 21 for recreational.
That's correct.
Okay. Could you go ahead, please, on the potency products?
So in practice in California, they're typically the same products. There's very few products that are only available for purchase for under medical, and those would only exist because of the quantity of THC or cannabinoids in that product if it exceeds the allowable daily limit for a recreational purchaser to buy. So, for example, if any responsible adult who's 21 or up were to place an order for delivery, there's a daily limit on the amount of concentrate and flower that they're allowed to purchase and the overall milligrams of THC, and that's set by the state. And for example, the POS systems, like if you were to pharmacy shop, if you want to call it that, which is crazy in my opinion as a tangent. Pharmacies don't necessarily even do this, but the state mandated metric system is tracked live. So if someone were to purchase, right up to the limit of the daily allowance, when, for example, if I go try to ring them up, the transaction will be denied, or it'll show, how much of that daily limit is still available to that client.
Automatic?
That's correct.
So if somebody went, I don't know where they're going to go, but assuming they tried to buy something from another delivery service that exceeded that maximum, it would show up in your system?
Assuming the state system is working, which it typically is. That's correct. And you imagine that's not the case. I mean, you could fill your car to the brim with vodka at Costco, and there's no limits there. But with cannabis, there is, and I don't disagree that it's reasonable to impose on the industry.
Okay. Well, thank you for answering my questions. I mean, I feel like we need to give you a fair hearing. And at the time Ms. Shaw submits her conditional use permit, I'm sure the Planning Commission will give her a fair hearing. And I just want to reiterate to folks here, it's not about, two. We already decided there would be two. And given that there's almost no locations to do anything in this town, it's not surprising to me that potentially they would be close. But I think Councilmember Garanghelli had some questions.
Of course.
Right. Okay, Councilmember Garanghelli.
Thank you. So, well, and I agree with some other council members where this is about fairness, not just for one person, but for both people. Both people. It just happens to be very tilted heavily into Fairfax, right? Dispensaries. There's no others in Marin, but 2018 they made that law here for two. So a couple things. One is I need to ask the school, the learning center. I sent my kids to those schools. That's particular school, and for tutoring years ago. How far away is it from your shop?
I want to say it's approximately 60 feet. It's been months since I measured it. Yeah, that's correct.
And so I do recall, because it wasn't that long ago, I think it was December or January, we were talking about how concerned everybody was about the 300 feet, about TLC. No one brought up the fact whether they were in business or not in business. They just said, hey, you're within that 300 feet. Then it was pointed out like, well, it's 295. That's pretty close, to 300. It's only 5 feet away, but yours is literally 60 feet away. And I do think that maybe, and the owner came up here and said something today, and we haven't been able apparently to find her and all that. So I think that we should probably do a little more study on that. And maybe that's the best location for you, right where you are. But I think we should determine a little more carefully if that's really a school or not a school, learning center. And, it's not a school. Okay, well, that's
Tutoring centers are treated differently.
So it doesn't fall. Okay, let's just say that was an actual opera, because when Lynette was applying, that meant something.
I think you might be referring to the Caterpillar Academy, which is a preschool down the street. It's in the opposite direction. There is a preschool, and
okay,
the location.
I think that specifically, Mr. Bragman mentioned 295 feet away from, I think, the learning center. If I'm wrong, well, correct me, huh? That's right.
Oh,
so we're talking about the learning center.
Okay.
Okay. So no one said that's not even an operation. It was just a discussion, I guess, at the time. So I think we need to know a little bit more about the learning center. And also, does it really come under the definition of a school or not? If it's not a school, it's not a problem.
It's not cool.
That's fine. But it was a problem last time we talked about it. Okay. So thank you for that. And now it's my turn. Thank you very much. Okay. So, and believe me, I'm very pro-business. I think I don't know if and I appreciate that you live in town, and believe me, I'll tell you the truth. I want this I want somehow maybe, that you have your fair shake. But it's got to be, if we made a big fuss about 295 feet away from this particular learning center for Lynette and you're 60 feet away, that's an issue, right? I mean, you might agree with that. The other thing I want to delve into just a little bit deeper, and that is, I had asked you if you had other dispensaries, and you said no.
That's correct.
But you have a lot of experience because you're telling us a lot of things about those. It sounds like you've either maybe owned one in the past or you worked at one, or tell me what your history is and experience, because obviously you know a lot. But if you don't own any currently, what's your history so we know that?
Yeah, of course. I co-founded a dispensary that started in downtown Oakland called Bloom with an umlaut over the U, just because I'm Austrian. So it's BLU with an umlaut.
Martin,
M.
you need to speak up.
I'm so sorry.
Kind of hard.
Is that any better?
And a little slower, maybe.
Of course. So I want to say about 15 years ago, I was awarded the first merit-based application, I believe anywhere, for a business called Bloom, which is BLU with an umlaut M. And that was in downtown Oakland. We later had a location in San Leandro. There were some locations in Southern California, as well as 3 in the Las Vegas area and 1 in Reno. I left that company in 2016. It was part of a public company, and I just took a step back. I did co-own Cookies Oakland in downtown Oakland for quite some years. I'm no longer involved in that business. I took a big step back from the industry. I had a serious health issue maybe 3.5 years ago, 4 years ago, and stopped my involvement in pretty much everything other than parenting. And then I've made a recovery, fortunately, in the last couple of years, and then saw this opportunity on the horizon and picked it back up. And if I may just clarify with the measurements for the property, that the 60 feet I mentioned, that's like the most conservative parcel corner to parcel corner. That's not like path of travel from the front door to front door as a person would walk, which I'm not familiar off the top of my head how Fairfax defines measuring the distance. And in the past, that's how other municipalities go about it. And for what it's worth, I did actually look at, mid last year, it was brought to my attention that Mr. Hertz, I believe it is, his property where the Curiosity store was going to foreclosure, and I was even at the auction on Halloween morning, and that's when I learned that he lived there, and I kind of withdrew from that process. And doing due diligence there, it does, by my measurement, it encroaches on both Caterpillar and the TLC Learning Center, which is why it didn't seem like suitable. I didn't want to pursue it, partially because of the complication with this gentleman, and also because a lot of other reasons.
So when you were looking at the learning center being at 60, you said 60 feet away.
That's correct.
Did you look to see if it was did that qualify as a school? Did you research
I tried
that?
to, yeah. And I don't mean to directly address the
I don't
public,
mean
but
whether it was open or not.
yeah. So I made multiple attempts to knock on it, send email. I called repeatedly. Friends of mine even volunteered to call and send emails, and unfortunately we didn't hear back. And I apologize if I missed the owner. I would have loved an opportunity to speak in person or just to make some level of contact. I made multiple efforts. I addressed the matter with city staff and the planning department before I even formalized a lease for the 1601 location and an option to purchase the building there last year. And I even on the third time I went and knocked on the door, or it might have been the fourth time that I knocked on the door at the TLC Center. I even saw the door hanger that someone from the planning department, as I understand it, left there. It seemed abandoned, and I don't mean any disrespect by that. That was my observation. That's why I was curious, because no one responded. No one responded to emails, and it seemed as though no one was present there ever. And I passed by there repeatedly, but there's a lot of hours in the day. So it's
At one time, Fairfax had 2 pipe shops.
I remember.
Closed. I bet you do. You went to Drake, right?
Got a lot of bars.
Of course you know. And I'm just joking. And so you had 2 pipe shops, and then we just recently had I guess what it's called, CBD or something. So that just closed, I believe. So I'll tell you right now, I'm not looking for ways to not let this happen. I just want to make sure that I think the biggest issue I have right now is whether that's a school or not a school.
Sure, I appreciate that.
Okay,
I just want to clarify, to the best of my ability, I try to seek answers to that as well. And I even addressed that in my application.
Nomenclature, right? I'm sorry, because TLC is not a school. That is fact. Whether it's doing business or not, it's not a school. It is a tutoring center. So I just want to make sure that we're all on the same page with that. There's no debate whether TLC is a school or not.
It did seem to matter though when Lynette was applying that. within
It's just, there's two different definitions. One is a school, which is completely different, and maybe you should read the definition and then read the
No,
definition.
just going by what.
One is a
how-
tutoring center.
There's Caterpillar Academy. It's on the same.
There is this the preschool, Mike. There's a preschool. So I think that's what maybe the source of the confusion is.
I like to clarify.
He's
I
referring.
like to ask Larry, was that what was concerning? Was it the preschool or the TLC?
Hi, are we, I
turn
don't
to
think we
talk.
can have,
No, we don't have any more public.
can I, so, he's bringing up some good points, and I'm just wondering if there's a couple things that maybe as a result of these, we can clarify in a minute, but I'm going to see if Mr. Girango has more questions and if Mr. Egger has any questions. So are you
Okay,
done with your? Okay.
Yeah, I didn't take 30 minutes like Barbara, but that's enough time for me. So,
Okay,
maybe some.
I have comments, but
Thank you.
Councilmember Egger, you go.
Yeah, you haven't gone yet. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Fairfax is the home of Marin Alliance. Historically, Marin Alliance was the only legal cannabis business in California. And Marin Alliance battled the federal government in court for years to stay open. She actually prevailed on appeal through that litigation. Interesting is the owner of the tutoring center down the street testified that she does own the property where the tutoring center is located, and it's still open for business. There are 11 incorporated cities in Marin, 11 incorporated cities in Marin, and less than 3% of the county's population is in Fairfax. So we've got 100% of the county's cannabis storefronts and less than 3% of the population. Let me just look at some numbers. Now we have a proposal to add a second dispensary. The attempted upzoning of School Street Plaza has resulted in evictions of all residents and businesses on that property, including Marin Alliance. I had watched the Planning Commission meeting, and it was testimony that Archie Williams School has the highest student use of cannabis in Marin. In looking at this application, and as Stephanie said, it is really thorough. It also, LaFleur appears to be a formula or chain operation. We have not seen a report from the Fairfax Police Department. And I say, bottom line, Fairfax does not need the only two cannabis businesses in Marin County right now. Thank you.
Sorry, why do you think it's a franchise? Why do you think it's a?
You don't like my testimony? What's the problem?
No, I'm asking you because we don't want those here. We know that we have an ordinance on that. So why do you think it's a franchise?
LaFleur, Fairfax, California, appears to be a franchise business.
But the applicant explained that
I'm not here to debate you. I'm here because I've read this entire packet. I've studied the issue, and
so where are the other locations?
Formula or change store ordinance. I know the town attorney says we can no longer enforce change store ordinances in Fairfax, but the fact is it's a formula business. Thank you.
Where are the other locations?
Okay, just like, so I'd like to ask some questions to.
I do too. I have questions.
I know I haven't had a chance to go yet, so I mean, if it would be okay. So the tutoring center business license, can you explain, was that license in place when what is the relationship between having a license and the timing of an application? I'm curious about how those two things interact.
We were trying to examine anything we could to try to figure out if the tutoring center was actually still a viable tutoring center meeting the definition. And so we checked with our business license processing, and they said they have not had their business license since 2021. And I know that the town used to send out reminders to people, right? But they've been due at the same time every year. This business has been in business for many, many years. They should know that. And they never renewed their business license after 2021.
Okay, so there's a couple of things that have been brought up. So first off, if an applicant, they're not supposed to be within X feet of a tutoring center, right? But if they come forward with an application and that tutoring center has no valid business license, does that legally mean that there's no valid reason to respect that buffer because there's not a business?
No, that's why we asked for evidence that they actually were working with at least 10 students, meeting that 37, you have to operate for 37 weeks out of the year. And there are many ways that could have been done.
But it doesn't matter. So even if they didn't have a business license, they could be a valid business just working without a business license, right?
That's right. If they can prove that they're meeting the tutoring center conditions.
Okay. So then the second question I have, following up on some things that Mr. Just no, not just yet. I'm going to ask the staff. Do you want to know why or what was the issue when, I didn't actually vote for it because I wanted to hear more from the neighbors, but when Ms. Shaw's application came up, right, there was, we had to do a special waiver, right? And that was because of TLC or something else?
I wasn't in attendance at those council meetings, so I think Janet can probably address that.
Good, thank you.
I don't really know what the issue.
Yeah. Linda, correct me if I'm wrong about this, but the address for Lynette's proposed business is within the distance of the tutoring center as well as the Caterpillar Academy?
Correct.
Correct. And that was brought forward and mentioned in the a request for a special ordinance to allow her to potentially go into that location. So that was definitely known that she was within the distance of both the tutoring center and Caterpillar Academy. The council decided, as the council may, to not take that into consideration and to allow her the opportunity to apply for a conditional use permit. A conditional use permit is a discretionary permit, and there can be conditions associated with that, but it has to be granted, and it may or may not be granted. To date, right now, we have no application from Marin Alliance for that location on Sir Francis Drake for a conditional use permit. Ms. Shaw needs to submit that application, a complete application, and it will go before the Planning Commission for review. So at present, Ms. Shaw does not have a valid permit anymore. Permits have expired, as well as her location is no longer available to her. So she's not operating. So we have no businesses legally operating cannabis businesses in Fairfax right now.
Okay, so then and I have a couple comments, but I want to ask another question, which is when her, application came up, I'm going to assume there was some attempt, or was there not an attempt to establish that both Caterpillar Academy and TLC were in business?
No, we mentioned that it was within both of the distance requirements. And so that was known to the council, but no, we didn't make any attempt to see if either one were operating. We just simply mentioned that both of them, that location fits within the distances listed in the code before, that they have to be that distance away from those two locations. So there are two locations, an issue in her location. There's both the Caterpillar Academy and the TLC, but this one, it's just the TLC. And because this is a different process than the conditional use permit, this is the cannabis business permit process, we did attempt to find out whether or not TLC was still operating. And so you heard the links that we went to try to.
Okay, so part of because I do feel like we have, from what I've seen over the years, tried really hard to make sure that the Marin Alliance has stayed. The difference in terms of looking into the viability of the TLC has to do with the difference in the type of process that we're talking about in terms of, trying to get a business here.
Yes, so when Ms. Shaw gets an application in for a conditional use permit, at that point in time, when planning department prepares that application to go to the planning commission, that's when everything would be looked at for that particular location.
Okay, so in terms of making this decision, our allegiances to particular people or businesses or politics, we can or can't consider those in.
No, I mean, you need to evaluate this application on its merits as it's presented to you. The score that the Planning Commission gave because they dug into the application, and then the binder of information that was provided to you, as well as the answers to your questions and presentation from the applicant here this evening, are the things that you should consider.
Okay, so I did want to say a couple things that I know Councilmember or Vice Mayor Hellman has some questions, but so I just wanted to mention that, we have a packet of letters. We've received letters. The Planning Commission has received letters, and that there is not a priority of in-person participation over letters in terms of citizen input into the council's decisions, right? So we do have a lot of letters. I think people get a little confused that showing up in person means that you should have more weight. I did want to mention that I think competition is generally considered a part of capitalism, and it's often considered a sign of a healthy capitalism, whereas a monopoly, can be useful in some cases, but maybe not for a retail business. So I'm not sure, the town council is in the business of granting a monopoly based on favoritism. I feel like considering the different proclivities of people who are interested in cannabis in this town. I'm not a user, but my parents used it. I know about it a lot. It seems like we have more than enough. And considering that there aren't a lot of businesses around the county, it seems like there would be going to be more than enough business for both businesses if indeed we decided to move forward with two businesses. Okay, and so I just wanted to put that out there that it seems like there are audiences with different desires around brand and feelings of allegiance to brand and types of operations, that it might be healthy to have competition between two businesses. Again, we might decide to have no cannabis businesses, but just putting that out there. So I'm going to turn it back to Vice Mayor Hellman, who had more comments or questions.
Yeah, I won't take long because I think a lot has been said, but yeah, I just appreciate all the public comment, and it doesn't feel good to have commentary related to pit one against the other when an ordinance passed several years ago allowed for two. And there's nothing in the ordinance that I'm aware of that says they can't be within proximity to each other, right?
That's called a dispersal requirement, and no, we have no dispersal requirement. They could be right next door to each other.
And, as far as Marin Alliance and Ms. Shaw, at the November 4th meeting, she read into a letter into the record with Mr. Bragman regarding all the challenges that you were facing. You were in a very stressful predicament with getting evicted yourself. And I think the community showed up for you. We showed up for you. We changed the cannabis ordinance for you. And so I think we recognize, and I said this in the meeting, Lynette, you are a pioneer in this industry. We know that there is support for you, but I don't really feel like that's relevant here. The ordinance allows for up to two. We have an application before us. So I just would encourage the community just to let that go, to let it go. We have law on the books that allows for two. Ms. Shaw and all her attorneys are well aware of what she needs to do to proceed. And I'm sympathetic to the problems that you're having right now, but get the CUP in as soon as you can so you can be back in business.
If I remember correctly, you said that when we passed the other one. So thank you.
So, yeah, I think that's all I wanted to say. I guess the one last question I had for Linda was, what was the time period? So you made phone calls, letters, like what we're talking over the course of 6 months or?
So I posted the notice on the door on April. Where did my notice go? I think at the end of April. Then I sent the certified letters out May 30th, and in between I made phone calls to the business, leaving messages on a voicemail, asking someone to call me.
Okay.
Okay, we can't. I'm sorry, we can't have people yelling from the audience. We can't do that with the meeting. I understand people
I
are
think Ms.
passionate.
Zaleski wants to point out that she came in person. When was that?
Thank you.
She came in and said she would get something to me, but I have had no evidence.
And when did she come in?
You know, let's see. I made a note of it. She ran into the front counter. She was literally there for like less than half a minute explaining that she'd been on vacation, right? And I said, okay, well, you need to get me some information. I have it written down, so does it really matter? I mean, it was sometime after she got the letter, which I got the return receipt for. So that was, let's see what time she signed that. And she ran in and said that she would be getting me something, and I've gotten nothing.
So here we are.
Jeff, letters went out this year to businesses for the license. That's my understanding.
Well, and also the notices were sent out for this application to everyone within 300 feet twice prior to the plan.
Right. But I mean, you made a comment that we haven't been mailing about business licenses. That's not my understanding.
Somebody else made that comment. I don't know if that's true or not.
So
could we just answer that question?
Jeff wants to say something.
Yeah, every year we do send a mailing to all business license.
So the onus isn't necessarily on the business owner to remember, oh, it's January, it's time for my renewal. I mean, we send it out. Thank you.
I'd like to hear from the owner of the company because it must be relevant. We keep talking about it.
Well, I think we already heard from her.
Yeah.
I don't think, no, she spoke for a minute.
Can I ask, I'm going to ask.
I have questions for her. It's an important decision.
Let me ask for a second. I'm going to slow this down just a second. I would like to know about the legality from our staff about having a business that's not the applicant come up and then answer more questions. Is that acceptable? Is that something that I've never seen that, but?
No, this
closed the
public
hearing
comment right here, and this public comment has been closed. If you have if you have questions for the applicant, you can ask the questions for the applicant, but this is public comment.
Okay, yeah, thank you. Because I'm just, noting that we need to follow the procedures for.
Would it work if we reopened the hearing, or that's not a thing either?
No, because it's public comment, and you would have to reopen public comment then for everybody.
Meaning for everybody online and in the room?
Yes.
Well, I have a question for Mr. Kaufman. You could, I guess, do you mind if she speaks?
He doesn't decide.
Trying to clear up something that involves her.
Reopen the public comment.
Okay, well, we can.
This is way more than public. She's the one person that apparently we're still talking about.
Then you'll need to
60 feet away
need
from
to reopen public comment for everyone then.
Right, Mike.
Never got to speak.
Mike, I agree with you.
No, not.
Let's calm down a little bit. All right, so if we want to reopen the public hearing, reopen the public hearing. Right, but we have a process that we need to follow that's legal. We are a legal body that needs to follow rules. So if we reopen this, we're reopening the entire public hearing, right? So anybody who wants to speak now, they could all, and then can we have to?
And here's the problem. She can't make another public comment, and nobody who has made a public comment can make another public comment, right? And so you can ask her questions, and anybody who has not provided public comment already can. if you reopen the public comment period.
Is there also the other question I'm going to ask now is that, is this something we can continue?
Sure, you can continue it. In fact, we have asked in the, I would really like to be able to speak without the comments from the
Thank you.
residents that-
Yes, we need, I'm sorry, it is disrupting a meeting is.
Yeah,
a
it
problem.
is.
Thank you. So let's have her
So,
speak.
Yes, you could continue it. You could continue it to the next meeting. That is, in fact, what we have requested, that you give us some direction of what type, of document that we bring back to you, whether for approval or not. And so that's what we've asked anyway. There's not a resolution in your packet for final decision tonight.
Right. Okay.
I think we need a little more research on what's going on. And I'm very baffled by why, on one hand, some people are saying it doesn't even matter if she's not a school, but still we're talking about the 60 feet away.
It's a difference in a definition between school and tutoring center. They're two entirely different things.
Right.
And you keep using the word school, and that's not appropriate for what this is. This is a tutoring center, has its own
Can
definition.
Mr. Kaufman's business be 60 feet away from a tutoring center?
There is a prohibition in the code on that, but I will point out that Ms. Shaw's business is within the 300 feet of a tutoring center as well.
295 feet, I believe, and he's 60 feet. So
300 is what's listed in the code.
I understand. So
And so there's nothing that delineates between 60 and
so there's no
295.
difference between 295 feet and 60 feet.
No difference.
No difference.
Okay,
To me, if I added that up, there'd be a lot of feet difference. But
Okay.
in the meantime, I think we just need a little bit more research. And I'm like I said, I'm very pro-business, but I also want to make sure that Ms. or Mrs. Zelensky gets her fair. And not that we didn't try. I know we tried.
Instead of reopening the public hearing, why don't you do this? Why don't you continue it to the next meeting and have staff speak with the owner of the tutoring center and obtain perhaps some evidence that they are in fact still operating and that there are students who are at that location, not just remotely.
Yeah, I'll make that motion
Thank
to
you.
continue it to I don't even know what today's date is. So I think it would be the September 4th meeting.
That's correct.
Third, and
September 3rd.
I have one question before I finish the motion. Would it be possible in the event, I mean, I was prepared to make a motion to move this forward for both permits, but would it be possible at the September 3rd meeting to have a contingency of having the resolution prepared in the event that there's a decision made that the tutoring center is not operational, that's not a big ticket item? Would it be possible to have a resolution prepared for that meeting in the event that the council wants to move forward rather than waiting for another meeting?
It would be. Would you like to have both?
So what I would like to suggest is we continue it to the September 3rd meeting to get more information and evidence of the tutoring center being in place, but also to include a resolution in the event that the council decides to move forward with one or both of these permits. Well, recreational, there's a possibility that there could be something saying yes to a dispensary, no to recreational, or vice versa. So I would like to see, so my motion would include, not that it's a done deal, but we would have that prepared. So if we decide to move forward, we don't have to continue another meeting. Okay, that's my motion.
I'll second it.
Okay.
We have a motion to continue by Councilmember Kohler and a second by Councilmember Garangeli. Councilmember Ager.
Aye.
Councilmember Garangeli.
Yes.
Councilmember Kohler.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Hellman.
No.
Mayor Blash.
Yes.
Take a break.
Okay, let's take a bio break for about 5 minutes. Come back here. Let's say we just get back here by 10. And then do we have to do the waive the 10 o'clock rule? We have to get to that, but we're going to take a bio break first. Okay, so getting started again. We're moving on to item number 3, which is rescind resolution 25-15 and adopt a replacement resolution forming the Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Committee and expanded membership and consider appointments.
Mayor, can I make a motion to waive the 10 o'clock rule?
Oh, thank you. Yes. So let's deal with the 10 o'clock rule first. Is there a second? To waive the, thank you.
We have a motion by Councilmember Kohler to waive the 10 p.m. rule and a second by Councilmember Garanghelli. Councilmember Ager.
Aye.
Councilmember Garanghelli.
Yes.
Councilmember Kohler.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Hellman.
Yes.
Mayor Blash.
Yes. Okay, so moving along, who is going to give the presentation on this item? Oh, thank you.
That would be Director Beiswinger. So, okay, so in May 21st, 2025, the Town Council adopted Resolution 2515, which established a BPAC, which is the Bicycle Pedestrian Advisory Committee, to consist of 5 members. And there is now interest in expanding the membership a little bit and providing a little bit of flexibility. So by rescinding the resolution that you previously adopted and then adopting a new resolution, it would have a slightly different composition. It would have 5 members, permanent members still, but then you would also appoint 2 alternates. And then the way that would work, it would provide a lot of flexibility in terms of quorum requirements, because if members didn't show up, then the alternate could kind of sub in. So that would be the approach. We did receive 11 eligible applications, and I think the last time this was brought to you, and I was not at that meeting, so I wasn't privy to all of the discussion. But we had recommended 5 applicants, which we're still recommending, and we kind of went through them systematically and tried to have a diverse BPAC, so different interests were represented. And so the current list that staff would recommend would be Eric Betancourt, Ian Walton, Liz Gottlieb, Mark Vendetti, and Virginia Below Rosenthal. Those would be the 5 that we'd recommend, and then we did not recommend alternates. And so we would recommend that the council deliberate, well, first of all, decide if you want to adopt the new resolution, if you like that composition of the 5 voting members with the 2 alternates and then the 1 non-voting student member. And that would be established by adopting that new resolution. And then after that, deliberate and decide who you want to appoint to serve on the BPAC, including the 5 voting members and the 2 alternates.
And just a reminder, you gave us to supplement a new resolution with red line.
Oh, yes. Thank you. Yes, there's a new resolution. What we realized after we put together the original resolution is that we had the town council appointing the non-voting youth member, but I think our intent was to kind of delay that decision until after the BPAC was formed and then have the BPAC appoint the non-voting youth member. And so that's essentially all this new resolution does with that new clause, the new number 4. The BPAC may include 1 non-voting youth member.
Thank you. Okay, so that's pretty much the presentation. We ask questions, public comment, and we come back and deliberate. Right?
Yeah. And then I think that would include, so the 2 steps, first of all, resolution, and then who do you want to put on the BPAC?
All right. So Councilmember Kohler.
I just have a question on the resolution. Number 9 on the resolution says a town staff member may be assigned as a staff liaison to the BPAC by the town manager. I think that should be will be. We don't have to name who that person is. or who those people are. It may be that it would be yourself and Bryn, or at times just Bryn. But I think it's important. This will be a newly formed group. So I'm hoping that we can make that change so that we're not leaving these people out on their own.
Yeah, and I think the way that we could set that up is we could have like a staff liaison and then an alternate. So if someone was on vacation, then the other person could fill in. So there'd always be somebody there.
Okay. So that was my only question, just changing it to will. Thank you.
Okay. Other questions from council members? Councilmember Egger.
Yes. When we last addressed this issue, how long has it been now? When was it? How many months ago?
I believe it's
We did all the interviews.
I believe it was 2 months ago.
2 months ago. Yeah. What I thought we were going to we had so many folks interested in being on. I thought we were going to add everybody. Just had like 10 or 11 members on this committee, rather than just a small group of 5.
If I may, I was at that meeting. So there was discussion among the council members, and there was a desire to increase the membership. And we realized that you needed to pass a new resolution in order to do that. And the direction to staff that we heard was that the increase would be 5 regular members plus 2 alternates and a youth member. So if you instead want a much larger group, that can be, this resolution that's before you could be changed to make that possible. The debate at the time among the council members about how large to make this group involved a manageable group, and also quorum issues that we've had with other committees before. So those are some considerations for you in thinking about the size of this group.
Okay.
By the way,
Other questions? Mr. Zerangeli?
Sure. I guess it's a question. There's people that are on the board, the commission, that didn't even show up for the interview.
What?
I had suggested, that's why I think Frank's referring to, that we might as well just, I think it was very close. It was, I forget, 8 people, something, whatever it was, and 11.
Mm-hmm.
And I suggested they're all interested. Why not? You always have a quorum. And, but it looked like it's been pared down to 5 plus. Yeah. It doesn't matter to me really that much. It just that we had people interested in participating, and I thought it was going to be more than 5 people.
Yeah. So I think question I have is, we can still debate how many people, right? We can still move there. So that's not precluded by, this is just a suggestion, and we could change it, right?
Yeah, that's correct. I would just suggest an odd number.
Yeah.
If you were to change it. And then I'll also mention that even if you do have a 5-person committee with 2 alternates, I mean, these are all open meetings. So any member of the public could show up. So if we had a number of interested bicycle and pedestrian advocates, they'd be welcome to attend every meeting, and they'd be encouraged to attend. We'd want to have a pretty big tent when we prepare the bicycle pedestrian master plan, because it's going to represent the full community for at least 10 years. So it's going to be important.
So the question that I have about this also is, we are not deciding tonight on, we have this wonderful community engagement plan, which sort of gives a flavor of what might happen, and also where people who don't end up on the committee but are aficionados of, active transportation can come and or downtown businesses or whoever can come and participate, right? So we are not, however, voting on the community engagement plan. It's just here as informational.
Correct. Yeah, and that wasn't explained very well in the staff report, I admit. But the idea was to just give a flavor, as you mentioned, that there's going to be plenty of opportunity for community and public participation throughout the creation of the plan. So you don't have to be on the committee to participate.
Okay.
Sorry.
And is there, I'm going to just finish. Is there a consultant yet for this project? Or is it still?
We have received proposals, but we haven't gone through the selection or the evaluation process yet.
Okay. And then finally, we have some committees that have council liaisons and some that do not. Is there a place for a council liaison for this committee or not? I mean, we do have for the open space committee. So I'm just curious.
It's not set up to have a council liaison. But we could, that would be another thing we could change if you wanted to include one.
Yeah. I mean, I'd love to know the pros and cons of that. And when I was on the BPAC, like there were 2 council members and that may or may not be the greatest thing. It was interesting. So I was curious. So that's just a few of the questions I have. I think Councilmember Garanghelli had some more questions and right now we're doing questions, right? Then we're going to move to public comment and then do our declaration. Okay.
I do have a question. So it wasn't even that long ago, but my memory's not that great. But I remember seeing a lot more people than this. And how did these people get on the list? We interviewed people and just these people were on the list. So it sounds to me like we interviewed people and maybe the town staff picked the folks. Is that how it happened? That's what
it was the last meeting they had.
They had already done it.
Yes, staff did select these people as the recommended folks. However, the idea is that the council is encouraged to use the rating page in here and kind of go through the applicants and then debate amongst yourselves and select who you would like to see on the committee.
So basically you picked them, we interviewed 11 people, and then the people you already picked prior to the interviews, you just put them down there.
They recommended them.
These are recommended. Yeah. It's the council decision.
The other names.
They're still there. It's all in there.
They're all there?
Yeah.
Okay. I agree with Frank. I think everyone should be on it. That's what I said last time. I still think that.
So I have some questions. And I mean, I'm looking at the number of people that are on different committees. And the tree committee is 5, park is 4, FOSC is 10, the CIC is 7. Okay, it's 9.
Maybe 9.
I think there was one. I think there was one open. So
8 plus 3 alternates.
my understanding is that we have had some committees that have a difficulty reaching a quorum because they have a large number of members and they have a hard time getting all those members in the room. Is that still the case? Does that still happen with FOSC? Does that still happen with the Climate Action Committee? And they also seem to constantly have openings as well. But does staff have any commentary on that?
I'll answer that. Yes, within the last 12 months, I believe it was, we had to unfortunately close the Fairfax Volunteer Committee because it could not get a quorum and it could not meet over many months where we tried to drum up, more members to the committee. And so that's an example. We have even had close calls, and I think one meeting even on the planning commission that we had to cancel due to quorum. So we're not alone in Fairfax in having this issue. Unfortunately, demographics being what they are, it does seem that throughout the county and perhaps even throughout the state, it is difficult to get people to volunteer consistently. So we were really excited to see that there was so much interest in this committee, and there were 11 applications, and we were hoping to help the council to give you some help narrow it down if you want. So it's really up to the council's choice whether you want to, if you have a committee that cannot meet because of quorum, what happens is that the people who are there assemble, and then they typically wait and see if the right number of people show up. We had that actually today with the disaster council, and then they can't meet. So sometimes people think like, oh, well, we'll just have a chat. We're not having a meeting. You actually cannot do that under the Brown Act. So you have to disperse those people and continue to try. And that's what happened with the volunteer committee, is eventually we had to give up.
Mayor,
Yeah, you have another question? Yeah.
My thought.
Okay.
I would suggest we have 7 board members and 4 alternates. Because whether you have 5 or 7, I mean, you could still not have a quorum with 5 people. So 7 and 4 waiting in the wings in case someone calls in sick or they're on vacation. To me, that makes sense. 11 interested people, 7 and 4. That's my suggestion.
Great.
Can I just
Yes, please go ahead.
Yes, we would change item 3 in that resolution under now therefore, and add quorum is, insert the number. So if there's 5 voting members, the quorum is 3. If there are 7 voting members, the quorum is 5. Sorry, 4. Can't. It's too late for math for me. Sorry. It is after 10. So that's how we would handle that. So whatever numbers you choose, we'll make sure that it's right in the
So in
resolution.
Mike's scenario, if it's 7 voting members and 4 alternates, then the quorum for 7 is 4. Right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
And those 4 alternates then are non-voting, and they only come in if there's a voting member absent, but they only come in to vote if
Yeah,
a
they
voting
ca- they
member
can-
is
they
absent, but
obviously
they're
come.
expected to
Yeah.
attend
Yeah.
all of the meetings.
Okay.
Can I just add something? And I know we're on questions, but I was the FOSS liaison for a number of years, and we had 11 people in FOSS. We could not get a quorum, so I was able to work with FOSS to reduce the number to 9, and that has been difficult over the years. The more people you have, number one, I think you brought this up. There's a lot of people may want to, but consistency and showing up is important. So to rely on alternates that may or may not show up to vote on something that is so critical on a plan, I'm not supportive of moving forward with everyone. And we have to make hard choices. That's why we're on this council. So I think Planning Director Beiswinger said, lots of people can participate. So if you're not chosen, you can participate. But I want to make sure that we have sort of a consistent group of people that are committed to showing up. If there's too many alternates, then you have this idea, well, I don't have to show up. And then somebody shows up to vote and they don't really know what's going on. So I am supportive of a smaller number, as you guys suggested. Group dynamics make a difference too. But having experienced that with FOSC, I wish we could have actually reduced it even to 7, because there were some times where it was really difficult to have a quorum.
Thank you. Yeah, I had a long talk with one of the FOST members, founding members, about how they had experimented over the years with quorums because of that difficulty. Like, it took them a long time to fine tune it. Unless we have any more questions, we would move to public comment. But I want to make sure council members have had their questions adequately answered. Looks like it. Okay, so we are going to move to public comment. It's 2 minutes per person. You can approach the podium. Thank you. Okay, so go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, town councilors, and town staff, and my fellow Fairfaxians, with fewer left. I appreciate the opportunity. When I heard that the BPAC was getting fired up again, reformed, I applied through mail to the town clerk. I did not get a response. And when I saw Councilmember Barbara Kohler at the Fairfax Festival, she said it was too late. So I said, okay, well, I'll try to put my proposal for a Netherlands-style bike lane through downtown Fairfax, which will not remove any parking, but just give bicyclists a safe berth, like a little striped pavement, 30 inches wide. And I appreciate Planning Director Jeff's ideas and Town Manager Heather's ideas about quorums. When I served on the Climate Action Committee for 2.5 years, I showed up every time, made sure there was a quorum. And I think it's really important as Councilmember Garangelli mentioned, to appoint all the people because the alternates are critical to obtain a quorum, which, as we all know, can be difficult. So based on my experience as the founder of the Bike Coalition and the lobbyist for the creation of the Fairfax Bicycle Pedestrian Master Plan and a participant in the original BPAC, I have applied to be on the current BPAC, and I don't know why staff didn't recommend me, probably because I'm a controversial figure. I apologize for that. I've not up to speed on all this recall stuff. I apologize to my fellow Fairfaxians. I've stayed out of it because all I care about is the parkade mural and the BPAC. That's all I'm interested in. So I will promise you, I will give you faithful service if you appoint me. And I like Mike's idea about appointing all 11 people, because the most beautiful thing about Fairfax, which makes us unique, is we have the ability to think outside the box. And we have a reputation as a bicycle-friendly community. I'd like to continue that, and I work to my utmost to fulfill that dream. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And I'm going to also mention that I believe, if I'm correct here, that we actually had all of the BPAC members here, except for one person who is here tonight who wasn't, the potential BPAC members, who wasn't able to be here because of travel, I believe. So glad to see you will speak. So next speaker, please.
Good evening, Gwen Furrow, Fairfax residents. It is late, sorry. First, I want to commend you for bringing the BPAC to this town. As most of you know, I work with town councils and BPACs and schools throughout the entire county, and it's long overdue that we have one in our hometown. I would also like to say thank you, Mayor Blash, for looking for the funding from TAM to make this possible. I recognize that you did that, and it's very much appreciated. A couple things. I am privy to what other town councils have. They typically have about 7, and the one in San Anselmo has 2 student that are non-voting members. If you have a BPAC that is too large, it's going to tie up the conversation, if you will, and it's hard to get consensus. So consider that if you have a large BPAC, you run the risk not only of the quorum issue, but of getting anything done. If you have a small one, it doesn't represent enough of your constituents. So I think 7 is a really good number to go with. I think that you will find that this group of people that you bring into our town are very passionate people. They don't tend to wax and wane, that they will commit themselves and that they will serve if they say that they're going to be on this BPAC. Lastly, I really like the idea of a council liaison, especially if that council member serves on the Transportation Authority of Marin, because that person would provide understanding of the governance that happens, the process for developing streets or sidewalks. So that's it.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay, next speaker, please.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Mark Vendetti, and thanks for the opportunity to introduce myself to those of you who don't know me yet. I'm a Fairfax resident and homeowner, passionate advocate for active transportation, and someone who believes deeply in giving back to the community. I've been riding bikes for about 60 years, from the early 1970s, pioneering mountain biking on Mount Tam, to road racing on a national level as part of the Velo Club Tamalpais team, to everyday commuting and simply enjoying this wonderful life in Marin. Bicycles have been central to my life, not just as a sport or a hobby, but as a practical, empowering tool for mobility, health, and connection. Professionally, I spent many years in Seattle, where I founded and ran a successful business. And there I saw firsthand the difference good bicycle and pedestrian policy can make. I returned home to Fairfax in 2010 and in 2012 co-founded the Marin Museum of Bicycling with my wife, Lena, and a small group of longtime cycling friends. I managed the museum and served as board president until my retirement at the end of 2023. That work gave me a chance to engage with people of all ages to celebrate the cultural and historical significance of cycling and Fairfax's role in it, and to see firsthand how infrastructure, or the lack of it, shapes people's choices. Now that I have more time and responsibility, I want to channel my experience into helping Fairfax become even more walkable, bikeable, and community-focused. I'm especially interested in safe routes to schools, senior accessibility, and making sure we're designing with people and bicycles, not just cars in mind. Thank you.
Thanks so much. Next speaker, please.
Hi, Todd Greenberg. I welcome a bicycle and pedestrian committee, having done a lot of cycling. But I want to note that aside from what one speaker mentioned earlier, that he wasn't encouraged and was discouraged from joining the committee, that I've heard this from other people. And I question whether staff who probably don't bicycle much around Fairfax should be streamlining or guiding council to who should be on the committee. And I would concur with Councilman Girangelli and others who have mentioned that all should be on this committee. And I would beg to differ with what has been said by some of the staff here and even the attorney, that quorum has to be done in a certain way. I just did a quick perplexity search, and it says town council committees and advisory bodies typically require a majority, which is what we've talked about here. While there's no publicly detailed separate Fairfax committee quorum rule explicitly online, the majority quorum is typical. Committees, I think I went up above where this is. Be patient with me, please. Anyway, there are alternatives to having a majority quorum. There can be a percentage quorum. There can be multiple different ways can be done. This should be explored. It's done by modifying the bylaws. I also want to observe that in spending 2 or 3 years spending time with the Fairfax Open Space Committee, that committee has complained to this council that they are not paid attention to. And I want to ask this council to, what? You want to interrupt me?
Sure.
You know what I'm going to say?
Go ahead, Todd.
Oh, I'd like my time back to finish. 10 seconds, please.
Sure. He's got his 10 seconds. Thank you.
Can you reset the clock for 10 seconds? Yeah, after she started talking. So I'll take 10 seconds to finish up. Please don't interrupt me going forward, or anyone else for that matter. It disrupts people's ability to follow what the speaker is saying, and it's against the law.
You need to stay on topic, and it is my job as the mayor to try to maintain order. So legally, we need to have you stay on topic, and that was what I was going to ask you about. So I don't mean to interrupt you, but veering off topic is kind of an issue. Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. McIntosh.
Thank you. It is really interruptive when there's challenges trying to get a thought out. I also understand your position of trying to keep people on topic, which is valid. For the subject at hand, I've seen over the many years people's interests wane and waft, come and go. I think if there's currently a large group of people really interested in this, you should find a way to keep them all engaged. You could set your little bylaws up for your BPAC that has a smaller forum requirement and still encourage everybody to be there and have their voice heard. So I would not encourage you to disenfranchise any of your citizens that have an interest. The other thing too, I appreciate that staff has 1,000 things to do. And I appreciate that staff once again wants to obfuscate the process, because I think that it's limiting different points of view when it's always coming from the same staff and orientated by the town. I think you might benefit by having some real different thinking. The comments earlier, like thinking outside of the box. If you had people through their own initiative come up and say, hey, we want to do something and we have an idea, they shouldn't be thwarted. Maybe we want to listen to that. So again, I think there's great value to diversity, especially when you have your own interested citizen body. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Next speaker, please. And before we start, can I just ask other people online who want to speak as well? 5. Okay, so go ahead, Mr. Bell, and then we'll move to Zoom.
If you're talking about quorums and somebody brings up different ways to do quorums, I don't see how that's off topic since you're talking about quorums. Maybe not talking about bicycle quorums, but it's really apropos for the subject that we're discussing. The other thing I heard, and I didn't see anything in the report, was you mentioned something about a consultant or somebody hiring somebody to guide this committee. I'd like some clarification on that. It seems to me that we have enough people in town with enough knowledge to do this without, yet again, going outside, taking Fairfax money and moving it out of the town. I spoke with somebody recently who said that if you spend money in town, it benefits 8 levels of people. And when you send the money out of town, that's it, it's gone. So keep that in mind.
Thank you. And
just
I
wanna
was wondering if,
clarify that
no, I'm going to ask staff to clarify. Thank you. If you could clarify where the funding for this is coming from, that would be helpful.
It's TAM and it's
just wonder-
limited to specific work for a contractor, right?
That's what I'm asking.
Yeah, correct. It's a grant from TAM, and but I will mention that what we are doing is we've kind of we're creating this BPAC, and we've created the public involvement plan, and town staff is going to be managing that part of the project, and we're going to be reserving the grant funds for the technical part of the plan, which we cannot do as staff. So in a way, we're kind of doubling the impact of the grant because we are doing a lot of the public involvement work and the work with the BPAC internally with staff, and then saving the resources for technical purposes.
Great, thank you. So I'm going to move to the online comment now.
We have 5 raised hands on Zoom. The first speaker is Mina, followed by Sierra. Mina, you are unmuted.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I realize that the business community missed the original application timeline in May, and I apologize. But as you're considering the appointments and expanding for alternates, I was hoping that possibly you could also include the business community, that represent local commerce and support walkability and, have eyes on the street. And, I would like to express my interest in serving or nominate another business resident, Fairfax resident. I believe Janine Fratellizio was also interested. So I was just throwing this out there. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
The next speaker is Sierra, followed by Deb. Sierra, you are unmuted. You may now unmute yourself.
Howdy, folks. This is all fine and dandy, but personally, I feel like the process is seriously flawed. You haven't included anybody in the county. I for example, didn't even get the chance to apply, although I tried. All of us living here in the county, we're still in Fairfax. We shop at the stores, we drive on the roads, we bike on the roads, we walk on the roads. We have been included in the past, and I feel like it's a pretty big oversight on the side of the council and the town not to include us in the county. We have a lot to offer. And I also feel like it's up to the council to choose. It's not really up to the staff to not let people even talk to the council. People don't even get to put their pitch in. I don't think that's right. And, that's basically what I have to say. Include us in the county. It's like you pass your laws and make your rules, and it affects us. We are part of this town, and there's a lot of us here. Please include us. And I think you've got some fine people on it, but the process is and was flawed. And, that's it. Other than that, let's change and fix our world. Let's fund the schools. Let's fund healthcare. Let's stop this 7-story building monstrosity, which is only going to be a profit for the builders. It has nothing to do with affordable housing for the locals or anybody that works at the Good Earth. or
Can you
anyplace
stay
in
on
town.
track with the BPOC a little
Well,
bit, Zira? I love your stuff, but if you
yeah.
could just stay on.
I'm on topic to our whole living situation and our lives and our community. And I'm always going to be on topic to that, whether people understand me or not.
Thanks so
And other than
much.
that, thank you.
Okay, and we're moving on to Ms. Benson.
The next speaker is Deb, followed by Cindy. Deb, you are unmuted. You may now unmute yourself.
Have I unmuted myself?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. First of all, I am wondering why so much of town staff's time is being spent on this project when I've been informed that town staff has no time for following up on complaints regarding our sign ordinance, our design review ordinance not being upheld. It's by complaint only, and there's a long line of people, ahead of you, so it might take a really long time for it to be addressed. I'm also wondering why, in the whole list of applicants, there is only one person, the Virginia Rosenthal, and I can't pronounce the last part of her hyphenated last name, who is seems to be pedestrian oriented. I've seen other communities having a pedestrian and bicycle plan. So I think this should really be called a PBAC, because pedestrians are the most vulnerable. So I think that this should be held off until we have a balanced rotary of applicants, half bicycle oriented, half pedestrian oriented. I think this is really heavily weighted to bicyclists, which is fine. I have some bicycles. I used to bicycle, but now I walk. So I think that this is premature. I do know people who have tried to apply who are pedestrian oriented, and the process is indeed flawed. And I'm not going to wait for the bell, so thank you for hearing me.
Great, thanks so much. Next speaker, please.
Oh, fuck.
The next speaker is Cindy, followed by Richard. Cindy, you are unmuted. You may now unmute yourself.
Okay, hi, Cindy again, Cindy Ross. And, I said this a couple of months ago, and Deb just mentioned something along the lines of what I wanted to say. I have real concerns that this is called a bicycle pedestrian committee, but it's clear that it's bicycle oriented and pedestrians are kind of an afterthought. And I have nothing against cycling safely or for fun or for commuting, but I'm really, really concerned that pedestrians are not part of the process. And, I wanted to tell two quick stories. When my son was young, granted it was a while ago, but my son was once knocked over on his bicycle by a Safe Routes to School bicycle safety instructor. And after about maybe 12 years of talking about broken sidewalks and problems with crosswalks, and even making a map with Larry Bragman and submitting, asking for something to be done about the lousy sidewalks we have, I ended up having a major accident about 3 years ago. And the sidewalks only got repaired after I had a lawsuit and, serious injuries. Anyway, I want to say pedestrians count. And if there's one thing that needs to happen as far as bicycles, as far as I'm concerned, we should do what San Anselmo does. Have, signs up that say that bicycles have to stop at stop signs. And anyway, we need to give Lansdale Avenue also back to pedestrians as opposed to having it as a bicycle route.
Thank you so much.
There's a lot more I have to say, but so.
Yeah.
The next speaker is
Thank you.
Richard. Richard, you are unmuted. You may now unmute yourself.
Thank you. I don't know what the magic number is for this committee or other committees, but I tend to agree with Councilmember Kohler that when the size of a group gets too large, it becomes very difficult to get real work done. So I would support, in general, trying to have as much diversity in the core amount, but to keep it into a reasonable range. I'm also not a fan of the alternate thing because I think it just it gets things loosey-goosey and you just have a lot of non-functionality. I think it can be championed and highlighted that diversity of views is welcomed, and so that encourage people to come and share. And I'm not trying to say only 5 people or 7 people or 4 people, whatever the magic number is, are the ones who get to have a thought or an opinion. But when you get into votes and trying to actually get something accomplished, I think a smaller, tighter group, whatever the magic number is. And then I would say this, if people are saying, hey, I want to be involved, I want to be on it, I want to make this commitment, I have this intention, great. And things come up in people's lives and they get ill and problems happen. But if someone misses 3 in a row or 4 in a year, assuming there's 1 per month, 12 a year, I think that should be grounds for being, losing your seat and letting someone who actually can follow through participate and that can show up. So there should be some kind of minimum standard or some type of rule about if you're just not doing what you said you would do and showing up and allowing this thing to actually be meaningful, then you're going to be removed and replaced with somebody who can. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else online?
There are no more speakers on Zoom.
Great. So we're going to bring that back to the council. And I see that Councilmember Kohler has some comments. So, and I'm looking around, other people I'm going to assume have comments too, but she got in there first. So go ahead.
Well, I want to just also say that we did interviews at the meeting that we had this before, which I don't think it was last month. I think it was the one before. And I took copious notes. And one of the things I'm really interested in is making sure that we have people that are walkers too, not just bicyclists. And they're actually, if you really look at the apps, but if you went through the interviews, you would see that there were a lot of folks who, one woman is perhaps just a walker, but there were folks who walk around town. There was a lot of that. So I would like to, I'm happy staying with the 5 number with the 2 non-voting alternates. I think Ms. Froh also pointed out, if you have too many people, you just have a lot of talking, maybe great ideas, but you don't get it done. And I also want to emphasize that I think this schedule is a little over optimistic. I think to have people commit to 1 meeting a month is something that is doable. People can work around their schedules, but there's something like 3 stakeholder meetings in 1 month and another month. That's just a lot. And I don't think we can have an expectation that people will be able to do that. So I'd like, when you get to that point, to really look at the community plan and think about, people have real lives and we want them to be part of this process. And also, as you said, Planning Director, that these meetings will be noticed. They're open meetings. So, for example, Mr. Lang was in the audience and said he has a great idea. Why not bring that? And I want to say that I did talk to Mr. Lang at the festival, and he submitted his application late. It was not a flawed process. And while there are folks in this county that participate a lot in Fairfax, our committees are usually focused on people that are within incorporated Fairfax. So I want to encourage Mr. Salen to come to the meetings and participate because he is a big biker and a walker. But I want to just cut to the chase and tell you my thoughts. And I took copious notes. I would suggest that Joey Shep be on the actual committee. He does a lot of walking as well as biking. He's a parent. He walks around with a stroller. I remember when we did the last BPAC, I got someone to be on the BPAC who was walking around with his grandchild and having a lot of trouble on sidewalks. So I think that's important for Joey Shep. He leads these bikes to school groups. And I'm sorry, I mixed him up with somebody else. But he leads bike and roll to school. So, those are kids on skates as well. So I think he's actually an excellent candidate. Another person I thought would be an excellent candidate, and I want to say that everybody, this is an embarrassment of riches. I mixed up Andrew Hobbs, who is a parent. He's a biker, but he walks around with his kid or kids with a stroller. And that's pretty important. So I liked him for that. I also, Liz Gottlieb, to me, was another candidate for the committee. She's a parent, she's a runner, she's a running coach, and she also does a walking club. And she's also a teacher at one of the, I'm saying what I'm saying.
Since she's on the list.
I know, but I'm giving my list. I'm not going just with staff's list.
Okay.
And so I think she would be a great addition, as well as Virginia Bella Rosenthal, who's a big walker. I think it's really important to have her on. The other person I thought would be good to be the official 5 would be Kyle Jameson. And he's a dog walker, he's a cargo biker, he's a doctor, a UCSF professor. He was interested in a lot of the things that pedestrians as well as cyclists, safety, all that to me really resonated. And there isn't, I'm not saying that anybody's not my favorite, but I would suggest that Eric Betancourt would be a good for a non-voting member. He does safe routes to school, which is good and helpful, but that's a more limited group. And then I would also say Mark Vendetti, who is one of my heroes in the biking world, would be good as a non-voting member. And he's very focused on biking and knows a lot about biking. So those are my suggestions for 5 with 2 alternates, with the requirement, if possible, that alternates come. And I would just want to say one thing that I would suggest. One of the things on one of the many committees I sit on is that if people miss 3 meetings, they're out. And I think we need to get more hardcore about that, because we've had this problem at various committees and commissions, and it's really not helpful. So I think if whatever we select, if we stay with the 5, just assuming we stay with the 5 and the 2 non-voting members, if one of the 5, something happens and they stop coming, they're out and we put the alternate in, and one of the alternates in. So I think that's something we ought to consider for the resolution, just because this has become a problem for us. And not because people don't care, but life gets in the way. And so that's my vote. And I'm hoping we can sort of cut to the chase, because we have a lot more things to do.
And
Thank you.
I like to say
Okay,
something. I like to say
I'm going to go with Councilmember
Oh.
Holloman first because she raised her hand first, and then I'll
All right.
go to you.
Yeah, I just appreciate what you just said, Councilmember Kohler, and what staff shared with us as far as how we got here. I suggested five seemed too small to me, and so I suggested that we grow it to 7. And it was helpful to hear Ms. Fro's commentary related to that, like what the kind of standard is regionally. So I'd like to suggest that we consider all of the individuals Barbara just mentioned as appointed to the committee. So the 5 plus the 2 as voting members, and then the other 4 be alternates.
The other 4 or the other 2?
The other 4. I'm perfectly fine with that. And as far as Barbara's suggestion to about the cancellation or the meeting attendance, I would put a parameter of, within 6 months or something on that. But yeah, we did have problems on CAC related to no-shows, and quorum is an issue. So I feel like if we have 7 voting members, quorum is 4, that's pretty reasonable to get 4 people to the table, especially if you have 4 alternates. And I like the suggestion of the absenteeism. If you miss 3 meetings in a 6-month period of time, then you get booted, to use your term. Thank you.
Okay, you ready to move to Councilmember Garanghelli?
I'll just say it, emphasize real quick, 7 voting members, 4 alternates, 3 strikes, you're out. And that means if you miss 3 times, you're off the board. And that's what I recommend.
Can you
Well, I agree. I think
that?
we just agreed.
Yeah,
Hold
I
on.
just, repeat it.
Wait a second.
Woo! Can you repeat it so I can write it down? So
Yeah, I say it again. 7 voting members. It hardly add 2 more to the list you've already got. It hardly, I mean, it matters, but it maybe make them more like in the walking area, because these are probably more bicycles people. And 4 alternates. And if you have 3 strikes, you don't get to continue serving.
Do you want it to be the 3 strikes within 6 months or within 8?
6 months is fine by me.
Well, it's pretty much only meeting a year for about a year. That's
A month?
no, it's a total year if you look at the schedule. So if you said within a year, it's a year of the meeting. It's
How many meetings?
I maintain
yeah,
I maintain 6 months.
much. Yeah.
Okay. And Councilmember Egger? Again, sorry, I can't see you down.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. I spent a lot of time downtown. A number of months ago, I made a proposal. It could never get 3 votes to get on an agenda. The proposal was to add crosswalks at Creek, Sherman, and Mono. Downtown public safety is a huge issue. I also proposed to lower speed limits from 25 to 20 miles an hour. It's 5-mile-an-hour reduction on Bolinas, Park, Broadway, and Center Boulevard in downtown. Also proposed to move the Gestalt parklet back to the parking lot and reopen Mono Lane between Bolinas and Elsie and Bank. And the reason is the parking lot is now a street, carrying a huge liability for Fairfax if someone is hit by a vehicle using the parking lot as a street and they're trying to walk back to a location either on Bolinas or above. I see moms carrying one child and pushing another in a stroller trying to cross Bolinas Road all the time, especially during the farmers markets. Pedestrians need help.
Right.
We need to have a business rep on this group, and we need someone who lives in the downtown area who uses it every day. It seems like we can't do anything without hiring another consultant around here. I think we've got enough knowledgeable people right here in Fairfax. We don't need another consultant. Thank you.
So do you have any suggestions about the format of the committee or the people who should be on it?
Composition of the committee, do you have any thoughts on that?
there's a number of people who've applied. We had a whole list before we interviewed them all. Now, you know, I see this list and I should have brought my notes from the last meeting, but
Well, how do you feel about?
we need a business rep on it, and
Can I mention
local resident on it on the
that-
committee.
Can I mention that? So everybody has to be a local resident. Mr. Vendetti is. Or
I'm
has
talking
been
about a local downtown resident, someone who lives there.
I just want to mention that Mr. Vendetti has run a local business downtown for many years. So there is some business representation.
Frank, do you have a point of view on number of voting members, the whole composition that we've been talking about? Are you in agreement with 7 and 4 alternates to just, that way we include the whole applicant pool?
7's fine if you could have a true representation of folks living in Fairfax.
So I just went over all that and why I selected the 5. And then if we add the other 2 as voting members, and then the rest of the folks would be alternates. I went over the reasons for that. Maybe I didn't speak loud enough, but all the folks that I voted for, that I listed, a lot of them are pedestrians as well. And I wanted to make sure that we have that composition, because we don't want this to be all, and we love the Marin Bicycle Coalition, but that's not what we want. We want it to have people who shop, who walk, who maybe ride their bikes, who take their kids to school, walking strollers, walking dogs. All of those things are complicated. And I think the 7 that I mentioned all fit that. And we also don't want to exclude people like Mark Vendetti, who is really quite the expert in biking. So my suggestions were not anybody that was purely a biker. So I would go with the idea, as Vice Mayor Hellman said, which let's just appoint all the 7 that I talked about, and the rest become alternates with the 3 strikes you're out sort of deal.
Did you make that a motion?
No, I mean, I haven't even had a chance to say anything yet, but we could make that a motion. I like the idea of there being 7. I think that hits the happy medium. We can't take everybody. And we're also not going to reopen the application to people who, are outside of town or didn't get a chance to apply, or were told to apply and didn't choose to apply at the time and are now wanting to apply. Because I just think it's only fair that, some people followed the rules, and there were a lot of them who did it and were able to get their applications through. I was very moved by the enthusiasm people have. I mean, this is a town where walking and biking is a big deal. And I think we all know that, and we need to recognize that. Quite a number of the people both walk and bike. I mean, I know I walk and bike. And people who do safe routes to school in particular are usually addressing both, because they are getting kids to school via active transportation one way or another. So I think that you're pretty safe when you're getting somebody who's doing safe routes to school, that they are addressing both, and they have a lot of background in that. I was somewhat disappointed that we didn't have more people who were sort of like aging and disability advocates wanting to be on the BPAC. So I'm just going to keep reiterating that I hope that people will be mindful of that if they get on this committee. I would like to see 7 and the other 4 be alternates, and I would love it. Right now, this is an ad hoc committee. I would love to see it be a standing committee at some point if we can indeed find a way to do that. I know San Anselmo has that, but that's because they were able to raise funding for that. We don't have that yet. So it's just a thought in the background. As I said earlier, I might be wrong, but Mr. Vendetti has run a successful downtown business for many years. So I think there's some, knowledge of what it's like to be a business owner downtown there, as well as being a bike aficionado and somebody I've also gone on walks with before. Finally, I like all the people that Councilmember Kohler has suggested. I really did want to see, in particular, Joey Shep be on here, because I've heard so many good things, that he's such a community builder. There should ever be a opportunity for a council liaison. I'd love to be the council liaison, but if not, I'll let the process go the way it needs to go. I do think we will see a lot of enthusiasm, just because this is a town in which Biking in particular is a huge thing, but a lot of people walk a lot. I mean, people all over the place. It's a town that's set up in a way for at least those in the downtown neighborhoods. You know, everybody goes to the store on foot. So if somebody wants to make a motion,
I'll
we
go
can see if
ahead.
we can get there.
Okay.
And
So I want
before
to,
you do that, are we going with the 7-4? Because I have some changes to the resolution. I
Thank
could
you.
go through and itemize if
yeah,
you
well,
want.
why don't I make the motion and then you can make those changes. So I also want to,
And we need two motions, right? One for the committee composition and then the other one for who is actually on
it's
it.
one resolution, so I think
Thank
it's one. So here's what I'm going to say. I would make a motion to appoint Joey Shep, Andrew Hobbs, Kyle Jamison, Eric Betancourt, Ian Walton, Liz Gottlieb, Mark Vendetti, Virginia Balog Rosenthal to be the voting members of, that's 7.
Second.
That's the voting member. Well, I'm not done,
No, you're not.
but thank you.
Just
The
try-
voting members of the committee. Wait a minute. I'm sorry. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I'm sorry. I messed up. So what I meant to say was because I had it. So I'm sorry. I'll repeat that. Thank you for giving me the eye. Joey Shep, Andrew Hobbs, Kyle Jamison, Eric Betancourt, Liz Gottlieb, Mark Vendetti, Virginia Balog Rosenthal. Then for the alternates, it would be Ian Walton, Charles Barbieri, Emily McFarland, and Jeffrey Guild for the alternates. And I would also add to that we would make the change in the resolution to say a town staff member will be assigned. And also add that if a member does not make 3 meetings within a 6-month period, they're removed and the BPAC will choose which of the alternates would become the voting member. And I want to add a second part, but that's my main motion. And you can second that if you like it.
I have just one thing I want to say. Do the alternates have to attend the meetings?
The way the resolution's written, they do.
Okay, I second it.
And then I would also want to throw out there as a second motion, but maybe we should get this one done first, and then I'll throw the second motion out there. Okay, so that's my motion. And then we had a second from Councilmember Gangelli. And do we need a roll call vote?
Councilmember Aker.
Aye.
Councilmember Garangelli.
Yes.
Councilmember Kohler.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Hellman.
Yes.
Mayor Blash.
Yes.
Okay, and the second motion I would like to make is to have Mayor Blash be the council liaison. She's not only a big walker, hiker, she does a lot of commuting. And I don't know about her recreational biking, but I think she would be, and she, as a member of TAM, she helps brings that continuity that Ms. Froh was talking about, understanding if there's any more grants that come up, et cetera. So that would be my second motion.
Second.
Councilmember Ager.
Aye.
Councilmember Garangelli.
Yes.
Councilmember Kohler.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Hellman.
Yes.
Mayor Blash.
Yes. Okay, teamwork.
But I think Planning Director Beiswinger, did you have to change something to the resolution? There's quite a few changes.
Yeah, I mean, I can go through them just to make sure I got it right,
Yeah,
but I think you made it
let's
pretty
do that.
clear. And first of all, I have to acknowledge that under the first now, therefore be it resolved, the pedestrian and bicycle is actually mixed up. It's reversed. So just to make it, because it's supposed
to be bicycle and
it's supposed to be BPAC, so I have to switch the bicycle and pedestrian. I have to do the same thing in number 2. In number 3, change the 5 to a 7 and the 2 to a 4. then add a new 4, which I think implements your thing about the BPAC members not showing up. It would read something like BPAC members are expected to attend meetings. And if a member misses more than 3 meetings in a 6-month time period, they are automatically removed from the BPAC and replaced by an alternate that will be chosen by the remaining BPAC membership. Does that sound about right?
That sounds good.
Okay, and then also you already pointed out the number 9 town staff member will be assigned as a staff liaison to the BPAC by the town manager.
That sounds good to me.
Yep. Okay.
Do you need anything about, so we just nominated a council liaison. Does that need to be in that
I think
resolution?
we should add it to the resolution, don't you think? We already voted on having a liaison.
Did you have something to say about that?
We're putting that in the reso?
Why
Yeah.
not?
No, that's fine. I'm just asking.
She was asking.
Yeah, we can add that as a 10 on the reso. After a town staff member will be assigned as a staff liaison to the BPAC by the town manager. Then a 10 after that would be the town council shall appoint a council liaison to serve on the BPAC.
Council member.
Well,
and
we already
liaison.
did, but I'm not sure that you should name a specific person. I think you should say the town council has appointed a council liaison.
Yep.
This one. This one. I'll help you with that.
Okay.
Okay, are we good to go here?
Mhm.
Great. So we are getting close to 11:30, but we're not there yet. But we'll just have to keep in mind that we're going to have to waive or vote to move past 11:30, which I'm sure we're going to get to. Sorry.
Items, everybody.
Okay, so we are on item number 4. And this is adopt a resolution authorizing the town manager to execute an amendment to the professional services agreement with CSW/ST2 for the Park Road Rehabilitation and Improvement Project. And again, I know people are concerned. We're trying to balance the capacity of the public to make comments, the council to get through its business, and the council to deliberate. And I'm just going to note that we still have at least 2 more items before consent, and it is 11:10 at night. So that's why we have the concern about trying to move things along, but it is important for us to have time to deliberate. So, Kristen, are you, Ms. Arnold, are you presenting for us? Thank you.
Hi, I'm Kristen Arnold, Public Works Director. So the Park Road Rehabilitation and Improvement Project will enhance the stormwater system by adding new 24-inch storm drains in Park Road and School Street, installing a large trash capture device, and constructing a small bioretention system. Additionally, it will rehabilitate the roadway and improve sidewalk accessibility along Park Road. Each of these components requires engineering support, such as reviewing submittals, responding to requests for information, conducting site inspections, and promptly resolving unforeseen field issues to avoid delays and cost overruns. Careful review and oversight are critical to ensure the project is constructed per the specifications, which can be difficult with limited staff availability. CSW developed the design drawings and specifications for this project and is well suited and qualified to provide engineering assistance during construction. Their continued involvement will help provide essential oversight to ensure the contractor adheres to design specifications and local standards. This helps protect the town's investment by maintaining quality, minimizing risk of future maintenance issues, and supporting long-term performance and compliance. Engineering support during construction is not only a best practice, but can be critical to the success of projects. CSW has submitted a proposed amendment to provide these services, which include attendance at a pre-construction meeting, review and response to submittals, review and response to RFIs, requests for information, foresight visits, preparation of a punch list, drafting of the final record drawings, and project management for an amount not to exceed $17,850. So with that, staff recommends adopting a resolution to authorize the town manager to execute this amendment, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Just a quick, I raised this beforehand and sent you a couple of comments. I'm really concerned about Ross Valley Sanitary District, maybe not as much as PG&E, who tends to be really unreliable I know you're working with them, but have you planned contingencies? Because we have to get this done by December of 2026, and we can't be in the mode of, 2 months before. It can't happen like that. So have you planned, what kind of contingencies do you have in place? Because it's not you I'm worried about. I'm worried about them coming through, because I frankly thought Ross Valley Sanitary District would be done by now. I mean, this started a while ago. So where are you at on contingencies, and what are your thoughts briefly?
So I met with PG&E on Tuesday, and they've given me a timeline. However, I'm kind of waiting to see if I get some concrete progress from them, to be able to reliably say when they can get the work done. And then I am meeting with Ross Valley Sanitary District tomorrow to rediscuss when they can do the work. When I first met with them, I hadn't had any communication with PG&E yet. I was trying to get a hold of them. So I've had more communication since then. So I have a little bit better idea of how the pieces are falling into place. And everybody's very aware of the funding deadline. And it's definitely been communicated.
Well, I just want to say, I think a not great contingency would be if we have to be way ahead with them, because they are horrible about meeting their schedule. So I think one contingency could be that we go ahead without them, and when they do their work, they got to fix everything. So I know that's not primo.
Is this for Ross Valley or for PG&E?
PG&E, I dealt with them many times.
The issue with PG&E is that their utilities are in conflict with where our storm drain needs to go. So there is a contingency in our plans where we have a detail that shows essentially having a gas line go through our pipe. PG&E is not exactly okay with that. So there's potential risks to us using that contingency, but it is technically in the design plans.
Okay, well, I guess I would just
structure.
throw this out there that we ought to get pretty routine updates on this, because I'm just really afraid, and I completely trust you, but I don't trust either one of them. So thank you.
Okay, other questions on this? So I'll have one if somebody else doesn't.
question.
Councilmember Egger.
Sure. We were told that almost $1.8 million is in a bank account, one of our bank accounts that we have the federal funds. So I'm really concerned about the Trump administration clawing back American Rescue Plan Act funding from the cities of California. He's going after them. They're asking that unspent funds be returned, the AARPA funds. So I'm just really concerned about losing the funding, and I don't know what's going to happen if they pull the funds and we've let the contract. I mean, we're in trouble. Yeah. So I do have one more question. Does the $79,880 to the consultant include project management, or do we have to hire a project manager on top of this?
I will be the project manager.
Do it yourself.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Great. Okay. Thank you.
Great, thank you. The one question I had is I see on here, we had someone call in and make comments about concern about the trees. I think it was somebody who was on the tree committee. And I believe that I saw something in here about the town's arborist, town's consultant. Okay, in addition, it's on page 2, it's the second to last paragraph. In addition, staff is working with the town's consultant arborist to ensure the redwood tree roots are being protected during construction. So that's happening. That is being taken care of. We have, I'm going to assume it's Ray Moritz, making sure that the tree roots aren't being improperly pruned or severed.
Yes, and we're looking into making some modifications to how we were going to do the sidewalk to help protect the roots of the redwood trees.
Oh, that's great. Okay, good. And I just wanted, because I wanted to know, but I also know that a member of the public who may or may not still be awake was curious. Thank you. So are there any more questions from council members at this time on this item? Great. Okay, so we're going to open this up to public comment.
Hello, council. I'm happy to hear we actually have somebody on staff that's going to oversee the project. I think that's a step in the right direction. My concerns are when I hear alternatives and changing. When you have change plans and alternatives, this is what runs up the expenses. This is also what blows your deadlines. I fail to understand why a project of this magnitude could not have a very clear and concise plan. So we start this project and finish this project. Hearing alternatives like, well, we might put a gas line through one of their pipes, not acceptable. So whoever's at fault for that one, yeah, I'd be the first one to throw a stone. You can't run a business that way. And then saying, well, we're going to ensure that we protect the roots. We're going to change and alter the sidewalks. Well, that's great, but why wasn't this done before we started this project so we can incorporate all our work all at once? We're making one disturbance, and it's also integrated into everything we do, so we're not tearing up our streets and our concrete twice. But hearing something like running a gas line through somebody else's pipe so that there will always be jurisdiction issues on who's going to maintain it, who's liable for it, and what's going to happen, the disposition of both those pipes and which agency has to fix it. Come on. We've gotten way past that. We need to have a very complete plan that we know what we're doing one time and execute it. Otherwise, we're spinning our wheels, we're wasting our time, and we're spending a lot of the public money that could be better allocated to a project that starts and finishes in its budget and in its time. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening. Hi, Kristen. Welcome. Nothing I'm going to say, none of the comments or questions I have are an indictment on any of your work, obviously having just stepped into the role. But going back to the November 2024 staff report, the Park Road project, they awarded those ARPA funds. It was 1.799422 in ARPA funds. Of that, 1.763279 was awarded to CEAU DBA Castellon Company. So that left about $30,000. Of the ARPA funds available, but 10% contingency was given for unforeseen conditions, totaling $176,326, taking the total scope of the project well over 1.9 million, of which 1.799 was going to come from ARPA, and the remaining 140 was going to come from unused capital improvement projects. But I've scoured through this, and I had AI look through it too, and nowhere in there in that report was mentioned engineering costs. So this CSW, I'm not certain where those funds came from, but it seems like now they're going to be allocated from ARPA. So I'm curious how that works. If the previous set of funds were not paid from ARPA, they were paid from another source. It just doesn't seem clear where the transparency is and how this project's costs are ongoing. Also, why we didn't know in advance that there would be a cost for CSW to oversee the project. Was that because CEAU is incapable of being able to read the design plans? I'm just curious. It just seems odd that we suddenly have to spend another 18 grand to have them on site to answer questions about the engineering plan. So really it just isn't clear to me where the funds are coming from in total, what this total project will cost, and why we didn't originally bid for the whole project to cost 1.799, including the engineering.
Great. Next speaker, please.
Mark Bell. So where is this taking our bid process? Because the town decided not to go with, I guess it was Maggiore Gelati. It's hard because there's so many gelatis and offshoots from them. So maybe somebody can answer how many times that we've had to hire additional engineers or engineering people to come in and oversee the work that they've been told that they've contracted for. So if we keep paying all this money for these other companies, would it have been cheaper to go with Maggiore and Gelotti, who we know, as opposed to people we obviously don't? So that would be my question, and I'd love to get an answer to that.
Thank you. Next.
Hi, Todd Greenberg, downtown Fairfax. Sounds like we're starting to run into some problems, and I've heard that there's other issues on this job, and this gives reason to ask you to examine, to prevent the same thing from happening in the future, what your bid acceptance process is, and perhaps even to go back and re-examine this and ask whether this was properly awarded to this contractor who had never done a job more than $330,000 previously. So this was a significantly larger contract award than they'd ever proven that they were capable of doing. They also were only in existence for 2 or 3 months doing business as. Highly questionable contract award that should be investigated thoroughly, particularly if this winds up being a fiasco. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone online? Sorry?
There is one caller online. Deb, you are unmuted.
Thank you, Christine. Deborah Benson, Cascades. I agree with the questions and comments of the last 4 speakers. Had this project been a residential project coming before the Planning Commission, there would have been extensive drawings, there would have been architectural drawings, there would have been a tree protection plan, and I'm seeing a pattern here with projects that the town is pursuing where we come back again and again for, well, we hadn't figured out this part and we need more money. And if the contractor was indeed capable of carrying this project through, I don't think the engineer would need to be on site to teach them how to follow the drawings. So all of this makes me question not the new public works director. Thank goodness she sounds very capable and we're happy to have her. But the process that we're following and agreeing that this contractor with very little experience was perhaps not the best. A lot of contractors come in with low bids and then make change orders and end up being more expensive than a more reasonable higher bid. So I'm questioning the whole process of accepting bids and overseeing our construction projects here. It seems like they're not thought out in advance, and they're not thought out completely. So thanks for hearing me.
Okay.
Won't wait for the bell.
Thank you. Is there anybody else online?
There are no more speakers online.
All right. So we're going to bring it back. I want to mention that in the process of doing this, we explained the public sector bidding process repeatedly, both in the council meeting, but in writing to a number of the people who have raised these issues. So I think we're pretty clear on the rules around that. But if staff wanted to explain that further, it would be fine. I don't want to belabor it a whole lot, but I think that we did give that due diligence and follow the law. Am I correct there?
I'll try to summarize it because I'm a lay person there too. But California Public Works law requires that there be very detailed drawings, and that this type of job, based on the amount that we expected to pay, would have to go out to bid, and we are required by law to choose the lowest bidder. The lowest bidder. Michael,
Let her
I
speak,
hear you
please.
calling out from, so if you're yelling out from the audience, it's very distracting. It's difficult to talk, so please stop.
Thank you. And I just
You're still doing it, so I'm going to wait until I can speak.
Okay, so I want to just mention, like, disrupting public meetings is not a great thing. We need to be able to hear people and let them finish their thought. So if you can allow Town Manager Abrams to finish her thought, we'll let you speak. Thank you.
So, responsible and responsive and sorry, I said that again.
Responsive and responsible.
I'm sorry, I'm very distracted. Responsible and responsive are the terms of art used there. And the way, the means by which one would disqualify a contractor as not responsive and not responsible is a very, very tough hurdle. It is not, I don't know them, or I don't like them, or I have my doubts, I'm not quite sure. That does not allow us to disqualify a contractor. And if we were to try to do that, we would certainly be taking on significant liability. We've explained that in writing, in public meetings on a number of occasions. So I apologize. I'm getting a little frustrated.
I have a question.
Okay, and can I just finish one more thing with that? I believe there was a time issue as well, where if we did not allocate that funding by a certain time period, we lost it. Is that not correct?
That is correct. And the council allocated that funding on November 6th, I believe it was, of 2024. And you had to do that by the end of December. And of course, our December meeting is typically a more ceremonial meeting. So we were able to do that just in time.
Right. So I'm just going to say, I know that some of the audience members requested that we start all over again. Doing so would have meant that there would be no Park Road project at all. So at least not with this funding. So, this has been gone over, but I think some people don't understand what the issues were. So I'm sorry, Council Member Gelly, please go ahead.
Well, there's other issues, and one of the issues would be that we waited too long, or something happened. I wasn't even here, but something happened to the process where we were up against the wall. And so it got all the way almost to the, we have to make a decision. It should have been done, I imagine, a long time before that. And what happens? Well, what is the process just for the future things? We're already in this one. But so the lowest, what happens when the lowest bidder really isn't the lowest bidder? So you have a guy just makes the lowest bid, and next thing you know, there's change orders, and next thing you know, it's higher than the guy from before, the guy who probably made the proper bid. So I don't need to understand it right this very second. I already don't understand it. I heard what you said, but it makes no sense to me. So I think it's for the future. Someone kept other people that called in. That we need to study this process because, that seems like a pretty under the table way to do business when, it's the lowest bidder. And literally 6 months later, you find out, lo and behold, they're not the lowest bidder. They actually didn't know, they weren't really qualified possibly. So I don't know what happened, but I think it's worth eventually looking into as we move forward on other bids.
I'm wondering if you can explain why it is that we are, and this is not money going to that bidder, this is going to a different group, but why it is, it's in the staff report. Maybe you could just summarize why it is that we're needing to go to this extra step to ensure that we, get a high quality project management.
Yeah.
Yes, but we're going to give a Public Works Director a chance to talk about that.
So I'm hoping maybe the best way I can answer this is with an example. So for instance, sorry, blanking on what it's called. Back to my notes. The large trash capture device. The contractor is going to submit a submittal to us where we review every detail about that trash capture device and determine if it meets our specifications. Sometimes it's as simple as yes, it's the exact same piece of equipment. However, from talking with the contractor, he's looking at submitting an equivalent product because it can save the town money. And so having the design engineer who on board, who can help me review that and can help me determine that, yes, this is an equally equivalent product is very valuable. And it saves us a lot of time. It's something that I could figure out, but I wasn't involved with the design of this project. I don't have strong background on the design intent. And so having the design engineer on board saves us a lot of time. And it's not that I don't review it at all. I still review it. It's more of a quick review of okay, these few things make sense. I'm not seeing any red flags. We're ready to go. And it's approved. Is that helpful?
Thank you. And
I'm ready to make a motion.
Go.
I'd like to make a motion to adopt a resolution authorizing the town manager, thank you, Kristen, to execute an amendment to the professional services agreement with CSW/ST2 for the Park Road rehabilitation and improvement.
I will, thank you, Kristen, second that.
We have a motion from Councilmember Kohler and a second from Councilmember Garangelli. Councilmember Ager.
Aye.
Councilmember Garangelli.
Yes.
Councilmember Kohler.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Hellman.
Yes, and
Mayor-
great work. Thank you.
Mayor Blash.
yes, and now we have to talk about whether we want to continue since it's now 11:30.
I make a motion to continue till we're finished.
Yeah, well, okay, so I make a motion that just a friendly amendment that we're waiving the 11:30 rule and we're continuing. Does that make sense?
Does he accept? Okay.
Okay, so I'm seconding your motion.
Oh, she seconded it already.
Councilmember Garangelli has moved to,
Extended past 11:30.
yes, extend the 11:30 rule. Vice Mayor Hellman seconded. Councilmember Ager.
Aye.
Councilmember Garangelli.
Aye.
Councilmember Kohler.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Hellman.
Yes.
Mayor Blash.
Yes. And now for the moment we've all been waiting for. Is everybody fine with moving on to? Yeah. All right, then let's do it. Yay. We are going to talk about adopting a resolution authorizing the town manager to execute a second amendment to the professional services agreement between the town and Fairchild Brahms Design for the Fire Station 21 remodel project.
Thank you. Again, Kristen Arnold, Public Works. I also have Fire Chief Mahoney with us tonight to help go over this item. And we have a presentation for you. Cool, thanks. Well, while it's loading, I can kind of start. So tonight we're going to talk about the Fairfax Fire Station 21 updates. There we go. Okay. We can start on the second slide too. Okay. So for some brief background, in December of 2023, Council approved an agreement with the architect to move the project from conceptual design to bid-ready drawings. Then in September of 2024, Council chose from a few options and opted to go with the project that adds an additional bedroom and bathroom and reconfigures the remaining living quarters. This project was roughly estimated at $1.5 million. The most recent update was in February of 2025, where staff discussed adding additional documentation to address code-related upgrades and approved an amendment to the architect's contract to allow the project to move forward. So since February, staff has received design development drawings, which include structural, mechanical, and electrical plans, along with more detailed architectural plans. Generally, this is also a standard time to receive a detailed cost estimate for the project. The original cost estimate is outdated, and there has been changes to the project since then. The current project has numerous complexities that make a cost estimate useful for planning and budgeting purposes. These complexities include ADA and accessibility upgrades that are required. Fire separation is needed between the apparatus bay and the living areas, which requires the temporary removal, reinstallation, and in some cases modifications to the fire sprinkler, lighting, alerting, and the HVAC system. Additional complexities include the need for temporary housing for fire personnel to ensure that construction does not interrupt fire services. Staff is requesting to add a second amendment to the project for cost estimating services. More specifically, it's $7,500 to develop a detailed cost estimate, an additional $2,000 for the architect to coordinate and review the cost estimate. So this includes the architect sending plans and temporary housing information, managing the communication to address questions, and most importantly, reviewing and commenting on the draft cost estimate to ensure that all project aspects are included. She will also review the final estimate to confirm that edits were made. So with this, staff recommends approving the additional $9,500 for architectural services, bringing the total contract to $73,000. Staff plans to return with an updated cost estimate and further updates to progress the project, ideally in October. And then, yeah, that I think we're ready for questions or.
Yes. Oh, okay. Sorry. Yes. Thank you. I've been going to these project meetings, and so I was hoping that, and thank you for sharing some of the complexities about this project, but can you get into why a cost estimator is needed? Because when that was explained to me, I was really taken aback. I just didn't, could you talk about just the material, like the how specific and granular you have to get on the materials, and will you share that with the council and public, please.
Yeah, so I know the first cost estimate that was submitted, I believe the cost estimate was like about 5 pages, and that's line item by line item of like everything they think you would need to construct this project. It's very detailed. And like if I were to put together a cost estimate, I just don't have the time to get to that level of detail. So it's always going to be a rough idea. But usually when you're putting plans together for a project, there's somebody on the consultant staff that can put together a very detailed cost estimate so you know what you're getting into.
And is there like a plus or minus 20%? Like, I mean, they can't like guarantee, obviously, but
Yeah, generally with these cost estimates, you're going to see like a 10 to 20% contingency added on.
If I may, I think Director Arnold's mic may have cut out. I think it was about 500 pages, very thick, right? Like a very, very thick.
Thank you, because it sounded like 5 pages. Yeah, okay.
Including, X number of sheets of drywall, that kind of detail.
Right.
That, as a staff of one professional engineer on staff, we would just never be able to do on our own.
Well, I have a question. If we had something that was 500 pages, that sounds pretty detailed to me. So maybe this is just me being ignorant, but why do we need another cost estimate if we had a detailed cost estimate of 500 pages? Was it wrong, or is there amendments to it?
I can create a little, or give you a little bit of historical background. I don't think Kristen was here quite yet, but the first cost estimate that we got really just was a cost estimate on a conceptual drawing with floor plans. So pretty much a couple pages of what we kind of had a vision of what this would look like, and it went out to a cost estimate of a kind of a trimmed down cost estimate. I think it was about 30 pages at that time. And it really, the cost estimate was just kind of putting in some numbers there to give us a broad range of what the cost of the project would be. So the first amendment that came in February 2025 allowed the architect to create a more robust design package. They call that a design development package. And that package comes with mechanical engineer or mechanical, electrical, and plumbing call outs. It comes with a lot of structural design features of what we're looking for. And it also comes with some other civil type drawings too. So those are, now that we have gotten those drawings done, going back out to a cost estimate again to really get a refined cost estimate of truly, how much this project will cost. Is kind of why we're in front of you tonight to get that greater overview and that more refined look of what the cost will actually look like. And like Mandra Abrams and Kristen had talked about, this cost estimate that we're going to get back is down to how many joist hangers you need for doing the floor, or how many sheets of plywood you need, how many pieces of drywall, how many lengths of 1/2 inch pipe you need, or 3/4 inch pipe, or conduit and stuff like that. So
are we expecting 1,000 pages this time?
I don't know. I mean, the one we got for Fire Station 20, it was thick, but it was probably about 75 pages. And it had a lot of different.
Go from 500 to 7.
Yeah. So if I can clarify, so what I was referring to, that really thick document, actually had those 3 different options that we brought to you previously. So I apologize.
Okay. Thank you. I just was confused.
Thank you. That was really helpful. Exactly what I was looking for. Thank you.
Are there any more questions from council members at this time? Okay, so we're going to move on to public comment.
First thing I'd like to say, but I love that. Okay, I'll stand over here. I don't want to discourage our plant or our director here because I saw, Christy, that you weren't looking real happy. And I realize that you're stepping into some of these things that pre-exist your time here, and you're doing the best that you can. As for the firehouse, first off, I'm a big supporter of the fire department. Glad we're moving forward. I'd actually encourage the town to continue trying to discuss with School Street Plaza and trade properties so we'd have a line of sight, the best place for access for the equipment. They'd be out of the flood zone. I think it's the biggest opportunity you're missing. But I also fail to understand how we could accept a $1.5 million bid without the granular adding up of all the little individual components to justify what the 1.5 is. So in other words, I'm not beating on the fire department, but to say, oh, it's going to cost us 1.5. Okay, great. Oh, but now we got to pay for somebody to tell us why it's going to cost 1.5. I would think that before a 1.5 bid is presented, that it would be justified by saying, well, we put, since you brought up sheetrock, this many pieces of sheetrock and this insulation, this many joist hangers, and for the composition for our materials and all those things, because otherwise, how do we come up with the 1.5? We don't want to take a 1.5 and say, here's a 1.5, but now we're going to add engineering costs. Now we're going to add estimating costs. Now we're going to add material costs. Those things should be incorporated when we come up with our initial 1.5. So again, I'm trying to ask for clarification and by no means diminish slowing this process down because I want to see the fire department have an appropriate home for our future. But again, I suggest making a deal with School Street Plaza and making a trade. If you did that, they would have a tenant and we'd both have a better place.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, good evening. Todd Greenberg, downtown Fairfax. One thing coming up here, following on all the other comments, sounds like it's unclear as this shapes up exactly what the cost is going to be. It also, from my recollection, is unclear based upon the actions of this council exactly how this is going to be financed. There were prior discussions about taking out a loan from the county. There was also mentioned that it might be a loan from Sleepy Hollow Fire District, was it? There's other alternative financings. Has that been decided? It's just a curiosity question. Just like the prior discussion agenda item, there's some uncertainty on cost. How are the costs going to be contained and how is it going to be paid? The people of Fairfax need to know this. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Well, the opportunity to look at our process has arrived. We were just discussing this as far as bids, et cetera, and I'd like to echo what Todd and Michael have said. We should have exact costs so that we know what we're looking at, and then we should be able to go out and see the best way to finance this. That's it.
Great, thank you. Is there anyone online? Okay, so we're going to bring it back. I think that we have discussed in prior meetings how it would be financed, but we can always talk about that again if we want. So we have members of the community asking about the source of the funds, and I believe the whole point of this process is to get the exact costs so that we can indeed go out to bid, but I could be wrong there. I'm going to see if other council members have comments or questions. I'm sorry, Councilmember Garangelli.
So this may sound really bad or stupid. Sorry, because I don't understand the process. If I was thinking about improving the firehouse and an architect made some drawings, wouldn't it just go out to bid to different contractors and they would do all that work and give it back to us? Like, here's how much we can do this job for, and how much, I mean, isn't that what we're going to tell them what it costs, or they're going to tell us what it's going to cost? That's my question.
So, back in September of 2024, I was here and gave the council three different options. And those three different options included different scopes of work, and they included rough estimates on what we thought that the project would cost. So based on those rough estimates at that time, because we had an initial cost estimate, which is a very or a very high level cost estimate because we didn't have very detailed drawings then, the council made a decision to go with option one, which was the highest scope of work, and it was expressed that it was estimated to cost $1.5 million. So what we needed to do after that was get direction from the council to then go back to the architect to say, we want to look into this scope of work, option one, more. Can you create some more detailed drawings for us so that we can go back to the cost estimator and refine this cost estimate and get a better idea on how much it's going to cost? Now, once that cost estimate comes back, we might have to value engineer the project based on whatever the cost is, and then that'll be the council's decision to make to decide on whether they want to move forward with that project. So right now we're at that point where we have those detailed drawings that we don't know exactly how much the project's going to cost because we needed these detailed drawings to go back out. We had a rough estimate that the cost estimator helped us with and that the architect helped us with. Keep in mind, this was almost a year and a half ago. So we had that, but now we're we want to move the project forward to see truly how much the project's going to cost. And then the cost of the project still has to be, obviously approved by the council. And, sometimes we might have to value engineer things based on certain costs to get it to a point where.
So the idea of getting 3 bids from 3 contractors on the scope of work that needs to be done, that's not the process?
Well, that's a little bit down the road. Once we get this cost estimate back, and once we get council's approval to move forward with the cost, then it'll go out to bid, and it'll be granted, like Manager Abrams said, to the lowest bidder. But it's really important that you get a strong set of drawings when you put it out to bid, because what occurs is sometimes these contractors find holes in the drawings and they know that they can make a certain amount of money on change orders. So they bid it low, but then they change order it. But when you get a good architect that provides a strong set of drawings, when it goes out to bid, you want that contractor to stick pretty close to their bid, because the drawings, you can't have a discrepancy on the drawings because the architect did their job and said, no, we called it out in the drawings right here. So they can't make a change order for it.
So
every project,
so
there's
we're
a lot of
estimating the price for the contractors who are bidding. I mean, that's kind of what's happening, right?
Yeah, we're estimating a price on, like Kristen mentioned, there's some contingency built into that price, but we're estimating a price of what we feel that the project would cost based on the subject matter.
Do the contractors know? I guess the contractors would know what that price is.
Well, they can come to the meetings, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. On the outside world, that's not how we get bids, but
Can I add one thing?
I find it interesting. I mean, I think this project could have been done a long time ago, but this way we're doing this process seems like I can see why it's not done, but I'm looking forward to getting it done, just so you know.
Was one of you about to make a comment?
I was just going to say that typically for a project, you always come up with an engineer's estimate because then you know how much to budget for. If you don't know how much to budget for and you go out to bid and the contractor's bids come in way over your budget, then you have to throw out all of the bids and re-go through the bidding process after you've come up with budget. So it's, for every project that goes out to bid, you should have an engineer's estimate that's given to the contractors, and then the contractors come up with their cost.
I'm ready to make a motion.
Did anybody else have a comment or anything else before we move to the motion?
I just want to thank you both for staying late and being here.
Okay.
Okay, I'd like to make a motion to adopt a resolution authorizing the town manager to execute a second amendment to the professional services agreement between the town and Fairchild Brahms designed for the Fire Station 21 remodel project. And thank you, Chief and Kristen.
I like this. Oh, that's good.
So we have a motion from council. We have a motion from Councilmember Kohler and a second from Vice Mayor Hellman. Councilmember Ager.
Aye.
Councilmember Garangelli.
Yes.
Councilmember Kohler.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Hellman.
Yes.
Mayor Blash.
Yes, and I'd like us to take a really quick bio break before we move on to consent. We do, but we usually end up pulling things, so I'm going to the rest. Okay, I'm ready to go again. If people are ready to go again, will everybody organize themselves? Okay, Christine is gone, so we'll wait till Christine comes back. Great. Oh, okay. Great. So moving on to the consent calendar. We're going to go ahead and do this, and I will read the usual protocol for the consent calendar. The council can approve all items on the consent calendar in one action. Alternatively, any council or staff member can remove items for separate discussion and voting. Public comments for consent calendar items are taken collectively, not item by item. During this period, speakers may address any item on the consent calendar, with each speaker allotted up to 2 minutes and limited to one comment session. So, consent calendar. Any questions or very brief questions?
I don't want to pull anything. I just want to make one comment, which is thanking Jeff Bolt and the members of the Fairfax Open Space Committee for the proclamation designating the northern spotted owl as the official town bird of Fairfax, California. I just want to thank them and thank Christine for putting this together in proclamation format. And it'll be very exciting to have a town bird.
Great. Okay. Does anybody want to pull anything off of the calendar? Now would be the time. Yeah, Councilmember Egger.
I'd like to discuss the financials. Item A is the only one.
Okay. So do we need a motion to pull, or do we just pull it? He can just pull it. Yeah, that's right. We don't vote on it. I'm sorry.
Do a motion to approve it, absent item A.
Okay.
Except we have to do public comment, so we can't do that yet.
Okay. Great. Thank you. So let's do
public comment.
Public comment, but we're pulling item A. So item A is going to have a separate public comment period. Thank you.
Todd Greenberg, downtown Fairfax. I wish to note that for the fourth or fifth time, Councilwoman Hellman is no longer in the room for the consent calendar, and wish to ask the council and the town attorney whether or not the same rules that Barbara Kohler, Councilwoman Hellman, and Mike Garangelli just stated should apply for the Bicycle and Pedestrian Committee, that when somebody misses 3 meetings, they are relieved of their duty on that committee. Anyway, I will move on if you'll allow me and not interrupt me, Mayor Blash. I'm speaking about the consent calendar. I would like to pull items A, B, F, and H so that I have time to discuss item A, which Councilman Ager is at to be pulled. B, F, and H, please. Thank you. I'll be brief with them, but comments need to be made. Or would you like me to continue?
Go ahead and continue.
B, Councilwoman Kohler met with the town manager, according to this report, this staff report, one time more than the mayor actually did. Who is running Fairfax? Is it Councilwoman Kohler or is it Mayor Blash? I'm just curious. The treasurer's report, does this need to be restated because of the previously unrecorded loan for the past number of years? How does the previously unrecorded loan affect the treasurer's statement?
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, Mark Bell. I'm just a little confused by this proclamation for the northern spotted owl. I'm trying to figure out how years of construction noise is protecting their habitat. And I'm also a little confused because in the housing element, you rezoned spotted northern owl habitat for development. So I'm just kind of curious as to how that works. I mean, it's nice that we're doing that. You would think that it would have protected us, since it is a protected species, from the overreaches that are the housing element. Aside from that, I have a question. I think that this probably goes to the finances. Just let me know. I'm looking at climate and environment with an outside services expense of almost $61,000.
Oh, can you?
Is that from the finance?
I'm going to give you your seconds back, but if that's from the finance report, you can hold that until,
Sure.
because we're pulling that.
No
Okay.
problem.
Yeah, thank you.
But if somebody could like address like the inconsistencies of like what this proclamation states and the actions that have been taken by this council and previous council. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Next, please.
Thank you. The first thing I'd like to say, I certainly think that people should have more time than to get through this time. We have what, not 12 different items in 2 minutes. Okay, that's ridiculous. Since we're pulling number A, I will save my comments for the 111,000 in settlement. I'd like to hear on number H, how much are we paying to put up these street smart signs? And then I wanted to read, since this is germane to our town, from a Board of Supervisors consent calendar, conference with real property negotiators, California Code 5456.8, real property address, vacant land, vicinity of Miranda Drive, Fairfax, Sester parcels number listed, agency negotiator, Eric Luder, Chief Real Property Agent, Real Property Owner, Miranda Heights LLC, Owner's Representative, Gregory Braunschweig, Real Property Negotiator, Gregory Braunschweig, under negotiation, price and terms of acquisition. I do think that you owe the public a better understanding, or allow our PRAs, which now we can certainly ask the county what most involvement was, what the costs for the wall property were, how much money the town of Fairfax gave and received back for maintenance. I think this is something that, with this additional question, should be much more transparent. Thank you.
Is there anybody online?
We have one speaker on
Thank you.
Zoom. PJ, you are unmuted.
Hey, thank you. Just had a question on the council member reports. I'm surprised I've not heard other speakers bring this up, given how much attention was placed on this before. But I noticed one of the council members has not filed a report since February. But, you know, I guess similar to who gets the courtesy of not being interrupted, the decision about who to complain about council member reports is gender-based. I don't know. I just would like some consistency there on council member reports, because in particular about what's going on in all the different committees and outside agencies that each council person sits on. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone else online? Okay, so we're going to bring it back.
I'm ready to make a motion on the rest of the consent. I just want to bring up the Street Smarts program. It's in the council member, it's in the report that says that the County of Marin's Street Smarts program covers the costs, so it costs us nothing. I want to make a motion to approve all of the items on consent with the exception of item A.
Second.
That's a motion from Councilmember Kohler, seconded by Councilmember Ager. Councilmember Ager.
Aye.
Councilmember Garanghelli.
Yes.
Councilmember Kohler.
Yes.
Mayor Blash.
Yes.
I would also like to state for the record that Councilmember Hellman left the meeting at about 11:55 p.m.
Do you need a motion to pull item A, or do we just do it?
No, any council member can pull. So let's move to that. And Mr. Egger has questions and comments.
Yes, I just
Sorry,
have
council member Egger.
I just actually have a couple of questions. So I'm looking at page 1 of 5, and under town attorney, account 121, we budgeted $340,000. We spent $831,221. So my question is, how much of that is outside other council and how much is our town council? I'm just trying to figure out what outside attorneys are costing us in under litigation. That's all. You know, I don't think that this is not all. Was it PAL? It's not all PAL. Is there any way that we could find out what's PAL and what's outside consultants?
Yes, I do keep a detailed list of what's being paid to each attorney by month, and I should have noted that for PAL we're just slightly below the $300,000 budget for just PAL. There are other general services that are provided by BBK related to employment issues, et cetera, but for PAL by itself, it's less than 300,000. And
so is it the lawsuits against us that drove that dollar amount up?
Well, the total for special services, if you look at the detail income statement on page 2 of 17, you have the breakout of the town attorney between general services and special services. And general services is at $335,000 on a $300,000 budget. And then the special services, which is the outside attorneys, is at $496,000.
So almost $500,000.
Yeah.
Then the next question is on the I guess it's account 532 street light and traffic signals. We had budgeted $160,000 and we spent $238,000 at 78,000 over the budget. What drove that expense?
Streetlight is sort of one of those things that you don't really have a lot of control on. A lot of it is the electricity to run the lights. It is what it is. We also have streetlight maintenance and other things that go into the streetlights department.
So it was off that much? That's almost,
Yeah, you're guessing a year in advance what you're going to pay for this kinds of things.
well, you could say out of the whole budget, I guess, right? I mean,
Well, yeah, but there is control over other departments, more so than in this kind of a estimate. When you have PG&E raising rates, what, 4 times during the period, and you never know what kind of maintenance you're going to be needing on lights when they go out, or when you decide you're going to put shields and all the other things that you might decide during the year.
how about 80 charges for current services? They were $168,500. And year to date, 345,000. It's 177,000 over. Is there anything specific on that one that they kicked that up so much?
I don't have an answer for you on that without looking it up.
Is that charges that our employees are cover, or is that consultants?
If it says professional services, it's not our employees.
Well, it just says charges for current services.
He's looking at page 1 of 5, and when you look at 080 under Fund 01, it's called charges for current services.
Right, it's in the budget.
Yeah, charges for current services is revenues. So those are fees that we charge other people and collect revenues for.
So you're saying the revenue is up?
For charges for other services, I'm saying here that we budgeted that we might receive 168,000, and we've really received 345,000. So we're over budget, or have received more than we expected by 177,000.
It could be a good thing, but I was just wondering what drove that? There's a huge difference.
Well, yeah, I'll look at the detail here real quick. Let's see. That's for 080.
Well, why look at that one? And then on the licenses, I guess the licenses are business licenses, I think.
That includes the business licenses. Okay, for your charges for services, the biggest thing that drove that was a miscellaneous revenue of 145,000 for June. And I'd have to look up what the detail on that is in order to be able to answer that one for you.
Okay. Jumping up to 030 licenses, is that business licenses?
Licenses.
Page 1 of 5.
Yeah.
030 licenses under Fund 01, Mike.
So licenses is, we have 2 items in there. One's a very minor one. Business licenses is the primary one.
That's the main one,
right?
You think that one was off because we didn't get our notices out soon enough, or?
We budget 120,000. We've collected 85,000 as of June 30. Those receipts that we get in July and August, which maybe we'll bring that up, because those will be considered to be revenues for June or earlier. So we may have some accruals.
Okay, so that may change this year, this fiscal year.
Right. These are all cash basis. So things that we received during July and August, which may be for June, will be recorded down the way when we convert to accrual.
Then one last one, 222 elections. We had budgeted 13,400 and year to date 15,518. Is that the 2024 November election?
These fiscal statements are for the period, the 12 months ended June 30, 25. So November of 24 would be included in that.
Included in there, okay. Okay. So we ran that election and it only cost us $15,518. That's pretty good, huh? That's the county cost. That's what they charged us.
It included, our ballot included a lot of other agencies and measures on there, which
lowers the cost.
Contributed to that.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, let's have public, are we, I just want to make sure we're done with this so we can move to public comment. Is that good? Okay. If there are no objections, we're going to move to public comment on item A, which was the financial statements.
Hi, Todd Greenberg, downtown Fairfax. I am wondering how many council members are concerned about how over budget Fairfax is with its legal billings. I want to commend the preparer of this report in that there actually is pagination. I'd like to request in the future that pagination happen on every single town of Fairfax staff report in the bottom center of the page so it's easy to identify pages. I'm going to identify page 1 here, which, as Councilman Ager pointed out, shows a legal expenditure of $31,221, 244% over budget. Later on page, I believe, perhaps it's dim here, it's in the gray. Page 6 of 27, I believe. It shows a settlement amount, claims and settlements of $111,663. I believe the combination of those two sums is $942,884. I believe, and I'd like you to ask your finance director, what other legal related costs are here? Does some of the insurance include some legal fees that might have had to be paid to the insurance companies that are also representing the town in legal affairs, according to prior testimony from the town attorney? What other administrative costs? I would like to request a breakout of all legal costs in a table be provided to this council and to the people of Fairfax, and a breakout of all federal funds expended that pertain to a single audit.
You're over time. Thank you. Mr. Bell?
I guess I need no further introduction. Okay, my question from before, climate and environment. It says outside services, $60,737. I'd like to know what that was for. Regarding attorney fees, I find that the breakdown, better than it was before, of general services and special services is insufficient detail. I think that we deserve to know exactly what, like, for example, up until this point, what is the illegal squatter encampment cost us legally? I think that we have a right to know that, among other suits, like what we are actually spending that money on, something more than general services and special services. And the other thing, I looked again at disaster preparedness. I think it was $7,000. I mean, I walk over the bridge at the end of Bridge Court. I look down. There are huge piles of debris in the creek. And I'm sure if I was to follow it back along Arroyo or whatever, we're still looking at huge piles of debris from last winter that have not been addressed. Even, I think the budget was for about 15,000, which is probably insufficient. But spending 7,000 of that is, I don't know, could almost be criminal, because what we're looking at is flooding from the creeks being blocked. And that's what happened in 2005, 2006. So if I could get answers to those questions, I'd be appreciative.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Thank you, Council. First off, I do think when we come up with questions about finances, they get directed to Michael as a person, which really isn't fair. So as our finance director, who I do think has always been very available to me to answer my questions, when I do ask these questions, they're consolidated because of the limitation of time that we get to ask. And so it comes down like this fire rapid approach. And so I think Michael gets diminished in that sense. My question within the report, I would like to see a more detailed explanation of any and all federal funds, whether they're expended or extended, borrowed against at all, but for the last 5 years that we have not provided our single audit. So I'd like to have a really clear each year and not move around so we know if we should have provided that single audit. Because the single audit is very important to really compare it to our other audits so we come back to the general public to see how the state sees us. Additionally, I would be surprised if there isn't some way that we could put some of these things online, since it's public funds and within our public expense, that when we have a question like, for instance, all attorney fees, we should be able to put that up online with like a link that can't alter anything, but you can do this with permissions, for instance, even in QuickBooks, that somebody could expand something and see what all the line item details are. So you could take your chart of accounts and come back and actually find what did we put in the different accounts, and then go look in case things are moved around, by accident or because of ways we used to do things, but it would give the public, myself included, a way to really go through and say, oh, I understand something, and it would save the time before the council, and we could restrict our request to really, I don't understand one item, instead of presenting things that really diminish Michael when he's done a good job trying to present us something.
Thank you. Is there anyone online? Okay. So bringing it back.
I just have a couple questions. One is, not too long ago, I had asked if we could get the itemized bills from the attorneys that are working for us, so we can see where all that money's going to. I mean, we know it's for, so much for this and so much for that, but we've yet to see like how many hours they're spending on that particular court case or all the work they do. And when I've done that in the real world, I call it the real world, you find a lot of things. You find a lot of people that might be putting their thumb on the scale. And I would hope that we're able to look at it. And the money that's being spent on the attorneys, is any of that being paid for by insurance companies at all? Or is that like in a different area, or that's separate?
You want me to? Is that okay? Yeah. So you have a deductible when you have a suit that is covered by the insurance, if you want to call it that. It's a pooling authority, but you have a deductible. It's $50,000 deductible. The rest of it, after that amount, is covered by the pooling authority. So no, you don't have that.
In the chart there, that's money that's coming from the town or the pooling authority?
You don't have the pooling authority money listed in there at all.
Okay, so I think that would be good to know as well. So it's not just the money we see there. I know it's the pooling authority, but it's still.
We don't get those bills.
Oh, you don't get those bills?
No, they're paid by the pooling authority.
I understand. Yes. So anyway, I'm requesting that we get to see the itemized bills from our attorneys. Thank you.
So that's attorney-client privileged. It's not going to be made public.
We're not the clients?
Majority of the council is the client, but it still isn't made public.
I'm on the council, and so are 4 other people.
So while we have litigation going on, those remain confidential. After the litigation is finished, if you wish to have an itemized breakdown of the different types of tasks, how much hours and whatnot, we can do that for you,
Okay.
but it's not released while there is litigation.
So my suggestion is that we get to know what's going on while we're spending the money at this level, in closed door, wherever it is. That's all. I'll just leave it there.
Thank you.
So I'd like to make a motion to approve item A, 6A on the consent calendar. please.
Second.
We have a motion
No.
from Councilmember Kohler and a second from Mayor Blash to approve item A from consent. Councilmember Ager.
Aye.
Councilmember Garangeli.
Yes.
Councilmember Kohler.
Yes.
Mayor Blash.
Yes. Okay. So we're moving on to council reports and comments. I think that most of our, reports, as has already been noted, are included in the consent calendar. We'll be doing we can do brief announcements, but not long things. I'm going to mention that we're having another mayor and manager happy hour, 5 to 6, Gestalt House, Thursday, August 14th. I don't know if anyone else has any quick announcements or comments before we move on to future agenda items.
I'm having a happy hour, 3 to 6 daily.
Yay. Okay. Good. It's nice to have an establishment. So nice to have an establishment. So future agenda items. So I'm going to mention that, we will be taking up charter cities again at some point, and that's Councilmember Egger's item. I think we said September. We had talked at one point about having a park rules committee, which has been a little bit blocked by the situation that we're having currently in the park. We at one point had talked about discussion on recommendations to strengthen the town smoking ordinance. That's a little bit on hold, I think. I think some of the discussion that Councilmember Egger talked about in terms of downtown safety issues, we were hoping would be taken up by the Bicycle Pedestrian Advisory Committee. And if that doesn't suffice, then we'll have to revisit that idea. And we may at some point have a discussion of updated housing laws, Housing 101. And is there any other, do we want to put anything else on the future agenda item docket at this point? Okay. So then if we're not doing that, let's move on to the town manager's report and then maybe adjournment.
I see we're ready to go, so I'll be very, very quick. I just wanted to mention that the update regarding the temporary restraining order on Fairfax's anti-camping ordinance did go out in a news post, so everyone in town can see that. We discussed at the Disaster Council today the evacuation drill, which will be here in Fairfax, but ending at the Ember Stomp, and this is the poster, and we will be distributing that. And then just wanted to remind everyone who's interested in getting these updates and more information, please subscribe to our newsletter, because I hear people saying, I didn't know about that, but we do have a pretty robust newsletter and lots of good open rates there. And then it was mentioned earlier, but I want to reiterate, we also have sidewalk CPR happening August 16th, right here at the fire station. So lots of good opportunities to get prepared for potential disasters. Thank you.
And we'll be having a ribbon cutting for Sugar Shack at 12 noon on Sunday, so welcoming new businesses. Okay, so then I'm going to adjourn this meeting in memory of Augie Garcia and Bill Whitney. And that's it. Thank you.